morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, good morning. That's better. I hope you had a good night. All of us are okay? Yes or yes? Okay. I pray that we should start. We are expecting some of our guest speakers. One or two have just informed us they are near. Whatever near means in Kampala, can even be an hour, but we expect in the next 10 or 15 minutes the guests should be arriving that will speak to us first. We are going to have a very interesting day. I can promise you that, given the diversity of presentations that are going to be made this morning and the approach that we are going to have, including the cafe approach of sharing, discussing. But in order to ensure that we don't lose time, we thought that we should start with a recap of what we went through yesterday for those who missed parts of it, but most especially to remind ourselves of that we are continuing with the symposium from what we left out, from where we left yesterday. So nothing changing, but we will just be having a blend here and there. So in order to start, I will request the technical guys to give us the anthem. May I request all of us to stand up. It's a new day, and then we will have the anthems and then prayer, and then we start the recap. Anthem, please. One stanza of the Uganda anthem and the East African.
Ilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much for the anthems. May I now invite Wanyera Simon to come and lead us in a prayer. Let's remain standing. Wanyera Simon. Prayer is very important. Don't hesitate.
Okay, I don't know about my name. Okay, let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the energy that you have given us this morning as we are going to debate, as we're going to engage in every aspect that we're going to talk about all issues that affect our country. We call upon your presence to come and take over, Lord, and those who are on their way coming, we pray that, Lord, you will lead them safely here. We commit this event in your hands. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Wanyera Simon. Don't be surprised that I know your name. This is a small world, and now, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind us of that our theme for this symposium, we are in the second day today. Our theme is an inclusive political environment at the youth shaping the agenda in the political landscape of Uganda. And this symposium is supported by the Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy, organized and supported by Akina Mama wa Afrika, working together with other organizations like the Open Space, the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs, Multiparty Youth Forum, the Power of Dialogue Consortium, the National Youth Council, and many of you other youth leaders here present from different parts of the country. We started yesterday, and I'm going to run you through very briefly what we went through as a summary. We had a number of presentations. We had presentations and panel discussions. We had the welcome remarks by Frank Rusa, who is the country director of the Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy. We had a very interesting poem from one of you who came here and talked about the universe becoming warmer, talking about the challenges of climate change, and talked about what the youth focus should be, and painted a picture which should be a concern for all of us about our world being a world which is a bit messy now, and there is more superficial interactions, and called for oneness instead of division amongst the young people. And then we went into other presentations, notably from Dr. Nancha Esther, who is the Vice Chairperson of the National Youth Council. We also heard from the representative of the Netherlands Embassy in Kampala. We had our chief guest, who was the Chief Whip, the government Chief Whip, the Honorable Obua Hamson Dennis, and he spoke to us about economic empowerment and the need for the young people to take up the different economic empowerment opportunities that exist. And he offered, one of the things that I captured that I liked is that he offered to have a discussion with the young people on opportunities that are available from government and that can be taken advantage of. We then had, we also had a keynote presentation which was quite thought-provoking from Frank Rusa again on the topic reality versus perception. What does effective youth leadership in political parties look like? And one of the things that stood out for me was the realization that human resource is one of the strongest weapons that any country can have. And in you, the young people, there is that recognition that that benefit or advantage or potential benefit must be nurtured. But he warned that much as youth faced a lot of challenge, these challenges, the youth are not a homogeneous group, and therefore there is need to contextualize the different challenges that you face and in your different groups. And the discussion around, there are some youth who are urban in nature, there are some youth who are, from the rural areas, there are some who are educated, there are different gender, the male and the female, and all of them have different challenges, but that need to be then looked at and a solution worked upon. But one of the things that I captured from Frank's keynote presentation was that these challenges need to be properly diagnosed, and that without proper diagnosis of the challenges, you cannot come up with the proper solution to those challenges. I thought that was very important, which speaks to a challenge to you people who are participating in this as young people. If you are talking about poverty, if you are talking about commercialization of politics, if you are talking about disunity among the young people, you need to diagnose where the causes are, because some of those challenges might just be symptoms. That's what I picked from the presentation by Frank. And if you're going to talk about or find solutions, then you need to really look at the deeper causes of your challenges in order to find the solutions as a problem-solving mechanism. And then we went into an interesting discussion, the panel discussion that discussed Frank's presentation, where we had the representatives of PPP, we had representative of NOP, we had representatives of DP, we had representatives of NRM, and they also discussed and shared with us their lived experiences and realities as they pertain on the ground. And then we of course had reflections from you and some questions. After lunch, we had a second keynote presentation on breaking through the barriers. The question was, is it mentorship or patronage, the intergenerational dialogue conversation, which was led by the Honorable Rosemary Ross Namayanja, and who is the Deputy Secretary General of the NRM Party. And she shared very interesting challenges that she went through from nothing to where she has, gone against all odds in life, against all the challenges in life to be where she is, rising through the ranks. And she shared with us her values that made her what she is, a number of things, the roadblocks that you have to jump as a young person, including sometimes not listening to someone who will bring you down. You all recall the reference to the lady friend who was trying to put her hand down, that don't ask a question, don't talk in public, you are a nobody. That was all to share with you her experiences in order to mentor you as well. And that was followed by the discussion where we had Matanda Abubekar, Honorable Nyamutoro, Julia Muhumuza, Dennis Ouma, and Honorable Ebil Fred, sharing their own experiences and how life can be overcome. And then we ended, that's where we ended, and we ended on a note which was quite positive, that the young people need to have mentorship done. And the discussion was around, is it mentorship or role modeling that is important? I think we agreed that in the different conversations that those are just semantics. What is important is to pick on the good values that you see in some of the leaders around you, and ensure that you not really be used or use them, as it were, but to take advantage of the prevailing situation and opportunities, and ensure that you use it for scaling the ladders. Now, today is day 2, and I want us to I'm going to shortly invite Tricia to come and lead us in a new through a new topic that we are going to start with. But we thought it would be important to pick up some 2-3 thoughts on yesterday and use that to start our day. So I'm going to request some hands, general overview of what your perception was about yesterday and the discussions we had, how you viewed it, your perspectives. I can have like even 5 we can do if you don't delay on the microphone, to just start us off. What your thoughts are. This is not a lecture. The symposium is not a lecture arrangement. It is a dialogue, it is a discussion, it is a conversation, if you like. So full participation is fully promoted here. The gentleman in a flagged shirt, were you raising your hand or just stretching?
There is someone over here.
You raising your hand where? The gentleman was actually raising his hand. I saw his hand first here. Let's start with him, and then we go to the gentleman in a black jacket after.
Yes, thank you. My name is Akina Mama from the Youth Council of Gulu City. I want to bring up my perception, my thoughts of yesterday's symposium, basically around breaking the barriers. How I analyzed it and understood it in my own ways, that it basically depends on the environment you are thriving in, that determines how you can tackle the barriers. And what I've realized is, it is true that the young people have similar challenges, but the challenges look similar, but they have different vocabularies depending on the environments you come from. So it's just upon you to see it the way, it's how you see it that makes you tackle the barriers always. Because a person like me who comes from Gulu City, I believe Gulu City have challenges that might have the same name, but how it can be handled is different. Shortly, I want to narrate, like, we have street kids in Kampala, we have street kids in Gulu. They are all called street kids, but their background, the background of street kids in Gulu, the difference is street kids in Gulu have homes where they come from, but street kids in Kampala, majorly they don't have homes, they just stay in the streets. So the names are street kids, but basically if you look down, they have different formalities. So breaking the barriers depends on the environment you are thriving in. So you have to study the environment very well to thrive and break those barriers. Those were my perception for yesterday's things. Thank you.
That's a good one, and I like the analogy of the street kids. You have given me a new thinking about them. Some have homes, some don't, but they are all street kids. A very interesting one indeed. There was the gentleman in a jacket first. I'm not seeing a lady's hand. I'm not seeing ladies' hands, only men. And please, ladies, don't raise your hand to just thank me. Please make a serious point. The gentleman in a jacket, yes?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning. Good morning. Okay, my name is Julius Dumba. I'm the UID chairperson of Kampala district. I can hear hands of UID. Okay, let me start off on a soft note. Yesterday, when I was online, people were complaining about the moderator. That this is a youth symposium. So Uncle Charles, people were complaining about the age. I told them maybe we are in the mentorship.
I like your defense.
Yeah, but that aside, yesterday we talked about commercialization of politics. And I think Honorable Ebil talked about passing a bill in Parliament, reducing or removing the nomination fees. But I want to call upon Honorable Lusa and our sponsor organizations. I think we need to tackle it from a different angle also of sensitization. Because if we don't change the mindset...
Sensitization of who?
I'm coming. We need to sensitize the masses, the voters, because these are the people who receive those tokens, those penny. They are the ones who ask. If we can sensitize them and we change their mindset, we can kick off from that point of view so that they own their country, so that they love their country. Because through that, when we teach them that when you ask for something, you're not going to get a good leader, but instead you're going to get an investor who invested to get back the profits. I thank you. Julius Dumba is my name.
Thank you very much, Julius. That's a very good one. Sensitization of the voters. There was, let's get a lady here. And then there is a gentleman here on this table. And then a lady at the back.
Thank you very much. My name is Bernadette Businge, the Deputy Secretary for National DP Women's League. I am from Kasese District. A recap of yesterday's discussion. I realized that mentorship begins with discovering yourself. No one will grab you from your own bed to start mentoring you. As young people, we need to put our potentials alive. We need to be strong, awake. So as we now look for mentors who are mentoring us, adding on the God-given potentials of discovering our potentials as in leadership, as leadership is concerned. Another thing was about the barriers, using barriers to make them opportunities. Someone was saying, use me, I use you. However, on another hand, it could be a challenging matter, especially to us, the young people. Most likely, most especially us, the female. Someone will want to mentor you. On another hand, is possibly with a view of abusing you sexually. Sexual harassment is always common when we try to push ourselves looking for mentors. I think as we were discussing, we left that one, not bring it on the surface, whereby most of our mentors are eyeing us, looking into how they will use us. Yes, and it may not necessarily be the main mentors, but also the females, maybe in a position to mentor the boys, and you find everything. You find someone who was once a young leader, trying to look for them in the above youth. You fail to track where they are. I think mentorship, I thank the mentorship programs, especially Akina Mama. Viva, long live Akina Mama. You are awakening our potentials. We are finding ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bernadette from Kasese, for that. I agree with you. And by the way, you realize that she is reminding us of something we forgot yesterday. Many of the presenters and discussants did not in detail tackle many of the presenters did not tackle the issue, the challenge that young women in politics go through of sexual harassment. We dwelt on mentorship. I think it is something that today's presenters should try to share, as much as possible. And where possible, in an honest and more candid way, tell the young people how to really overcome that challenge. I think, thank you very much, Bernadette, for, let's have this very fast. Now, can I take a question? Because some of our guests have arrived that we are expecting, so that we start on our program. Allow me to quickly recognize and welcome Councillor Rubongoya Lewis. You have already clapped very well, meaning that you know him, right? You know him? The answer is not very proper. You know him. But why are you saying you know him with the DP hand? With the DP sign? You share signs? Okay, Councillor Rubongoya is the Secretary General of the of NUP, and Councillor, you're most welcome. We have been expecting you, and we are shortly going to invite you to make your presentation to the young people. Let's have this, and the lady. There was a lady's hand at the back. Let's have now only those. The rest I will come to you. Thank you very much for showing enthusiasm. I will come to you later when I'm taking more questions and comments.
Oh, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Wilson Oto. You can call me Ene. I want to begin from this point, that my brother Odongto, you are still very youthful. And that you are the right moderator, and you have been taking us very well. I am very grateful. On reflection of what happened yesterday, especially on barriers and mentorship, this is my reflection. What I got was that everything begins by your own inspiration. What you envision and what you see, what you believe in, attracts the kind of mentor to guide you through. It will mean, therefore, that as young leaders and as youth of the country, we must define our vision and what we want to achieve. At individual level, you must know what is it that you believe in. What is it that inspires you? That determines what kind of mentor. And how you take it, how you act upon your vision, determines who should come and support you. So we do not necessarily have to identify that, okay, Chris, who is the Secretary General of NUP, is supposed to be my mentor. You should attract the people to mentor you by what you do and by your actions. This therefore means, as an individual or as a youth leader, you should sit, sleep, but keep seeing. And that will attract the kind of mentor you need. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. So you mean there is no still time to sleep? Keep watching. Give the microphone here. Yes, let's have that as a final.
Thank you so much. What stood out for me yesterday was the question of, it's not about the seat on the table, but can you utilize the seat on the table? Most of us, I think we have the seat on the table, but we are not utilizing it. Frank Roos has said that the biggest resource a country has, it's its people, it's the human resource. But what is the quality of that human resource? As young people, we have the spaces, but our quality to bring what is needed on the table is really lacking. So I urge you to self-reflect. How are you investing in yourself as a leader? I remember they invited us somewhere to talk about a certain bill. They sent that bill to us. We reached there, young people hadn't read the bill, and you're here to debate about a bill you did not read. So, my advice to all of us is let us invest in ourselves. Let us read. Let us do what is needed, that when we come to these tables, we are able to bring quality. We are able to bring quality things on the table. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and what a way to sum that up. For now, ladies and gentlemen, those perspectives have been captured, and they will form part of the records of the discussions. Now I want to shift gears and invite Council Lewis Rubongoya to come and share with us his perspectives to barriers to youth participation, and listen to him very carefully. He's going to share with us his own experiences, how to overcome the barriers to youth participation in politics, which is closely linked to the theme of the symposium. And his discussion will then roll us into the sharing that will be led by Tricia after Rubongoya's presentation. Council, you're most welcome. Let's put our hands together to welcome him.
Thank you so much, Charles. A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. I don't mind which party I belong to. If you believe that you have the power, it is okay for you to say our power when I say people power. People power. Very good. Glad to see you, Frank, and all of you, NIMD, for organizing this important forum. I've been asked to talk about youth participation and the barriers to youth participation in politics. My name is David Lewis Rubongoya, and I'm the Secretary General of the National Unity Platform. As you all know, the National Unity Platform is really about bringing young people on the table and to see that they participate in decision making and in politics generally. And from my own experience, I've been involved in leadership right from primary school, secondary school. At the University in Makerere, I was a guild speaker. I also used to run an organization for young leaders in the Great Lakes region. One time I decided that I wanted to run for IALA. At the time I belonged to NRM. And of course, you know what happens in those kinds of engagements. And that's where I will begin from, because when I tried to participate in that election, you found that the minimum amount of money you needed to run in such an election was maybe 150 million shillings. So where is a young person expected to get this money from? I was just coming from university. I said, you know what, because I believe in integration, of course not the way NRM talks about integration, but we as NEP believe so much in integration, which brings together the people, the people of East Africa and the people of Africa, not just the leaders and that kind of thing. But when I set my foot forward and wanted to participate in this election, one of the things I realized was that politics in Uganda has been highly monetized. And so as young people, you find that you have a very big challenge. If you're going to run in an election against an incumbent, you need to, I don't know, get so much money to be able to participate in these kinds of elections. So to cut the long story short, I remember when I was participating in that particular election, people were asking a group of members of parliament, telling you you want to meet the Lango parliamentary team or the Acholi parliamentary team or the Ankole parliamentary team, and the expectation was huge. You need to, to be able to go with lots of money to be able to participate meaningfully. The other challenge, of course, is violence in our context in Uganda. When we talk about youth participation, I don't want us to only think about you, comrades who are here, the leaders who are able to, be in these hotels and all that. I want you to think about the border riders out there who are youth, who are young people, and think about the kind of election we had. Up to now, as I speak, we still have many of our young people who are missing simply because they were participating in politics. They decided to come forward and support a particular presidential candidate. And for that, they were abducted or arrested. And unfortunately, this happens every other day. Just last night, a young man who has been missing for about 27 days, we were told he was produced before the court-martial and taken away to Chitalia. Why? Because he was found with a red beret. I was looking for one, unfortunately I forgot it somewhere. The red berets which you put on every day, you find that young people are being picked up for putting on these. So this is a conversation I expect young leaders from all over the country to discuss. Why should we be in a country where a young person is picked up simply because of mobilizing for a political party, simply for putting on the colors of a political party, simply for, exercising their right? And when you hear what these young people go through when they are taken into these torture chambers, for lack of a better word, it is sickening. Just to have an NUP t-shirt or anything like that, you find that the kinds of questions they're asking you are really, really sad. The other challenge, of course, the other barrier to participation of young people in politics in Uganda is the levels of illiteracy in this our country. You know how many people begin primary school and cannot finish P7? Very many, in millions if you count between 2005 up to 2022. The statistics are very, very scary. And the qualifications you need to participate at different levels. The councils are held in English. So people always find that they even lack the confidence to participate simply because they cannot effectively communicate, and that's a very big challenge that we have. It goes without saying that discrimination is a very serious factor, and chauvinism, which NUP seeks to really, really fight by all means. And women understand this very well, the challenges which women in this our country go through in trying to come up, in trying to participate. You've heard, and I'm very glad to see Honorable Adeke here. She will probably talk about these issues later on. The challenges which women go through to be able to rise to the top, the way our political parties are structured, and that is one thing that NUP is striving so hard to break. Say that a member of a political party does not need to sleep with somebody in order for them to get a ticket to run for office. A young lady does not have to, first come and please somebody in a certain way for them to be able to rise to the top. So that is something that you guys need to talk about, to end discrimination based on gender, based on all these other factors. Of course, youth, the young people are often discriminated against simply because they are young people. But for me, the challenge to you, all of you, is let's think about our country, let's love our country, let's put these differences aside and confront the big elephant in the room. We all want to have a country where we can effectively participate. For me, this conversation would be very, very interesting. I mean, I don't mind sitting with leaders from whichever political party and we discuss. But the problem is, if we are seated here, and I don't know where the supporters of NRM are, but if you are here and you support NRM, and we leave the room, this place here, and the NUP person, nebamukwata jeke, or NRM nebamuleka n'agenda, that's wrong, and we should condemn that. You know, that's the biggest barrier that I see here you know, you guys, you saw what happened a few weeks back, that when people said, for us, we support NRM, we want to go and protest in support of ECOP, they were mobilized and even given a police car to go ahead of them. But the following day, when students of Makerere decided to come out and protest in support of the resolutions of the EU, you know what happened to them. Immediately arrested, taken to Chitalia, and they were just bailed out the other day. So why do we have double standards? And why should we, the young people, support those double standards? I want to challenge you, if you're here and you support NRM, please fight for an equal space. If you're here, I don't care which political party you belong to, because tomorrow when NUP is in power, you do not want to be treated in that way. You also want to be allowed to participate. You also want to be able to protest peacefully and unarmed and go back home without anybody looking for you. You also want to belong, because this is our country. And the challenges which affect us affect all of us. When you go to Mulago and there's no doctor to attend to you, it doesn't matter whether you support NRM. When the prices were, you know, shooting higher and higher, it didn't matter which political party you belong to. So the future belongs to all of us. The future belongs to the young people of Uganda, and I'm very delighted to be here. I bring you greetings from my president, the Honorable Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Robert, who is not in the country at the moment, but his cause and our cause is to ensure that there is an equal space for all of us to participate. Guys, I found someone here encouraging you to read. I encourage you to read. I encourage you to go on and excel and try to better your best in every field that you're in. I encourage you to get the Constitution of Uganda and read it. And see, it has been adulterated in many ways, but at least read chapter 4, article 28, 29, about how you should be treated, for example, if you're brought before a court of law. And so, while I am preaching to the converted, the supporters of NUP were here, FDC, I don't know where the DPs fall at this particular point, but I also believe that they are, General Museveni said they are good DP. I believe they are good DP in the context of the struggle, like Mama over there and others. So I want to believe that all of us should condemn what is wrong and support what is right. The barriers to participation in Uganda are well known. The biggest problem we have is that we have people who rule over us who think that they should be the only ones to really have space. During the elections, you saw what was happening. Our presidential candidate being picked off radio stations. Young people, you know, being blocked because they were supporting a particular political party. We had a young man who was running for youth MP, actually, Central. And you know what happened to him? Our candidate for Eastern region was abducted and taken away for days, and the guy was not able to nominate. So what are you talking about? So whether you're NRM, whether you're which political party, I think what we should do is to fight for a space where everyone can come on the table and debate the future of our country. I thank you so much and look forward to a few questions.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Trisha Gloria Navae. Before we have any reactions from Mr. Frank Cruiser, I want to recognize the presence right now. Honorable Doreen Nyanjura is just getting in, Deputy Mayor, Lord Mayor of Kampala. And then we have Honorable Fiona Nyamtoro, who was also with us here yesterday, present today. And we have also Honorable Anne Adeke, MP Soroti, present here today. Yeah, so you've had the keynote from Mr. Ravionga, and we want to have Mr. Frank Rusa respond to his keynote, and then we'll go into the World Cafe. Frank, thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know if it is to respond, but I just thought the Secretary General of NUP has raised very pertinent things that are important. The Honorable Louis Rubongoya of NUP and Honorable Nyanjura and the other dignitaries who have just come, you're most welcome. We are glad to have you here. We have had a very nice, yesterday was very, very interesting. And I think that the issues that Louis has presented build on what we discussed yesterday. And it would be unfortunate for us just to jump over without having some discussion around them. I want to say that in this room we have youth leaders from all the political parties represented in the parliament. We have got the National Youth Council here. We have got members of the international community represented. We have many people following us online. We have the Multiparty Youth Platform and many other people. The thinking behind this National Youth Symposium has been to make an honest diagnosis of the true problems affecting youth participation in politics. And I am glad, we the organizers are very glad that you all accepted to come to tackle this very difficult topic. We were worried at one point that we are not having enough of NUP in the room because NUP seems to be a party at the forefront of this struggle. When they are complaining about people in jail, people being beaten, this NUP is a big, big stakeholder in this conversation, and we are glad that none other than the Secretary General is here. I think that we all need to agree that when there is violence against any segment of our society, it is violence against all of us. And I also think that we can interrogate the causes of this violence and try to find solutions together. Yesterday I told you in my keynote address that one of the most inspirational things that I have grown to learn was the attitude adopted by the great Nelson Mandela when he left jail in the 90s after 27 grueling years of massive injustice, not only to him as a person, but also to his people. But when Nelson Mandela was coming out, when clearly the tide was on his side, the numbers were on his side, it was obvious that the apartheid regime was going to collapse, and therefore he was going to have his day of revenge or day to show justice to his tormentors. He was more interested in working together with everybody else to craft the South Africa that shall afford those who will come after him an opportunity not to suffer the injustices he suffered. That level of leadership of saying we do not have to agree with you to converse with you, because what is at stake is about our country. I told you yesterday, in the absence of Secretary General, well, you were not here yesterday, I told them that one of my saddest feelings lately of my career is the fact that we are finding it difficult now to have a conversation because of the continuous polarizations and pressures that are going on. And I was encouraging those who are in the room to say that maybe we need to take the difficult decision to come to the table and let the Ugandan public and history judge the whole situation, as opposed to saying no. I understand what you mean, that how can we be in a room like this and then after the meeting the NUP person is Nebamugomba Jake as the others are walking away. That is of course not right. But can't we collectively speak against it? Is it just a NUP matter? Isn't it a Ugandan matter? Is it a Ugandan matter? Answer me, is it an NUP matter or a Ugandan matter? So shouldn't we discuss it here? Because freedom for everybody is freedom for us all. So me, I think that these points that are raised, the spirit of this symposium is not just to tick the box. That to periodically meet and tick the box that we have made and talked democracy and taken some good pictures and walked back home. I think we should all agree that the problems that affect young people from all political party colors and persuasions are similar. And it is true that when election time comes, you can vote for whoever you want to vote for, and may the best take the day. But on our journey to that day, we are still Ugandans, and after that election, we shall continue to be Ugandans. But let us stick together as we try to find solutions to these common problems. I want to say that the points that have been raised by the Honorable Louis Ruvongoya are pertinent, and I want to also use this opportunity to tell you a small story as I conclude, because I thought this was important. At the end of the last election, you all remember had one of the most difficult elections. But at the end of that election, we didn't know what to do. Because for us as the iPod Secretariat, ours is to facilitate conversations, not to take sides. But there was a very glaring situation that was in the country. And then we wondered, what do we do? Then internally we said, I need to start talking to some of these leaders. And I walked over and spoke to the president of, some of the presidents of the political parties. And I said, why don't we have a conversation about especially the arrests that are going on in the country? The current Minister of Justice today was then not a minister, he was the president of DP. And in that spirit, we organized the summit of presidents that happened in Kololo in March 5th, 2021. I can tell you that summit had a one-issue agenda. The question was, why are young people being arrested? Why are people in jail? I remember the Honorable Norbert Mao passionately talking about the case of Nubian Lee, saying that this man is just a singer who's supporting a particular candidate. But the man is in jail, and his kids can't understand why. And that conversation led to a query of, so who else and what should be done, at least to speed up their prosecution, whatever it is. I know many people are still in jail, but I know that conversation led to the release of about 58. And the media did not comment a lot about it. Two wrongs do not make a right. We think even the others should require a speedy trial. But what am I trying to raise is that there was some dividend that came out of that conversation. Maybe not enough, but something came out of it. I want to use this opportunity to just speak to especially the young people that whether you like it or not, the future belongs to you. And you have to plant the seeds now that shall give you the harvest of the Uganda that you desire. The question of respect, tolerance, coexistence, magnanimity, and sometimes humility is important. President Museveni and the NRM have a dominant political party. They have the numbers in parliament, they have the numbers in local government. They could also choose to say we are not going to come for any dialogue. Because what do we lose? We have the numbers, the people voted for us, we are in parliament, but then say But I'm glad they also still come to the table. So, this is all voluntary, but I'd like to use this opportunity to say that the points that NUP Secretary General has raised are not points of NUP, they're points of Uganda. We all feel them, and we all hope that we can work together to find solutions that shall work for all of us. This is one attempt from the youth side. Many other attempts should continue. There's a talk of a national dialogue, there's a talk of other things going on, but the case of getting Uganda safe for all is a case for all of us, and I thank you very much, Honorable Secretary General, for raising those issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Frank Krusa. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite you to the World Cafe. Where you're seated today, there is a question in front of you that speaks to narratives of women's political participation. But to begin this conversation, let me give you a preamble to the realities that we stand with. Yesterday, Mr. Frank Krusa asked us a question: what shall it take? And how can we get the young people fired up to work for the Uganda that works for us? As the Secretary General was giving his remarks, he also intimated and said part of the problem might be that there is money that we need, but also there are men, and they called them the chauvinists. But I also want to add the media. And so we have three stakeholders in women's political participation that we need to interrogate, and rightly so. We have the media that helps us shape the narrative around women's political participation. We have money politics that has continued to malign and malign the conversation around how women can then solicit money and be able to run for office. And we also have men, the majority of the stakeholders of this country. And while the feminists call it the patriarchy, Secretary General called it chauvinism. It is same. The mirror looks the same. It barks like a dog. It really is a dog. And so when we go into this World Cafe, I have questions for you. But what do the statistics say on women's political participation? 33.3% is the number that we have of women in parliament. And 30% is the affirmative action seats. And so when we speak about how much women are represented, it's almost as if there was no affirmative action, we wouldn't have women on that table. 43.3% of cabinet representation are women, and it just jumped from 28% in the previous 5 years. And so when we speak today, the realities are there are few women in this political participation and in leadership positions. In Parliament, in the 11th Parliament, there was conversation around gender parity to have 50-50. Why don't we have 50% women and 50% men? Because rightly so, women make half of the population, not so? So the elephant in the room is what I want you to help me digest. Cut it for me so that I can be able to understand. I have the questions and I have put them to you. You have the collective knowledge to be able to answer these questions. So in the World Cafe, we need to sit as leaders, because some of you are political leaders, some of you are councillors, youth representatives, but to sit and focus on what matters and help us answer the question on your table. And then contribute each other's thinking. You can all decide to, find the common ground areas that you have as leaders in what we can do to enhance women leadership. But then also I want us to connect the ideas. What's bubbling over? What can we address as a youth in answering Mr. Frank Krusa's question, what shall it take? And so I invite you in your tables to interrogate the questions on your tables. Each table has one question. But in doing that, choose one host who will help us connect this conversation. And in the next 15 minutes, we will shift to another table and interrogate the question on that table and then reconvene within the room to find out what are the sticking points, what are the bubbling points, what is the common ground that we have, and what answers can we take forward. I am hoping that you have a democracy, because we are a democracy, so they say, to choose one host for the table who will represent your ideas. Thank you very much. I'll be going through to see how we can have it work. There's a team of people providing markers so that you can write down your ideas. At the mark of 10, we will shift to another question. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to stand and leave the hosts of the table and go to the next table. Stand and go to the next table and have the next conversation. Go to the next table and have the next conversation for the next 10 minutes, and then we'll have our keynote. Ladies. I want to call this exercise to an end. I hope we've harvested as many ideas. Please, you can go back to your respective seats. And yeah, we are going to go into harvesting these ideas. The microphone is going to be passing through. And then right after that, we'll have Honorable Anna Deke's keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm calling the House back to order. Go table by table and tell them to get back. Let's get back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back, let's get back. Let's get back and harvest the ideas within the conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get back. Let's get back to our tables. All right. Where is the microphone? Someone has a microphone. A lady has a microphone. So we are going on question 1. What were the key ideas that bubbled over? We'll have a group that tackled question 1. Share. Please get back to your respective seats. On question 1, on women leadership. There is a microphone going around. On women leadership, what ideas popped up?
So let's just wait for them to settle and then we'll start from the people answering the first question. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll take a few hands to interrogate the different questions that we had on our perception on women leadership. Is there anyone with an idea of what's sticking or bubbling point we could take home from that conversation? What does that mean when you think about women leadership? By show of hands, there is a microphone there. There is a lady there in mint. Yes, Beatrice?
Thank you. My name is Beatrice once again. And on my table, we discovered that first of all, women leadership has come a long way. So we think that's a positive. We also think that women leadership has put women in better spaces than they would never have been. But also we discovered that women leadership is tapping into a potential that for many years we have ignored and kept in kitchens and into nursing babies, and that's what we thought it should always be. So now we've discovered that women leadership is a worthy investment for the whole world. Why? Because when we've put women into power, we've seen a lot of progress. We've seen a lot of responsibility. We've seen a lot of good governance. And so that is something that as the world, as a country, we need to invest in. For the many young women who are afraid to take on leadership, there should be mentorship spaces. There should be safe spaces for them to feel like, I want to be a leader, and someone will hold my hand and see me through to that journey.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Beatrice. And even on the sidelines, we were having a conversation, and a friend of mine was saying, oh, the ideal should be that a woman should be married, and then she should have children, and should be a better leader. And so the question was, does my unmarriedness make me a less better leader than the other woman that is married? Maybe let's also then go into feminism. what perceptions on feminism we're brewing over. There is a hand there. I'm glad it's the women that are talking.
Thank you very much. My name is Bernadette Businge. The perceptions about feminism are that a woman is meant to be in a comfort zone whereby economically she is supposed to be in gardens and preparing children and so on. And also this woman would be even doing better. However, the perceptions are also on the political aspects that bigger positions are reserved for men. Even women themselves think that being a chairperson, you must be a man. That's why even if you go to a function, even if the female is moderating, someone will say chairman, because that is the perception that every high position, every high rank, there should be a man, which is a kind of negative. Then also in academics, we still have thinking, the perception still is that the hard, maybe tough courses should be done by men. They are reserved for men. You cannot be, sometimes back, the perception would be, being a doctor, you must be a man.
Yeah.
So these are perceptions, and also culturally, there is a saying that a heir should be a man. You cannot inherit either your daddy's property or you cannot be heir. Those are the perceptions. And also around our table, we realize that even businesses are handled by men.
Yeah,
all resources
thank you very
are
much.
handled by, in charge of a man's hand.
Yeah.
So we still call upon the perceptions to change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe to understand feminism, you need to understand the patriarchy. And if we are living in a patriarchal system, then we need to interrogate what that means. That means male dominance. And so if we are dealing with male dominance in society, what then does feminism speak to? I want to go to 3 because I want to have the keynote from Anne. Why do we have so few women in political office, and what consequences could that represent? Is there any bubbling idea on that? Okay, I'll take a gentleman. Let me be nice. Affirmative action.
Thank you very much, and very good morning to you all. My name is Boyondo Henry from the FDC, and we discussed quite an interesting question here.
I hope you're dealing with question 3.
No, I'm just going to respond to the issue of feminism and so on. Now,
in 1 minute.
We have the vice president, female, the prime minister, female, the speaker, female.
Oh,
I don't know really, as we are fighting for women's rights and for them taking positions of leadership. When they take those positions of leadership, do they really wield the power to make the decisions that they should be making?
I'm going to stop you there for a bit because that is preempting question 5. So I'll have someone answer question 3. Why do we have so few women in politics? I have a hand there. Why do we have so few women in politics, and what consequences would that represent? Yes?
Thank you very much. My name is Gonza Jonathan, and I'm blessed that my table handled question 3. And the consequences we have from having few women in the political space. One was there is inadequate gender inclusivity in decision making. Since there are so many men in the political offices, and most decisions are patriarchal, they favor the males. Then we also noticed there is gender insensitive policies and programming that has been carried on all along since it has been cultural from the beginning. This has led to the breeding of gender-based violence, because women at times come up to fight for their space. Yeah. It has led to the breeding of toxic radical feminism, because women are fighting hard to come on the table to occupy their space. And I also noticed it has led to poor service delivery. When you look at in the sexual space, that men are provided free condoms, but our girls can't be given free pads, and yet theirs is not a choice. But for the men it's a choice, for the women it's not, but men are considered and women are not. And all this patriarchal society has led to disinterest in politics among our female gender. Thank you very much.
And that is a very critical question for us to interrogate. If we can have free condoms, why can't we have free pads? I want to then come back to question 5. Does holding political office always translate to having political power? I don't know, are there any bubbling thoughts when it comes to that? I think I can come back to you then, because that's a question you dealt with. Does holding political office always translates to having political power?
Thank you very much. It's two-way. It's a two-way question. To a larger extent in this country, at this stage, me and colleagues say holding political office does not translate to having political power. And really, we made arguments here. One of them being the recent happening where the parliament headed by the speaker made a decision that Nyege Nyege should not happen. The decision was overridden by the prime minister. Now the question is really who holds the power, because these are two arms that are clashing, parliament being a representation of the entire country and the executive also being a representative of their country. We could say they are both exercising political power. But then who holds a higher say?
I want you to go back to the question, does holding political power always translate in, does holding political office always translate in having political power?
It's exactly what I'm explaining. Now, maybe where I can guide, what is political office anyway and what is political power? Who holds the power? Political office comes as a result of elections or appointment. Now, the vice president has been complaining of being ceremonial. Is her work as the vice president supposed to be only when she attends the ceremonies to read out a letter on behalf of the president? Or she holds power to say, no, let us have the girls of northern Uganda have sanitary pads in their schools? Does she have the power? She does not have the power. I could say she's ceremonial.
All right, thank you very much. Maybe just to guide, this is streaming live, and the people on the live are saying there is so much echoing in the background, and so they can't hear the views within the room. And so I want to go to question 6. I want to deal with question 6 and question 7 together. What is your hope and aspiration for young women leadership? There was a hand there. There was a lady there that had her hand up. There is a gentleman here. And what possible pathways can we employ? And right after that, we'll have Honorable Anna Deke give her keynote, and then break for break tea.
I think I wanted to tackle something different, but I would respond to that according to what came up. The aspirations of young women in leadership. Someone said women in leadership has come a long way. We are in a patriarchal society, and that's not about to change anytime soon. But we've seen women who have been rising through the leadership ladders, and they have influenced policies, they have influenced decisions, they are doing great. So my aspiration is about mentorship. Those who are already there, who are they mentoring, that when they are no longer young women, these people are going to take over and effectively deliver beyond what these people have done. So it goes back to mentorship, making the information available for young women to access and know what's going on. There could be many young women who do not know that women are the majority in the Ugandan population. There could be young women who would like to take up young women leadership, but they do not know what bills are available, how can they come in, where do they start from. So my aspiration is to see proper mentorship.
Yeah, thank you very much. And your neighbor dealt, I'm going to come to you, gentlemen, and your neighbor dealt with that very question, so you give the microphone to her so she can tell us. And I love that you speak about intergenerational solidarity and how we can benchmark from the older generation with the younger people so that we can have better women leadership. Please go ahead.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Charity. I'm the Deputy Speaker, Uganda National Student Association. Our question is concerning the pathways of enabling young women to participate in politics and decision making. Without empowerment, like she said, then you're nowhere. We need to empower young women, make sure they know where they're going and what they are looking for there, so that we don't have mere presentation, we have genuine representation. If someone is in a position, she takes effect of that position to influence decision making. Also, we realize that these young women, sometimes they don't know the policies and laws that enable them to participate in politics. Can we make the information flow proper for them to know what is taking place and where they can fall and what they can do there? We realize that we need advocacy. Can we advocate for them so that they see us going and they follow that trend? We realize also that there is reframing the legal framework of affirmative action. We have old women who have stood for these positions and they're not leaving them for the young people. If you contest for the membership, for the woman member of parliament position, they will ask you, are you married? What do you have? Do you have the money? And those are questions that stop young people or young women from participating in politics. Can we create age limits? Can we put term limits so that young women take up those positions that old women are taking up or having up now? Agawa Charity, my name.
And lastly, this gentleman at the front, and then we'll close the cafe and have Honorable Anna Deke give her keynote and then break for tea. Him.
Well, thank you so much. For me, goes back to two things: poverty in the families and educating young girls. So if we can economically empower family units and have these mothers send their girls as equally to sending boys, because usually in poor families, they will opt to send boys to school at the expense of the girls. So if we can empower the family unit such that both parents send both sexes to school, then young girls can also get that opportunity to get to school, get educated, conscientize themselves, and then they're able to get to these platforms of being able to advocate for leadership and things like that. So then secondly, it goes back again now to what that has been reoccurring. We need to read, we need to break down barriers, we need to break down doors, we need to put ourselves in spaces where we need to, where we think we need to be. So no one is going to open a door for you. Although there are going to be quotas and things like that, that is an advantage. But then again, how is your self-leadership like? Are you going to have that self-leadership, to take yourself to some of those positions and prove that you are indeed need to be there? So I think that is the hope. Let us have that personal leadership as young people, especially as young girls, and then let us be able to aggressively seek out for that is already ours, or that we need to have. Thank you so much.
Very much. Thank you very much for participating in the World Cafe method. It's quite challenging when you're having a bigger group, but I'm very happy that you interrogated these questions to the best of the knowledge that is within the room. And to help us, wind down or make a summation of our deliberations, I'm going to invite Honorable Anna Deke, who for particular reasons, I am very glad she's the one giving this particular keynote. My first encounter with Anne was when she was running for Guild presidency. It was quite formidable to have a woman at the helm of the Makerere University. And now she's here as an MP sorority. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the honor to be here before you. My keynote address this morning is about the pathways for creating an enabling environment for young women's participation and leadership in politics. So I believe I've been properly introduced to you. I bring you greetings from the Forum for Democratic Change, my political party. Where I am the deputy president. And this morning, I'll be speaking about the pathways for creating an enabling environment for young women's participation and leadership in politics. So, young women, who are young women? We could maybe properly define young women by virtue of the age bracket within which they fall. Maybe 18 to 30, 35 years of age. It's important for us to also ask ourselves, why do young women want to join politics? I know that many of them have the desire to serve their communities and become change agents in their communities. Many of them have the desire to fix the glaring gaps that exist in the leadership of our country. And also, many of them bear the confidence of their electorates who ask them to go and run for office, to represent them, to represent their ideas. So women's participation in leadership and in politics is critical to the promotion of gender equality and democracy. It assures us of more inclusive decision-making, assures us of the diversity of voices heard on the tables of decision-making, and ensures that we as a community have different solutions and policies that can impact on everyone's life. So participation of women in politics has globally been a challenge, and so much more in the global south. Uganda may be said to have made strides towards achieving a nearly admirable position in as far as women's participation is concerned, in comparison to many other countries. The biggest assurance being that some or most or all actually of the positions are posited in the law, of the enabling factors are posited in the law, in the grand norm, in our constitution, and in other subsidiary legislation. So, however, the gender gaps that exist in politics cannot be overly emphasized. And as we consider the pathways that we can use to create a more enabling environment for young women's participation, I find it very necessary for us to examine the inhibitions that exist first towards their participation. And in my own opinion, most of it rotates around patriarchy. Number one, the inability of young women to access and control resources. We all know that the factors of production are majorly in the hands of men. One of my favorite professors, Dr. Sylvia Tamale, has written extensively about the contradictions that African women face in this era of globalization, which has developed into a form of political consciousness in that the most important resource that women possess in the chain of production is their labor. And their labor is exploited by the patriarchal state. We have examples of unpaid care work. Land as a major driver of production is largely not in the hands of women. About 7% of women are registered landowners in our country. A young female is therefore very unlikely to have ownership or access to major resources which would support their political bids. And this is relevant because we are all aware about the increased commercialization of politics. Young women are edged out in the process before they even begin. NIMD, which is a major partner for this conference, this symposium, did a research in 2016 and averagely put the cost of getting a party ticket at 450 million for an individual. So how many young people in this room can access 400 million only? Not many. So it definitely edges women out. So we have a very absurd reality that women cannot access factors of production, they cannot access resources. Politics is very, very commercialized. And for young women, the case is so much worse. So that edges them out. Then the domestication of women's existence is also another factor to consider. So much that patriarchy has defined women within the confines of marriage, childbearing, and caring for the family. Women and girls, especially girls, are viewed in these lenses, and they are raised and socialized within these confines. They are brought up to fit in these confines. And on the other hand, men are shaped for the public space. They are told to be brave and to be bold, to confront. And women are told to be soft-spoken, to look down, to be shy. Very, very regrettable attributes. Of course, women are biologically different from men, but our biological differences should not be used to justify gender constructions. So women have internalized this ideology so much that it informs their self-identity and therefore informs society's expectation of them. Many young women may not necessarily tick all these boxes, and so they find it difficult to break through. And these attitudes towards them relegate them to second-class citizens whose identity depends on maybe male relatives. My own experience is even after 5 years of representing young people in Parliament, going to offer myself in Sorority District, I had to depend very much on the patronage of a male figure in order for me to be accepted. And many young women here will face the same challenges. It didn't matter that I had a Master of Laws degree. It didn't matter that I was an advocate. It didn't matter that I had 5 years experience on me as a legislator. When I went to present myself in sorority, the questions were, so where is the man who stands beside you? So I found myself constantly having to depend on the patronage of a man, and at that moment, my father's patronage. So many young women run into these very unfortunate, actually all young women do, situations. And then most importantly also is the violent nature of our politics. The threat, the consistent threat that we face to our physical bodies as women, and young women especially, being victims of sexual violence. It's my own considered view that with a military dictatorship like the one we have, it's impossible for us to assure ourselves of our personal safety. Our politics is bridled with violence, and we don't have to cite many examples from way far. Just recently, what's presently happening, women activists being arrested, and the manner in which they're arrested. Clothes ripped apart, breasts pulled and pinched, subjected to inhuman acts like rape and sexual violence towards them. All these things are the realities that we confront in the political spaces, and it makes it impossible for young women to stay in these spaces because you're increasingly facing this threat, especially activists and young women politicians. Young women politicians are prey to, these sexual predators who are so many in political parties and in every structure that you interact with. There will always be a sexual predator. And I know that the young women in this room have faced sexual harassment so terribly. I faced it right from the time I was in Makerere. I faced it when I was in Parliament. I still face it today. So, as a young woman who is unknowledgeable about what to do and how to navigate these situations, it becomes very risky and has phased out many girls out of this space because it's the potential threat is very high. And when you look at how women are objectified, it increases their threat to, being victims of sexual violence and physical violence. We have notable leaders tweeting about, and Facebook, and, writing all over social media about women, how they look. That consistent objectification of young women is what makes them very vulnerable to these challenges. Many times when I went to ask for a vote, I was commended because of physical attributes, and not more about what I spoke about, not about what I presented, but really what physical attributes, which really is direct harassment. And the media has done so much in shaping this narrative about women. Okay. Also, there is the absence of supportive frameworks to support young women. Young women come into these spaces and they don't have anyone to hold their hand. For those who are starting out, many of them may not have the sufficient knowledge and experience, and it presents a huge challenge to them because each constituency presents different challenges. Challenges of resource mobilization, public speech, personal training, and general knowledge about the political landscape. And the absence of structures to support them to interact with societal attitudes has oftentimes made many young women feel that it's a very lonely walk in politics. In many cases, fellow women, especially the older women, have very negative attitudes towards the younger women. So, in the absence of a supportive framework, you find yourself walking alone. You're on your own. There is no one you can talk to. If you want to speak to someone, you're afraid that they will judge you. You're afraid that, and rightfully so, that they will be threatened by you. My experience in the last parliament was that it was very bad with much older colleagues who were females, because if there were people peddling rumors about me, it was actually the older women and ganging up with men to peddle these rumors. So you find yourself in a really lonely space, and you're on your own, because many of your peers who you were in school with have chosen a different path, a safer path, a career path, which is a more sure path. You who has chosen politics, it's more like a huge gamble. Now you're on your own. You have all these people trying to get a piece of you for their own benefit, and you have no one to talk to. And the people you're supposed to look up to are part of those ones whispering in the corridors. They're part of those ones fueling the aggression against you because you're young, because you're unmarried, because of many things, how you look, how you present yourself. People can decide to have a problem with how you dress, even have a problem with how you look. The fact that you're youthful poses a threat to so many people. Remember, we come from a situation where not many young people have been involved in politics. Had it not been for the constitutional provisions on youth representation and etc., we would take a very long while before we have young people in parliament. Did you know that? Because how many young people can really afford the cost of elections? It's very high. So it becomes a very lonely walk. And then, of course, age discrimination. Age discrimination against you because you're young. All the stereotypes that they place on young people. My personal example when I went to sorority is that many times I found the older folks challenging me and telling me, we had a legislator that we elected in Wusu County, Katakwi District. I think maybe she's Africa's youngest MP ever because she was 18 at the time of her election. And probably it didn't go well. And I think that one of the mishaps of the women's movement is the failure to identify such vulnerable young leaders and support them, because she just vanished. So I constantly found myself being referred to as her. And they would call me, you're going to become an Alengot. We shall give you our votes and you'll disappear. Because you're young, they say you have no responsibilities. We don't see children, we don't see a husband, we don't see a house. You're going to take our votes and disappear. So age discrimination, and we have to be woke about it. Then, of course, the low levels of education, which I know may not apply to the young women in this room, but definitely applies to our sisters on the grassroots, in the grassroots, running for local councils. Many of them have not been able to get a good education. Some of them fear to even express themselves. If you are, a local politician, you will see it in your engagements with women, that many of them are so afraid to charter this path because, they have not been educated and empowered as many of you here have been. So what should we do in order to fix this? What channels should we use? Education is still very important as an equalizer. An equalizer not only for economic status, but also social status. Education still provides a perfect ground to equalize societal attitudes and change them, equalize opportunities and access to them between men and women. It's also intentional that reforms in our education should promote women in the leadership school structure. You'll find many head prefects are boys, and our girls grow up believing that head prefect should be for boys. If you're a girl, they say, oh no, you should run for head girl if it exists, or maybe assistant, head prefect. So that's how we are tailored to believe from a young age. Those attitudes can be fixed by fixing the education and actually having reforms within our system. We need to eliminate violence and democratize the governance of our country. As long as the gunmen remain in charge, we shall see violence in our politics. If the gunmen remain in charge, there will still be violence, there will be kidnaps, there will be brutal arrests, and many of those things will edge out women and reduce their involvement. We must call government to account for the rampant arrests and brutalization on women. Women are raped in police detention. They are abused in police detention. Many of the girls who have run for guild president and participated in guild politics have faced sexual abuse, but the justice system does not offer them solutions. So we must call to account all these officers, and we must demilitarize our politics and make it safe for young women and all of us to participate. It's important to map out visible and active politicians to champion the cause of young women and speak a strong language with a unified voice so that these issues are made more visible. We need more advocates for young women to first of all, to give you a better example, but also to hold your hand. It should not be a lonely walk. You should not struggle alone if some man somewhere is constantly harassing you simply because you want his support, okay? We must be able to build a network and mentor young women and help them to feel supported. Because we are not competing against each other. We must facilitate transition among women leaders and not fight it. So it's important for all the development actors to be intentional about supporting mentorship initiatives so that young women can have someone to lead them. It's also important to support young women's initiatives and funding to help them identify sources of income so that they are financially independent. I bet many girls have huge dreams about running for offices, but you're financially incapacitated. So one of the things that the development partners can do is focus on supporting young women's initiatives so that they have alternatives of, generating their own incomes and becoming independent. Of course, civic awareness is important because we are constantly confronting patriarchy. It's also important to build your capacity as a young woman. You have to be intentional about it. You're not defining the wheel of life. The challenges you're going through are not so new that you have no way to learn about them. So learn from people's experiences. Allow yourself to grow as a leader. Know what you are going to do if you're caught up in a really sticky situation of someone asking you for sex because you want support for your campaign. Know how to navigate all those. Navigate the patriarchy in your communities and your circles. And the only way you can do that is if you get leadership and capacity building and training. So young women, you have to be very intentional about it. We also have to break the silence about sexual exploitation in political spaces. Don't keep quiet about it. If you keep quiet, so many girls will go through the same challenges that you have gone through, be abused by the same men who abused you. We have to break the silence about sexual exploitation. If there is a predator in an office, speak out and say that man is a predator. Speak out. I have personally lost a few friends because of that, because I speak out and tell them, I know that you do this. So don't stay silent. Break the silence on sexual exploitation. towards you as young women in politics. It's important to also reduce the financial barriers that exist, especially we spoke about totally eliminating nomination fees for young women who want to offer themselves for political offices as one of the ways that we can reduce the financial barriers to our participation in politics. As I conclude, the media remains one of the most potent allies in this fight in defining society's attitudes towards young women's participation in leadership, in breaking the biases that exist against young women. The media, especially the local media, can be a very strong avenue for us to strengthen our participation in politics. So I would like to encourage the development partners to reach out to the local media and intentionally interest them in supporting young women, supporting them by revolutionizing the way of thought among our people who may not be very welcome or open towards young women's leadership. So, ladies and gentlemen, those are my humble views in as regards to creating pathways for young women's participation and leadership in politics. I thank you very much. I hope I didn't speak too much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. We can have a hand of applause. I know you have burning questions, but I also want to be fair to the stomach. So we're going to pick tea in 10 minutes and then come back and have responses to the keynote. But please first go eat. Unless you're willing, if there is democracy that we continue to the responses, then yes. But I would want to give you 10 minutes to pick something, and then we'll be back and have responses to Honorable Anna Dek's keynote. Write your question so you don't forget it.
There ain't no gold in this river that I've been washing my hands in forever. I know there is hope in these waters, but I can't bring myself to swim when I am drowning in this silence. Baby, let me in. Go easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy on me. There ain't no room for things to change when we are both so deeply stuck in our ways. You can't deny how hard I've tried. I changed who I was to put you both first, but now I give up.
session is going to be for 50 minutes and then we'll break for lunch. But to help us aid this conversation, I have a panel of 5 people. I don't know if here. But before we do that, we left the room with burning questions. I hope you're ready. I think Akina and NIMD can help me get people back into the room. Yeah, so I don't know who is helping me with the microphone. We'll take responses to Honorable Anna Dek's keynote speech. I think for me, as a summary from what Honorable Anna Dek spoke about, she spoke about sexual harassment as a barrier to women's political leadership. She also spoke about and articulated very well on, the cost of nomination and the cost of running an election. And I'm still wondering if any of you has 450 million and how you're going to be able to deal with the next electoral cycle. But very important for me is the conversation around intergenerational solidarity. How do we get buy-in from the older women and the older men? And also she highlighted something we talked about yesterday, patronage. Is patronage a thing that will get other women in? Should we use it as a vehicle to have people participate? And to take the responses, I'm going to ask one of the NIMD members to move the microphone around. That's one hand there. Honorable Anne? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are taking responses to Honorable Anna Dek's keynote speech, and then we'll head into a panel to expound more on women's political leadership and experiences of different people. And to begin us off, I think you're in the pathway of a speaker, so you stand in the middle and then she'll be noting those questions. We also have another lady there, so please go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Abedia Anbitri. I'm the district youth councillor for Serere, and I also double as the vice chairperson Serere district. I'm so glad about Honorable Adeke Anna's presentation on feminism. And when you talk about intergenerational solidarity, I've actually faced it seriously. Because when I look at the whole country and you get a youth who is the vice chairperson in a district, we may not be more than 3. And I actually face different challenges in the district. Are you married? Do you have children? What are you going to do? Do you have responsibilities? So there is need to sensitize our public about the role of women, that even women can make it, most especially young women in politics. We need to build up their career and help to make them go forward with their political ambitions. And then also another thing is to empower the women economically. That is why when the women will be in position to strive actually their goals, when women are equipped
with these skilling programs, if they are given maybe startup capital. I'm happy that the government has some projects it introduced to UWEP. But actually, to my disappointment, some women are not trained. They might actually give them money or maybe pigs, but they are not given the skills on how to raise these pigs, on how to utilize the money, on how to manage businesses. So really, those are the skills and the empowerment women need. Thank you.
Civic education and the role of women, and then economic empowerment. We had a lady there, and then there's a gentleman there.
Thank you so much. I'm called Mutes Hadija, GRC, Makerere University, though the government was dissolved and we don't know the way forward. But nevertheless, I would love to take this opportunity to thank Honorable Adeke for the great presentation and awareness he has availed to us as young women. However, I would love to ask a question about the point she made about sexual harassment. Honorable Adeke said, it's time we expose those people. It's time we expose those people who sexually harass girls. I'm here and I'm speaking on the behalf of Makererian and the young girls at Makerere. Makerere University sexual harassment is a vice that have been felt to be carved out of the university. We have tried all means possible, but we have failed. I think at this moment, we should just revise the laws. We should put, because even the laws are there, but they are not working. The lecturer tells you he's the one who owns your future. And you fear to speak out. Even if you speak out, of course, you got the people you think they might help, but again, those people, it ends there. It ends there. You're exposed, your future is stopped. So you're telling us to expose those people. What security do you have for us?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
What security do we have if we report the sexual predators? There's a gentleman there, and then we'll take Hajat.
Yeah, and thank you so much. I'm called Odu Felix, the political vibrator. My constituency is, I'm from Uganda National Students Association. I want to thank the Honorable for her remarks quickly on the pathways for creating an enabling environment for young women participation in leadership. My opinion would be like, there has to be a deliberate move. I am 100% in support of affirmative action that created the women positions across all leadership spheres. But at the same time, as we have a conversation in the country on restoration of term limits, I would personally think, even for the women positions, affirmative action should be kept constant, but we should have term limits for those women positions. I would like to see a Uganda in 20 years. We would like to see more of the Cecilia Ogwals, more of the Rebecca Kadagas, more of Betty Aolo-Chan. These are very great ladies who have performed. Thank you so much. I want to conclude by inviting all participants who are in this National Youth Symposium. On 25th, Uganda National Students Association will be launching the Keep a Girl Child in School project, and this will take place at the Kololo Independence Grounds. We invite you all to this launch. I submit.
Thank you. I'm going to charge you for that advert. Next, give Hajat.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. God is good. My name is Marina Salma. I'm the Deputy Speaker, Mbarara City, and the Deputy Treasurer for all speakers in Uganda. My question goes to Honorable Odeke and Akina Mama Afrika. When we are training these women, why do women, when they take power, why don't they want to leave those seats? Yesterday they were telling us we take the space, we take the space. But these women, when they take power, they don't want to leave. Someone was there in front, she was telling us how she joined the MPship 1998. I was just 7 years, and she's still in Parliament. Where are we going to get those seats? I'm asking kindly the Akina Mama and those other activists to tell them when they take power, they should give us space. Me, myself, I wanted to stand as an MP, but I'm becoming a threat to those MPs. So
thank you.
That was my question. Thank you so much.
We'll have the gentleman in maroon. We'll have this lady, and then close and give Honorable Anne a chance to respond.
Thank you so much. I'm Humza Benjamin, the youth chairperson, Chiriandongo DYC. I want to thank Honorable Deke for that inspiring experience, but then my concern as a man, I would want each time that we are trying to encourage the young girls to, in these political spaces, we should also give them how they can balance with the life when it comes to family affairs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Balancing life with family affairs. Lady, take the microphone there.
Thank you very much. I'm Nabada Shami from Justice Forum, where I serve as the Secretary for Foreign Affairs for the youths. I would love to thank Honorable Anna Deke for her good deliberation. However, I would want to urge her concerning the issue of sexual harassment to the women, that as much as we are crying for girls, for the young girls, for the women not to be sexually harassed, we should also talk to them so that they don't harass our brothers. They're harassing our brothers. The rate at which boys are being harassed is going very high, and we are here only speaking on behalf of only women.
All right, thank you very much.
That's very
How
embarrassing.
do we stop women from harassing
My other
the
question,
men?
my other argument is one.
Please, I'm going to stop you on that one, and then we have someone else because there are very many hands in the room. Can we have another lady there? And then finally, the gentleman with the yellow mask, and close it.
Hello to everyone. I'm by the names of Kemigisha Sharon, Women Councillor representing Wandegea and NUP member. My concern is about, as much as we sit here and bring all the brilliant ideas, I want to ask, or my concern goes to all the organizers, the civil societies, the policy makers. Can we try as much as we can to localize this? I, for one, I'm born and raised in the ghettos of Kawempe. But as much as we keep on bringing all these ideas in these boardrooms, can we try and empower as much women and girls, starting from the grassroots? Because we are here, we've started this advocacy from us who have already positioned ourselves, but have we tried to think about the Nabachalas who are holding those offices without ideas on how to deal with the local problems?
Thank you very much, Sharon. Finally, I'll have the gentleman with the yellow mask because his hand has been up for long. And maybe to answer that, because it's specifically not to Honorable Adeke, but to civil society, we are hoping that when you're championed here, you go back to your localities and do the work. Because if you're imagining that civil society is going to cut across, it's quite problematic. In network building, you're empowered to empower. I think it's Steve Covey who says a good leader is one who can shape another leader who can shape another leader. So if you can do the work for us, you've already been empowered, pass the torch on. Yes, gentleman.
Thank you very much. My name is Maxon Muhwezi. 1962, the Parliament of Uganda had only two women, Florence Rubega
Mr. Muhwezi, I'm going to ask you to go directly to the point in relation to the keynote of Honorable Adeke.
It is where I'm going. Please. And another one called the Visla. As the Honorable Ebaju was submitting, she noted and communicated that there is much space. And the women, but also interest groups, have been given a chance. I want to really recommend that and appreciate the Honorable Ebaju for recognizing that achievement by the National Resistance Movement. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to close responses for now, and we'll first invite our panel that are going to expand on this conversation based on the keynote Honorable Anne Adeke gave. But in the meantime, Honorable, you can come and respond to those questions that came up. But in the meantime, Patience Pony, please come and join me on the stage. Honorable Mwanje Kea, please come and join me on the stage. Miss Lynette Nanyonjo from PPP, please come and join me on the stage. All these are leaders within our society. I don't know if Maxensia Nachibuka is here yet. If she is, she can also join us. She wasn't in the previous sessions. As Honorable Anne comes to respond to the questions that have been given.
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your responses towards the keynote. I largely agree that we need to provide more security and supportive systems and structures for women and girls who have been sexually harassed so that they can get justice and so also that they can speak out about this. Because there is so much stigma surrounding sexual harassment. And it's not just an issue about what the laws look like. Because honestly speaking, we have some of the best legislation in the entire Africa. We had one of the most progressive constitutions at one point in time and, tore it apart. So it's not really about what the law looks like. It's about the spirit of the law. I cannot legislate to teach you to be human. I can't legislate to teach you to view a woman as a human being and not as an animal, not as an object. So it's not what the laws look like. There is a social fabric that is much more stronger than what the laws look like. So it's not really about the deficiencies in the law. It's about the biases and the secrecy around, sexual harassment of women in political spaces. And the more we speak about it, the easier it becomes to handle it, the easier it becomes to address it. If you keep silent about it, first of all, as an individual, it will break you, it will tear you apart. And I'm speaking to the young ladies in this room. If you're a victim of sexual violence, the chances that you will succeed in your bid are very limited. It will tamper with your self-confidence as a woman. So you will not be able to deliver the way you should. We must break these biases. It's not embarrassing that you got sexually harassed. It happens to everyone. I dare say that the number of women, young women who are sexually harassed is much more than those who have never been sexually harassed. So why must there be, secrecy about it? When I was in my career, I was even part of a committee that Dr. Sylvia Tamale interacted with when they were trying to formulate the guidelines about sexual harassment in the university. And that came around the time when one of the young ladies had gone to pick her transcript and she was, pestered by this guy who stripped her in an office and was doing all these things. She was brave enough to take photos of him. You can't fix this if you're not brave enough. So we must break the silence about it. And when we break the silence, it becomes easier for us to also protect ourselves. Because now we know what we are dealing with. If we continue to hide, we're never going to know how to protect ourselves. So as we try to navigate this area that many people don't want to talk about, it's important to be brave about it, talk about it, so that we can learn to also protect each other. If you confront this situation knowledgeable about who you can run to when you are challenged with whatever it is, it becomes easier for you. I want to thank Akina Mama of Afrika, because entering Parliament when I was 24, I struggled very, very much with something within those confines, and they really provided me with so much psychosocial support to speak out and to confront, you know, those circles, to be strong about it and to know what to do. So it's very important for us to speak out. That is when we can also have safety nets within which to protect you as a victim of sexual violence. We will not help. You will not find help if you don't speak about it. Yeah, the discussion about training women to leave seats of affirmative action. First of all, I want us to understand that affirmative action exists to balance the inequalities that have for so long existed. We should not allow, and this is both to men and women, we shouldn't view affirmative action as a box for all women. That's not what it is. So when I hear young women start to have a discussion about there should be, you know, term limits on this, we have allowed ourselves to be boxed in that small box, that tiny little box. And that's not what it should be. The discussion on term limits should be open across the board. It should be open because it's good for a democracy. So it shouldn't be something that you confine to women. So that in itself means that all women must run for affirmative action seats. That's really the essence of it. Therefore, if you're a young woman who has come out of your university and you want a district seat where maybe someone's time has not expired, you have to wait until their time expires before you can offer yourself for leadership. And that's not really what we want. That's not the conversation we should be encouraging. So we may push for, we should not even be satisfied that it is only 33% young women in this room, really. We can do better. We can achieve 50-50. So we should not allow a small piece of cake and say, yes, now let us fight among ourselves for this small piece of cake. No. That's very absurd. It's very repugnant to the things that we want to achieve in this room and for our country. Someone asked about balancing life for women, you know, teach women to balance life. I don't know, men, do they teach you how to balance life in the family and elsewhere? I want the men here to tell me, do you ever have discussions on how to balance life? You see, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. Are we together? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. So you really, all these are the boxes we continue to confine women into and say, because you're born looking like this, you must, and you produce. Because God gave you a womb and you know you produce, this should be your role, this should be your role, and no other. Those are the biases that we are struggling to break. So if you're having the conversation about teaching girls how to balance life, it should be first started with men to balance life. when you go to work, you must come back and also help in the home, cook food, wash the plates. Balanced life. Someone spoke about that we advising young girls not to harass boys. And I think that's a very absurd comment, honestly speaking. It mirrors what the white people in South Africa started to say when post-apartheid, you know, the government was trying to make opportunities equally accessible for black people and saying now they are becoming a majority, a troublesome majority. Because how, I mean, women in this room, you're gatekeepers of patriarchy. You're gatekeepers of patriarchy. And most of you are actually the reason why, because you really cannot advance such an attitude. You know the statistics. You know the examples. You live in this community. And really, I think this should be a more revolutionary generation than the older one, quite frankly speaking. This should not be the attitude we espouse, especially on, you are the light of your communities. So if you go now and start telling girls in the village who go to fetch water in a borehole, go back and cook, and you tell them not to harass boys, aren't you damning them for life? Men can be harassed by how you speak, by how you look. They can decide to be harassed. Men decide to be harassed by even how you walk. It's not your problem. And I think that as the women in this room, you should not advance such attitudes, honestly speaking. So those are my humble views. Thank you very much. Also, I just need to say this. The gains that we have achieved as women in Uganda cannot singularly be attributed to a government that has taken maybe the longest term in power. There has been so much globalization around women's rights, and it's an inevitable result. The constitution that we have was not the workmanship of one man. Where we are today as women is the result of so many years of hard work that can't be attributed to 40 years of one government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Anadeke. And maybe also to say it took women to even have affirmative action happen. It took a fight to actually be heard that women are human beings. We need to be very cognizant of how far we've come as women. And in a particular way, I want to invite one panelist who I did Kakodio for, but because I wanted to give a highlight of how far she has come. The first time I met Honorable Doreen Nyanjura, we were coming from a Stella Nyanzi court hearing, and they had arrested part of the team. Me and Nana and every other person went into hiding, and Honorable Nyanjura is like, I need to go to the police station. The Ingrid is there and other people are there. I need to see what is happening to them. Even Simon Wanyera had been arrested. So for me, I looked at this woman and I was in awe. I've been in awe since then. Today she sits as a Deputy Lord Mayor at Kampala Capital City Authority. Isn't that a wow? Welcome to the panel, Honorable Doreen Nyanjura. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and she's your next president come 2026. Welcome to the panel, ladies and gentlemen. I would rather, in your particular capacities, introduce yourselves so that people understand, especially when it comes to your leadership journeys. I know you've all had a diverse narrative to how far you've come, but to understand who is in the room and who is on this panel, I'm going to give you a chance to introduce yourselves, and then we dive into the conversation. I'll begin with my far end, with Patience Pony.
Good morning. Yes, good afternoon. I hope you're all doing well. I know it seems unlikely for me to be on this panel because I have not been in the face of the political leadership of Uganda, but I have been indirectly and passively, as you will listen to me. My name is Patience Pony Aikoru. I am currently a student at the Law Development Center, and also within just a week I have been already put into the guild constituency of the Law Development Center. But before that, I am the former guild speaker of Uganda Christian University and former member of parliament for the law faculty at the university, and many other nitty-gritties that I will probably share with you in person. Yes, I think I'll beg to stop there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are a young group of people. I beg we be more lively than that. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nanyonjo Lynette, and I am a youth leader of the People's Progressive Party. I have been a full-time politician. I have known no other career than this. I am a proud member, SEACOM member of the Multiparty Youth Forum. I am also a proud member of the Interparty Youth Platform. I am a proud Awili fellow, and I'm glad to be on this panel today.
Welcome to the panel.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jeremiah Keyamwanje. I'm a lawyer by profession and an advocate of the High Court. I am a councillor at Kampala Capital City Authority Council, where Honorable Doreen is my boss, the Deputy Road Mayor. And I am also a secretary to the Elections Management Committee of the National Interplatform and several other portfolios.
Welcome to the panel.
Good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nyanjura Doreen Omutatina. For those of you who don't know the meaning of Omutatina, it means the one who does not fear anything. Oba atatia ebiduduma. Before anything else, before me being Deputy Lord Mayor and whatever you might be knowing about me, I'm an activist. I'm an activist for the dregs of society. I'm an activist for the women in the ghettos and the youths in the ghettos. I am an activist for those that are differently abled, or for those you love to call people with disability. And I am also an author. In my third year at Makara University, I authored a book called Is It the Fundamental Change? And that is a book that saw me sleep in Luzira for 2 weeks. The first time to be in Luzira. Of course, I've been there a number of times. And I am also proudly a feminist. I'm also a gender scholar at Makara University. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I am Nachubu Kamaxense Yata Chirambule. I'm a member of the Democratic Party since 1994. I've held a lot of responsibilities and positions within the party. I was once a national woman leader for DP, 2011 to 2015. I stood for elective positions from LC3 to Parliament. I contested as a Member of Parliament on DP ticket in 2011 with 9 men, and there were only 2 women on a direct seat. I'm a human rights and HIV activist. I love working with the women in social and economic empowerment. I'm on a short-term contract with the TASO under the Grants Management Unit as a consultant. I came here after completing 2.5 months training for persons with disabilities as key actors in eradicating HIV, TB, and malaria, integrating COVID-19. And I'm happy to have traversed the whole country in 10 sub-regions. I have a feel of what it happens to be HIV positive and living with disability. Currently, I'm the Secretary for Persons with Disabilities. Today we call them persons with determination on the Democratic Party NEC. I'm a feminist, having been trained and mentored by Akina Mama of Afrika 2020 and the African Women Institute.
Thank you very much, Maxina. And to begin this conversation, I want to bring Patience Pony in because you've come from student leadership. And today, the people that come from Makerere can testify that the political environment within, and it shouldn't be, but the student leadership environment within Makerere has become either obsolete or in a pause. And I don't know the aspects of UCU as such, but I want to speak to that connotation. How do we revive student leadership? And rightly so, because I think a lot of the people that sit comfortably and talk about political leadership in this country had an aspect of student leadership in their past.
Thank you so much for your question. Indeed, a number of people that have spoken to us since yesterday, and even I'm sure the ones here today will express, is that their leadership started from way back. It did not just come from where they are. That's for most of the people. And I do not want to speak specifically for my institution because I believe the barriers are not unique. They are similar, and only that the experiences and the process or the progress towards all those achievements in leadership vary institution by institution. Now, I believe that student leadership or young people being in leadership is something that is very vital. It is, I would like to characterize it in the category of cross-cutting issues, these issues that need mainstreaming. And that is why we are actively here, and that is why we are probably here for the symposium. I haven't been directly in the outside part of it, but while in school leadership, I think there is an aspect of having, yesterday they talked about the ideological aspect of it. What is your conviction as a leader? What are you coming for as a leader? If you're standing for a position, are you just standing for the sake of enriching your CV? Or are you just standing for the sake of trying to prove a point? I think we all know all that, but we need to zero down to the fact that we have to have a conviction that even when you do not make it in that office, you have a life after that. You have a contribution to act on what you embarked on. And that is why some of us, while I was guild speaker at UCU, I drafted the first sexual harassment policy in a Christian university. And I got a lot of backlash because even the offices I was going to, and the Archbishop, when I called him, he was like, wow, sexual what? You know? All those terms, and it's a Christian university, they think those things do not happen. So I had that conviction of having a gender responsive kind of approach towards my leadership, and that was my force. So I believe leaders in institutions or universities should be able to have that kind of conviction. And when you ask someone here, why do you want to stand for a leadership position? If you take more than 5 seconds to respond, then you need to go back to the drawing table and have a strategic plan be it 1 year or 5 years, because then that means you're actually still thinking or dreaming about the position. But when they ask you, why do you want to be guild president? Because of this and that, you know, you already have the answer like A, B, C. So I believe growing in the career away from all the political hassle from the universities, we need to hear more of young people's voices. We need to avoid just coming into office and indulging with all the impunity that happens in the boardrooms, impunity that happens in conference rooms where we talk about inclusion of young people and then we do not act on it. We need to, as soon as we talk about it, like today in the symposium, we need to go back and act on it and not just leave it on the policy papers or concepts that are written day in and day out. So it's really important to involve young people, but with the ideological aspect of it, so that we can have measurement for our leadership texture, so that you can be able to avoid sanitizing the kind of leadership you're bringing forward. Yes.
Thank you very much, Patience. And I'm going to go to Lynette. You really, I love that you speak to ideological grounding, because one of the narratives that I struggle with is, do actually political leaders, young women and young men, have a why? They want to run for office or they want to be in active politics. I'll bring it to Lynette. I thought, and I want to say thought, to qualify it so much, that the hope of Uganda was in the opposition. And I was very geared up for the government in waiting. And then when you interact with them, the aha moment that you get is, it's almost a reflection of the people in government. And the question in the gallery is it possible that once parliamentarians, both from the opposition, get into power, they start to mirror the institutions that they are serving? Is it possible that we are missing the point that while we are opposing, we actually become part of the problem?
Thank you very much. I think I'll beg to differ, because you, in your own words, have celebrated Nyanjura here. She's working in government, because being a Lord Mayor, that's a government institution, if I might say so. Regardless of the challenges that are there.
Do we have a government?
When we say we do not have a government, I beg to say we lie to ourselves in a certain way. Despising the challenges before Honorable Nyanjula comes in, we would discard the elections and say, let us go to utopia, and everyone rule wherever they want to rule. Whatever we have right now, it might not be good enough, mirroring the word of the Chief Whip yesterday. It's not good enough, but we need to say there is a little bit of sense. Because if we just say everything is bad, then there is no need for an election. There is no need to spend all of these monies that we spend on MPs constituting these institutes. However bad it is, I think there is a ray of light. And these conversations, the persistences of these conversations, is what brings us in this room. For example, if Honorable Adeke just I know she's passionate about sexual harassment, but if she just sat on herself and said, because the government is not working, I'd rather not stand, we would not see the sexual harassment bill come on the floor of Parliament.
Maybe Lynette, to interrogate that more, when you speak to elections not working, and we have the leading political party in a defiant stance to actually say elections are not working, how do you interrogate that?
Why are they participating then? Because if clearly something is not working, why are you part of it? For me, I think we should drive the conversation in a direction of saying, yes, things are bad. We all agree things are bad. But can we have sanity, small incidences? Going back to what I was talking about with Honorable Adeke. She has been in the Guild Council. She knows the pain of being a politician at a young age. If she just chose to say, Uganda is not working and the government is failing us, I would rather not stand, we would not see the sexual harassment bill see the day of light on the floor of Parliament. The spirit of implementation, that we will discuss another day. But I think as a country, we need to agree to disagree, that whatever confusion is going on in this country, we need to dissect it as a whole without division. I come from opposition, and I can't say I do not see the challenges of this government and what it is doing. But we cannot just sit in the back and say because government is failing us, we should let everything go hayway. And to go back to the answering of your question of, do you think we mirror, when we join these institutions, we become part of the problem? I say no. I say no, because I have seen people standing strong on what they believe in. I still use Honorable Adeke and Honorable Nyamutoro. She's NRM, but she has been very impactful about youth participation. I met her when she was still in Youth Council, and I have never seen her go down about the things that she's passionate about. She has spoken about youth participation and its challenges, regardless of whether she's NRM or not. Honorable Adeke has been passionate about the women in politics. Regardless whether she's an MP or not, anytime she's given a platform to speak about the things that she's passionate about, she does that. So for me, I think we should not we should not look at these things and say, things are not happening and people are changing to this. I think we should celebrate the low-hanging fruits that we are getting in some of these things and appreciate effort where it has been put, other than shying away and just rubbishing all the efforts. Because today we have young women. For example, I know of a woman called Zerida Kakai. She was the Secretary General of the Youth League. Zerida, anyone that met Zerida, she was a fire. Where is she now? When we have conversations today, these young girls or young women that were in politics then are not discussed. And what brings that is what you've just said. Because today when Nyanjura becomes a Lord Mayor, you will celebrate her. But Ananyonjo Linet, who is just a youth leader, nobody cares about me. I can
care about you.
No,
that
no,
is
no,
why
no,
you're
no.
holding that.
I can give you an example. How many of the speakers here came here and recognized the youth leaders in this meeting and spoke about them by name? But when we come here, anyone that is given a platform to speak will gladly say, amidst us is Honorable Nyanjura, is Honorable Adeke, is Honorable so-and-so, because of that kind of thinking that probably us in opposition, we are not doing enough.
I think it's because we recognize the value of the people the journey that they've walked. We are not disqualifying the journey of youth leaders, but to have Honorable Doreen Nyanjura take the office that she takes is a win for you as a woman, and is a win for me as a woman. But on that note, I want to bring in Honorable Doreen to respond to rebuttal back to your conversation.
All right. Thank you so much. I don't know what exactly to respond to.
Maybe one, do we have a government? But then also, as you're coming in, I know you come from the Forum for Democratic Change, and they have the 1/3 gender quota. And I find that it is very important that it's deliberate, that it's actually there. And it helps with the participation of women. So how do we have that enforced or even, picked up with other political parties within Uganda?
Well, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin with, for me, my understanding of a government is a bit different, because we all know how governments are supposed to operate. We know governments have institutions, and those institutions are respected. I do not see that in my country. But we also have countries without governments, like Sudan, name them, there's quite many, but they have leaders. So I can proudly say, I don't think I belong to a government, because we do not have a government in Uganda. What we have is a military dictator. However, I am a leader fighting for change in my country. That's what I can say about that. And you talked about in FDC, we believe in the 40% women representation. And I think that is something that I am so proud of, because when I had just finished campus, At a tender age, I was in my early 20s, I competed against 9 men who were much older than me, and I was voted for to become the chairperson, to become the minister in charge of trade. And we have been at the forefront. One of the most pronounced Secretary General, the Honorable Alice Alaso, also started her journey from FDC. You know what Ingrid Turinawe has done in as far as the liberation struggle is concerned. Today we also celebrate the Honorable Adeke Ann. It's because we believe in the foundations, we believe in women empowerment. And this is not something that we probably need to read about. For me, I think this is something that we need to teach people. And the foundation starts from a very tender age. I've been challenging people here. For example, if you're a mother and you have 2 children, you have a boy and you have a girl, how are you bringing up those 2? What kind of playing equipments are you buying for your boy, and what kind of playing equipments are you buying for your girl? You'll find for the girl, you're buying for her, what do you buy for them? You buy for them dolls. And what are you buying for the boys? You're buying for them cars, you're buying for them planes. What else do you buy for them? You're buying for them guns. So what exactly are you teaching this young girl and this boy? You're telling the girl that for you, all you're supposed to be is a mother. You're supposed to be a caretaker. And you're also teaching the girl that you're supposed to grow up knowing how to cook. And they'll tell the boys something different. But ladies and gentlemen, cooking skills women are not born with these cooking skills. Women simply learn how to cook. It is possible for a girl, for a lady, not to know how to cook, just as it is possible for a man not to know, for a boy not to know how to cook. We are not born with these skills. So for me, the foundation. And when we are talking to our girls, most of the times we are telling our girls, please don't talk loudly, don't move faster. But the world is moving at a very faster rate. So the following day, when your daughter is unable to come and address a gathering, you wonder where the challenge is coming from. For me, the issue goes back to foundation. And I have tried to make arguments and debate with people. Even our education system, what are we teaching our children? What kind of education are they receiving? You'll find there is a man who does not know what the children have eaten, who does not know where school fees has come from. But when this child goes to school, she will be told that the father is the head of the family, that the man is the head of the family. And allow me pose a question to you. What makes you a head of the family? Should putting on a trouser make you the head of the family?
Thank you very much.
I definitely disagree with that.
That's a very critical
I don't think that is how we should be analyzing things. Yeah. And you'll go to a school, for those of you who are in mixed schools, there is always a head prefect and there is always a head girl. Meaning that as women, at a very tender age, we are taught to aspire for less. At a very tender age, we are taught to do what? To aspire for less. And personally, I really find that very unfortunate. So we are lucky that most of the leaders in FDC seem to come from that background where they were taught that it's possible for a man and a woman to compete. And ladies and gentlemen, when we are talking about feminism, because I've seen most people make accusations that I am against men. I am never, and I'll never be against men. I am against patriarchy. What I am against is a society that thinks women need to be inferior. Women need to be below men. What I am advocating for, what we advocate for, is equality. We are not advocating for sameness, because even the men seated in this room are not the same. We can never and we shall never be the same. So we need to level the ground, both from the homes where we come from the churches where we go to pray, from the schools, and also from the political parties that we represent. As I conclude, I heard the Honorable Shamim talk about, and for me I was very affected, I was very touched, talking about the dress code. When you move around, especially in the US, you'll find very many women. They are moving around naked. Has anyone ever raped them? We also have women in this Uganda who move around, not fully dressed. Has anyone ever raped them? Women are not raped because of their dress code. Women are raped because some men choose to rape them. It's not about the way they dress.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable. And I want to bring Honorable Kea into this conversation. When Honorable Doreen spoke about equality, I think also the other narrative is on equity. And women are asking, instead of having, in fact, the affirmative action of 30%, why don't we look on 50-50? Because women make half the population of this country. How do we interrogate that question? How do we address gender equity when it comes to political participation?
Thank you very much. I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity to speak about affirmative action in relation to women, especially in politics. Now, because I'm speaking to an audience of young people, I've been in civil society for some time, but today I saw the audience was purely more younger than normal. So I want to begin from the baseline of affirmative action. There is one of my best scholars called John Rawls. John Rawls has simplified the basis for affirmative action. And I think when the debate begins from there, people can appreciate it better. So in his theory of justice, he has given three arguments for affirmative action. The first argument is the correction argument. That for affirmative action to exist, there must have been errors that have been committed towards a certain group of people in the past. And those errors desire to be corrected. Number two, the compensatory argument. That because those errors were committed against a certain group, it is not enough to actually correct. But the people in power should put in place measures to compensate of a sort, so that these people can come from where they are to somewhere. Three, diversity. That because certain errors have been committed against a certain group of a population, now, if you just said abruptly that let people come here, the group which has been erred in the past will not manage to make it here. So you must put in place measures which are different to bring that group on the table. So this is the basis of affirmative action. So once you identify that there is a group that has been injured in the past, you must put in place affirmative action. And this is the basis for affirmative action, and this is the basis for feminism and all these other things in the same core. So everybody who is seated in this room, according to the debate, the way the debate has been moving, seems to agree that there has been patriarchy here, just not in Africa here alone, all over the world, and that women have, for some reason, the Honorable Doreen has been explaining that from childhood they buy for them dolls and buy cars and guns for men. So these are systematic errors, and we need now to come up as a population and say, this must end, and we must look at one another as equal. Equal and not same. In my religious philosophy, we say, achinta beda beda. Simultaneously equal, but different. And the problem in society comes from there. People think that when we talk about equality, we are speaking about sameness. Many feminists also go wrong on that, and many people who oppose feminism also go wrong. We are never talking about sameness because it can never happen. But we are always talking about equal opportunity for everybody to stand at the same level. Simultaneously one, but different. And this is the trick, even in family life. If you are a man and you are married to a woman, or a woman and married to a man, if you fail to understand that in that same house, you are one, the law assumes there is what they call the legal fiction of oneness. When you marry, the law assumes you are one. But at the same time, you are two people. So you must accept the oneness and the duality at the same time. If you don't do that, there lacks tolerance in society. The next thing is anarchy. And this is why African leadership, African governance is anarchical. It is anarchy everywhere because you have refused to allow your women into places of responsibility. For as long as Africa continues to think that governance is a predominance of men, that men should be all over governing this country single-handedly, or more men than women, then Africa will never get to the right place where it has to be. One of the reasons why Uganda in 1966 became a problem, because why we had a crisis, it was ego. Just two young people, Milton Obote and Mutesa, had ego. They were in the same age group. Everybody thought he could manage the other. When Mutesa says something, Obote says, who is Mutesa? When Mutesa says something, who is Obote? Then the whole country had to be plunged into certain violence up to now. So we must allow women deliberately, and not this 1/3. At the continental level, we are talking about 50%. Yeah. We must allow women in places of responsibility. The system must be oiled. The
women should be clapping more.
The system must be oiled. It must be lubricated. The system must be lubricated from school to allow women to take charge. Yeah. I am never afraid to be led by women. My deputy Lord Mayor is a woman, and actually is one of the people I humbly submit to. And she has been my commander since the days of walk to work. I have never disobeyed.
Thank you very
much. In
much.
Makere, she was my vice president. I never disobeyed. I was the vice president to the Honorable Anna Deke. I was humbly serving under her, and I never saw any problem. And I went to Parliament, I served under her. I never saw any problem. I was her chief campaigner. I never saw any problem. And so is my friend Fiona Nyamutoro. Fiona Nyamutoro is even a little younger than me, but she has been above me in so many instances. And I'm never afraid to serve under women. So I think that there must be a general sentiment among us, especially you young people, to believe that women can make it. Finally, because you are a room of young people, I want to end with one statement, two statements into one. Leadership, of course I'm speaking in line with my young sister who spoke first. Leadership without an ideology, an ideological belief, leadership without an ideological belief is anarchy. You are going to rob everybody if you become a leader without an ideology. Yeah. You are going to commit sexual harassment, do all sorts of nonsense because you don't have something you believe in. But also, political ideologizing without participation is mental speculation. You'll just speculate. You heard the Honorable Deke here speaking. You could speak here the confidence and knowledge with which she's speaking because she has passed through the tunnels and she knows what she's saying. And so is Honorable Doreen here. But if you just choose to theorize and ideologize, you'll speculate forever. You'll never do any impact because your theories can never work. So you must take up the mantle and step in with an ideology. Thank you very much.
I want to bring Maxensa into this conversation on the narrative of the ideal woman. I a bit perplexed but not surprised that one of the narratives in this room is the ideal political candidate should be a woman that is a little bit older. She's married. She has a husband and children, a picket fence somewhere in the suburbs of Kampala, and on that campaign trail, she has her husband tagging along, telling people to please vote my wife. How do we interrogate the narrative of that ideal political woman with the participation of young women who are ready, who are agile, who have the points, who have the ideological grounding, in especially creating space for them to be able to lead and take up space?
Thank you so much. You know, as young people, we normally think older people, older women were never young. Everybody here has been young or youthful at one point and grew old. I'm happy to have participated into the politics of this country at a young age of 28. And when we say political participation, oftentimes young people and older people think it is that elective position. I participated in 1994, 95 in elections as a voter, as a campaign agent, as a supporter of DP candidates in Lubaga North or Lubaga Division of Kampala. Until today, I'm still participating. Yes, at that time I was married. And I had the support of my husband, who recruited me into politics, by the way, because my father was a member of the Luchiko in Mengo and a member of Kabaka Eka, who was working hand in hand with the Sekabaka Mutesa. And here I am, my husband recruits me to DP when I had no political party that I belonged to, which was a lot of confusion with my family. And my mother was like, I wish your father was here to see you. So then I was married, though young. Yes, I got a lot of support from my husband. Though the politics then was quite different, the individual merit. So we did not have a lot of these questions whether I'm married or not. Today I participate. Even when I participated as member of parliament, I was a widow. And I had those challenges. What is it? You know, we just married the husband the other year. You know, she's HIV positive. And then why should we? You know, thinking that it is upon these young people not having husbands, it's not only that. Everybody's facing different challenges everywhere. But if I may mention how I managed this campaign, though I did not win, but it was standing out boldly like this with my head up because I had the qualities of a leader. Where all these narratives written in the laws of Uganda, that to stand for an elective position, you must be married, you have to have a kid, you have to have this. Sometimes we walk upon these toes of these people, the tones of these people, and then we take it to ourselves, and then we sit back and say, after all. I was listening to the Lord Mayor here, her conversation with the Honorable Monica. These are the questions that are always asked. Has she ever stepped down to take up not to take up any position because she's not married? Sometimes we have these things within our minds as we walk out of the houses to go and contest for a particular position. And when you look at someone, it's like, oh, this is what they are going to ask me. As a person who has lived with HIV, I mentioned this. I shut people's mouths over speaking about my status. And I have proved to people that I can be useful and impactful despite my situation. Young people don't get stuck into this narrative that those are the questions they are going to ask me. Many young people have been gotten into relationships during campaigns because of that saying, and have had children with the people who they never loved. So you are just affirming that this is true. So I know this have been said, but it cannot describe you nor your destination. So I know you're going through this, but who are you who is standing in front of people to ask for a vote, whether within the party or in the public office? It is that confidence, it is that self-esteem, it is that information. Everybody who stood here said, read, 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 research. Oftentimes we go into these positions when you have not researched about the position you're contesting for, when you have not read about it. Me, when I stood for a councillor LOC 3, I first read the Local Government Act and knew what responsibilities I was to do within this mandate. But oftentimes young people come out of university or school and say, I'm going to contest without any mentorship, without any trainings, without any capacity built, and you go out there. These intimidations will drop you down because you are hearing it and you're feeling like, I'll be asked about a husband. So anything which is not within the law, anything that is not kind of describing you, should not bow you down from participating or getting where you want to go because of what people will presume that you are.
Thank you, Maxensia. I'm going to take 5 questions and then come back. We do one round. We do the questions, 5 questions to different panelists. We do the questions and then finish with one round of narrative. I don't know who has the microphone. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then that's that. But maybe also as a microphone comes, a question that, and I don't know anyone can take it on. Money, media, and men. What does media have got to do with women's political participation? And hear me out. When we have narratives on the Prime Minister, good or bad, somehow the narrative of the bad will stay longer. I don't know how many times I've seen the clip of Ebigambo Bimbuze Wow more than any other clip about Honorable Nabanja. And when it comes to our Speaker of Parliament, I don't know how many times I've seen bleaching as a narrative around her. So when we look at the role of media in women's meaningful political participation, how do we address the sticky points about it as we take the questions as well?
Thank you very much. My name is Achure Emmanuel from the Uganda People's Congress Party. I come from Lira. My first question goes to the Deputy Lord Mayor. In today's space, is democracy in danger? And when you're answering that, I want you to tackle this. Is criminalization of people power unconstitutional? Then to the entire...
Please, we're going to take only one question because everyone else wants to talk and we want to go for lunch. I'll have the lady there.
Permit me to ask this to all the panelists.
Please. Let's have another one for
whose
another
democratic
person.
rights or space counts? Is it male versus female?
Gentlemen,
rich versus
please
poor,
give
or different ethnicity?
Give the microphone away. We'll get another question there.
Still, my name is Charity Agawa, the Deputy Speaker, Uganda National Students Association. Maxensia, I appreciate your submission. However, I have a small question for you. You said that young women fall in love the moment they are in elections. Actually, wrong love. What do you think we can do to help these young women and to tame them so that when they are going into politics, they are well aware that there is wrong love and they are overcome it thereafter?
Thank you very much. I'll have a hand here. There's a gentleman here. the question and to whom it's directed.
Thank you very much. My question is really directed to all the panelists. We've talked broadly about the involvement of women and generally the youth. But there is one thing that the people outside these walls, are yearning for: the issue of a peaceful transition of power. I would need to know, as we talk about the rights of women, the girl child, the boy child, and everybody, what are your views? What do you think the young people should do to take part?
Thank you very
in
much.
A peaceful transition? And lastly, to Honorable Doreen, would like you to enlighten us. Are you running for president of Uganda? Because we are ready to support you.
I'll take another question from the gentleman in the Ankara. Please stick to one question.
Thank you so much. So I'm called Vicky Namgobe. I represent the youth of Sironko to the National Youth Council, and I'm also an alumni to our Akina Mama. So this question is to Pony. Basically, in the aspect of women inclusion in political participation, I want to understand exactly. We have representation of women in parliament, but unfortunately we find ourselves that the policies that are being passed, or the laws and bills that pass in parliament, are not playing that effective thing in helping us empower the women and come out of it. How best do you think we can be able to address that problem so that the majority of the women we have in parliament are effective in order to pass policies or laws that are going to be able to empower us more as women to occupy such spaces?
Thank you very much. I'll take the gentleman, lady with the microphone. I'll take the gentleman in the Ankara. His hand has been up for long.
Good afternoon to us all. My name is Andrew Bisoro. I represent the young people of Bundibujo in the National Youth Council. As we talk about the women rights and women empowerment, I want us to be cognizant of who we are as a people and the people of Uganda, and with our cultures and aspirations. First, I want us to appreciate the fact that culture is subjective. I have seen several times the Honorable Nanjura, with all due respect, saying that she cannot kneel for a man and all that.
What is the question?
But we have cultures where it is okay for a woman to kneel for a man. We've seen the Right Honorable Speaker kneel, and it is okay. So I see that is in a one way promoting violence, and it will lead to GBV cases increasing and society destabilizing. So my question is, how do we strike a balance between our cultures and aspirations as a people vis-a-vis women empowerment and advocacy for women's rights?
Thank you very much. We'll have the last question there, the gentleman in the Ankara.
Thank you very much. For the record, my name is Amanya Stewart. Nyanjura Doreen is in my president 2026, proud member of the FDC. Any woman that does not support her, you are against the women's struggle. My question goes to Miss Lynette Nanyonjo. You are saying that why do they participate in these elections if they are mad with violence and intimidation? My question is, how should we be part of the solution if they do not participate in these elections? Thank you very much.
We'll go back. I think we'll begin with, let's begin with Pony. Okay, one lady remaining.
Oh, thank you for fighting for my rights. I really want to thank the person who put together that panel. The person did a very good work because all the people there are very gender sensitive, which is the way to go. Thank you, Jeremiah, for drawing more light on affirmative action. You really gave me a new perspective about it. And I'm so happy. But my question to you is like, I want you to share some tips to the men in the room, mostly, and the patriarchal gatekeepers, some women here who are patriarchal gatekeepers, on how you took away the fears of being led by a woman. Because most people here are very intimidated to be led by a woman. I really want to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pony? Then we'll, okay. And legislation. How do we have effective and meaningful participation of women, even in Parliament, with the legislation that is present or the legal framework that we have?
Thank you. Well, first for starters is that we must still appreciate the fact that the issue of gender, it's a cross-cutting issue, and therefore we need mainstreaming in it. And more than just gender, we have now all the nitty-gritties of the diverse groups in place, and that is why we have persons with disability and so many other groups of people. But specifically to women, the women's movement has come a very long way. I did not mention at the beginning, but I am a proud feminist, and I am an alumni of so many feminist organizations in Uganda, including Akina Mama wa Afrika and the UN Women. Now, that means we have delivered and wanted to go into achieving knowledge as individuals. But even in as much as we are trying to push for the numbers of women in office, you know, which cuts across political and even in the local government, we need to ask ourselves, in the data and statistics that we are talking about, what is the qualitative analysis of this data? Are we just speaking numbers and percentages? Or have we gone down in order to have that data inclusion of these women in political offices? And yet still on the point of data, I want us to draw the line to the fact that we are in the fourth industrial revolution, where we conceptualize the utilization of digitalization, and democracy is going digital, meaning many of these women have to be included in that kind of aspect. And so it brings out the aspect of the conviction, the ideological aspect, like Council has spoken about. What are you going to do in your term of leadership, you know? Are you going to finish 5 years and then bring a report card that does not have what you laid out? Many say politicians speak in prose and lead in poetry, in that they lead in a short way, just a stanza, and they're done without an impact to it. And you know, that takes me now to the point of the succession plan. Victoria ably asks me about how impactful are these women leaders. It's absurd, and in reality, we do not hear very much from our female women leaders in Parliament. They are there in numbers. I don't know why they do not talk. Maybe Lord Mayor and Honorable Nyamutoro and Adeke will tell us why. There are very few that speak, and that is why they are here and working with us on this journey. But the majority do not speak. They only achieve that aspect of it. So how do we ensure their participation? We have social contract theory, whereby the state and the people in the state are responsible for the accountability. We are working hand in hand to ensure that they deliver to us. So do not fear, as a young person in this room of this symposium, to ask for accountability from these leaders. What are they doing? 1 year down the road, put them on pressure. Do not ask for accountability when they're about to leave power, because when they're about to leave, in fact, they have better and more, you vote them back. So it's important to have a succession plan. Organizations, I'm happy to see Akina Mama Afrika Executive Director in the House, and UN Women are political leadership head as well, and so many of the organizations that have put this together. How do we achieve a succession plan from these political leaders, the women themselves? Are they going to be women MPs for 40 years or 30 years? Year in, year out, even those that we are looking up to or are more empowered are still going under affirmative action. So we need to go back and find out how effective has this been. Was their ideological grounding affected? You know? So at the end of it all, I just want to conclude by saying that achieving parity in politics really requires disrupting this whole structure. It requires disrupting the status quo and not negotiating with it. So as we are putting women in numbers there, we need to look at the qualitative aspect of it. What is the pulse of their leadership while they're in Parliament, and not just waiting to see them, you know, speak and all that. And then there's one aspect they asked, I think, all panelists, it was something to do with the expectations of women. You know, society has this expectation of women have to be perfect when they're in leadership. After negotiating with the whole system and structures and the barriers and all the hassle in order to get into these leadership positions, women are still not comfortable. They are still down and low and flat. But then now they are expected to be somewhat very perfect when the Prime Minister lays down on her chair by mistake or what, the media coverage becomes gender biased. And yet a man could also move with probably his pants torn somewhere and they will not capitalize on that, you know? You're laughing about it, but yes, it's a reality, and we need to call them out using the industrial revolution of digitalization as young people, because we have the internet at our fingertips.
Thank you, Patience. At this moment, I want to recognize the Executive Director of Akina Mama Afrika, Ms. Eunice Musime. We see you. Thank you. Lynette, the question was why not? But maybe also, as you also have that conversation, you were going to take up on why the media is important in pushing the narrative around women's political participation. But the gentleman asked you, why not participate anyway?
Probably to answer the gentleman, the question was, is there a government? And I answered that by saying, regardless of how it is, we need to recognize that there's something that looks like a government. And our participation will either make it better or fail it entirely. So going back to media, I think this is a conversation that we should not shy away from as women. Women have every right to be a bad leader as men do. Society has put expectations on women that they should be perfect in every sense. I remember one of the women that I have seen in politics over the time has always says, and this is Honorable Media Matembe, that when they entered Parliament, one of the conversations the media people could use to throw them off balance was to publish their pictures, the sexiest member of Parliament, the what member, to objectify them and simply reduce their level of interaction or debate to just being sexual. And she stood and said, sex is a commitment between two adults. So if you're not shying men over sex, you shouldn't shy women over it. And that also goes back to the way media portrays women. I think as women, we should learn to appreciate and encourage fellow women not to shy away from such things. When they put, using the right word, when they put the Prime Minister and play her images on how she fell, despite her challenges, we've seen so many men fail before her. So this is a ploy for media to just distract. And for me, I think it's entrenched in patriarchy, because most of these media houses are owned by men. And so the right of capitalism gives them a way to entrench more, because they say a photo of the Prime Minister falling on the chair is newsworthy, it is selling. And for me, as a businessman in this media house, I need news that is selling. And for me, I think we should have conversations about the composition of our country. What are the things that we stand for? But for the media itself, we should have honest conversation and say, women have every right to be bad or good leaders, just as men do. And we have also a right to make mistakes, just as men do. And anyone that capitalizes on women's weaknesses and make them look as bad leaders, we should tell them up front, like Patience said. We should tell them upright, probably using dicto, and say, NBS, we see what you're doing. You're trying to downplay a woman in this manner, but we shall not take it. Because we've also seen men do a lot of mistakes. Yeah. But for me, to take this conversation as a young person, and to answer the question of transition, I think the question of transition begins with conversations and having conversations, honest conversations about our country. Pick up what we have done right and capitalize on it and make it even better.
Yeah.
And also discuss what we have done wrong and find ways of rectifying them.
Thank you very much, Lynette. I'm going to stop you there and bring Jeremiah into the conversation, especially when it comes to what then being led by women looks like. Which lessons can you give to they said the patriarchal gatekeepers and to the men in the audience?
Thank you very much. My belief in women has a lot of ideological underpinnings that I may not be able to explain here, but briefly, I come from a school of thought that is highly spiritual, that believes that everybody is just a spirit and these bodies are just clothes. So because the body, because one wears a white shirt and another blue shirt, I should not call that person blue and the other one white. So because one person has a female body, another person a male body, to me it doesn't mean that they are limited in capacities. It's a spiritual belief. And then it goes on. So to explain it from my angle of understanding, it will be very deep. But I can give a few tips, which are a little bit not so deep. To begin with, we all have this knowledge we have because we are trained, right? So if a woman is given the same training like a man, why would a man be different in that particular capacity? Why would he be different from a woman if they have acquired the same training? 2, all these constructions about differences about gender roles are man-made. The society wakes up one morning and it says women should be humble. Men should be noisy. And then they preach that for 300 years. Society, then they create a civilization around it. But you all know that we have collapsed in the history of mankind. We have collapsed civilizations and replaced them with civilizations. So everybody, wherever you are, you can actually collapse a mindset and replace it with another mindset. So it is my personal duty to collapse whatever I think does not make sense and build it with something that makes more sense. So that's where I come from. But I just want to comment about money, media, and men. Money, media, and men in politics relating to women. I don't believe that the example of the Prime Minister is the best example to use. The Prime Minister has her issues really, of competence and what. But still, it is wrong for media to objectize women to, you know. When we're in the last parliament, I think this one is the 11th. So when we're in the 10th parliament, and the members of parliament were new, the red paper wrote a very big heading, like she was saying, and said, sexy, I don't remember. It wasn't sexy, it was actually a more deeper term. But you know they have their slangs. So they used a very, very funny slang. And they listed MPs, young MPs, of course, female MPs. And that included, my friend Honorable Deka has left, but it included her. It included the Honorable Sylvia Naebale from Gomba. And the Honorable MP was representing Arua then. Maureen. I don't recall the others. So using such an example, I think now the women activists, that is your role. When such a thing happens, you have to put a paper like red paper down. But I want to tell you that in politics, political commentating and making fun of incidents is not limited to women. When my president Bobby Wine makes a mistake, we take a whole week defending. And so, even if Dr. Besige made the same mistake, it will be a whole week of fun everywhere. So it is not, there was a colleague who said, is it rich versus poor and men versus women? The men versus women debate is not limited to Uganda. It's a very big debate.
Yeah.
But for the rich versus poor, I want to tell you I know the owner of this hotel. Very rich people, well connected. They think they are rich. In a poor country, nobody is rich. We are all poor. You saw what COVID did? All the wealthy men in Masaka, we are contributing money for them, for treatment.
Thank you, Jeremiah. I'm going to stop you there because we're running short of time. We will talk about the Masaka people right after this break. And let me take Honorable the Lord Mayor Doreen. Is democracy endangered? And then the narrative of culture and feminism. Are you going to kneel at some point?
Well, I think usually I'm quoted out of context. But I also told you I'm a gender scholar and I'm also a feminist. So I've done a lot of reading, I've done a lot of research, but I'm also an African woman. And therefore, I get to know the background to whatever is happening. Now, ladies and gentlemen, culture is not static. Culture is dynamic, and culture has been evolving for a very long time. There are some practices that we used to practice that right now we are even ashamed of saying that we used to practice them. Forcing women into marriage, saying if you're a girl you cannot inherit any property. In some places, when a man would be going to work and on his way he meets a woman, he would go back home. All these things were there. Where a woman could not divorce, we have the Penal Code Act, where a man and woman, if caught found committing adultery, it was the woman who would be punished and the woman would lose everything. So culture has been changing. And this culture is man-made. That is my thinking. So for those who are comfortable with kneeling, that is their problem. If I am not comfortable with kneeling, respect my choice of not kneeling. Because there's also this misconception of people thinking that kneeling is a sign of respect. Kneeling is not a sign of respect. I can still kneel when I do not respect you. I also would feel good if a man knelt for me. Why is it written that I have to kneel for a man? And we have seen you men kneeling for women, especially when you're proposing. Why don't you continue doing that every now and then? So for me, kneeling should not be one way. It should be two-way, because my thinking is everything is two-way. There is no way. I do not believe in one way of doing things, and that is what I advocate for those of you who follow me. I have also promoted an argument to the effect that paying bills should not be a responsibility of men. I have said that paying bills should be a responsibility. Paying bills should be a responsibility of whoever can afford to pay bills. Listen me out, the women in this room, because if we continue thinking that it should be the men to provide for us, it should be the men to pay all the bills, men are going to continue thinking that they are on top of us and therefore they must be on top of us. So I believe in a two-way of doing things. And of course, we've talked about culture and marriage and name it. We need to stop telling women, we need to stop telling girls.
Let's come back into the room. The room has disappeared.
You guys, I told you it's two-way. It's not one way for me. We need to desist from telling girls and women that they are all too old to get married. We need to change that narrative and start telling them they are too old to find jobs, they are too old to contest and become leaders. For me, I think that is how the narrative should be. Because you hardly hear anyone telling the man, you're too old, you need to find a man. So we need to balance the debate. But there's also a narrative that I'm very uncomfortable with. We continue calling ourselves young people, you get it. And I've been challenging most of you that at 30, Mujisha Muntu was an army general. At 29, Dr. Chiza Besje was a minister and a political commissar. At 37, Mr. Museveni was in the bush fighting to liberate in quotes this country. But before him going to the bush, he had so many other portfolios that he held. So I want us to challenge ourselves. There's a young girl called Malala who started fighting for education rates in her country at the age of 10 years. At 17 years, she received a Nobel Peace Prize at just 10 years. She was even fired bullets at, but she continued fighting. So we need to change this thinking. You know, every time someone keeps telling you you're young, you think you're too young to even take the next action. You're too young to offer leadership. I think we need to get that tag off ourselves.
Thank you very much.
Because world over, liberations have been led by young people, by the youths. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Maxensa, the question was, what has falling in love got to do with politics?
Yeah, and how to avoid that.
Yeah.
But there was also something about transition.
Yeah.
I think it comes to me as a Democrat. I don't want to qualify the statement of desperate times requires desperate situations. That because you are so desperately in need of getting this position, my sister, you should just get into this friendship because this man has said you'll get it. When you are not prepared for it and when it is not your choice. We had many members of parliament here, many leaders here who said they fail and fail and fail until they made it. That could not be opportunity and it could be another time. And you know, people will say our opportunities are always postponed. But just getting excited and then this man is telling you, yes, please, you'll make it with my support, you besides me. Please, make love choices when you were really ready for those choices.
Yeah.
And not for, just as an offer, because this is a right to whether to love or not to love. I want to talk briefly about social media. Social media can make you or fail you. When I contested in 2011, all the media houses in Kampala were promoting Honorable Kasivand. You know, even in CBS, in the Buganda Kingdom, where I was a commissioner and a trainer in Chisaka, nobody could talk about me. But those radios, don't forget about it. And when we look at what is happening with the Prime Minister, of course it is about the media. But if there is another side of effective media representation as well, when they are promoting you and talking good about what you have done. However, who are the people behind the news within those media houses? You'll find that they are men. Majority of them are men. Of course, the bias upon women will be high, with due respect to the media houses here. Peaceful transfer of power. This is a topic on social media, on radios and TVs, about the agreement the Democratic Party signed. But I also know that politicians in this country have been talking about coalescing, coming together to ensure peaceful transfer of power. This is where I have to hail NIMD, because this was a process which was started earlier on, that we need to ensure Uganda gets a peaceful transfer of power. Yeah. I was sitting in this room from our respective political party. That's what it means. Unless we are providing a lip service.
Yeah.
Every political party in this country is looking forward to that in a different way. Yeah. People power told us they are removing a dictator. They told us they are taking us Entebbe to Entebbe. In a peaceful demonstration through a ballot box. And Dr. Bestia has been here and saying, let us come together as opposition and fight one person. Today, the Democratic Party is saying, let us dialogue with the president. let us dialogue with the government, and it has become a taboo. When did the agreement of the Democratic Party stop you from doing what you are supposed to do in order to ensure the peaceful transfer of power?
Thank you very much.
So what I would say, if we can't sit here as young people mixed with older people to discuss about the politics of this country, I think there is still room for us to sit as political party to discuss this. Lastly, it is about, my last comment was about effective participation. I would differ from the Honorable Nyanjula that we don't have a government. Yes, we have a government. And our role as political parties in opposition to provide alternative policies, to provide a check up on this government. So if we sit here for 2 days and we say there is no government, I feel uncomfortable for my brothers and sisters from the ruling government that we cannot recognize this. But let us continue providing alternative government policies, as well as much as we continue participating into elections and filling up into these positions. I'm sure, and I know that we are implementing the ruling government manifesto at different levels.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank the organizers of this
So
forum.
please clap for my panel. They've done a good job of dissecting young women's political participation and what we can do about it. Thank you very much. We're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back. You'll have a conversation with her at lunch. We will be back at 3 sharp at the top of the hour to continue with the next panel and with Charles Odongtho. Thank you very much. My panel, please.
Presentations, very, very important presentations. And I guess we have had good lunch as well, haven't we? Yes or yes? Those who don't have energy, I'm going to request the ushers to look you up and ensure that you go for food, okay? Now, allow me recognize very fast some of your representatives. We have the Honorable Odoi Bernard Onen for East. That's your representative from Eastern Uganda. We have the Honorable Okot Boniface from Northern Uganda. The claps are still equal, so 50-50. We also have the Honorable Edson Rugumayo for Western. The energy has not increased. We also have the Honorable Gerald Karohanga. Now, I don't understand where the energy for formers come from. Why do you clap more for former MPs? Is it because you know that now they are no more? What if they come back in another form? What's her name? Find out what her name is. Thank you very much. We also have Honorable Tusime Julius from Rwampara. Now, those are, and if I look around and I see more of your MPs, I will introduce them. But of course, in the morning session, we had the Honorable Adeke and Honorable Nyamutoro. But also, let me recognize, for the sake of those who have just joined us, the Executive Director of the Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy, Council Frank Rusa, is still with us here. He has been with us since yesterday, putting this up together with Eunice Musime, or the Executive Director of Akina Mama wa Afrika. She's here with us. We recognize all of you in your various capacities, especially the organizers who have made this symposium possible. It's not something easy to put together, and so we really recognize you for your time alongside your colleagues, the different organizations that we will be recognizing. Indeed, we have recognized many of them from yesterday. I'm going to be assisted this afternoon in the panel discussion by Dan Kidega, who is one of your own from the National Youth Council. He will be coming in with the panel that will be discussing the topic Youth Legislative Agenda, which will be an open discussion involving the MPs here present and yourselves that we need to get active participation from. Since yesterday, we have been encouraging, more openness. And let me steal for you something, a gossip. I had gone to the washroom, and then, because we are many here, so I had some people talking in the corridors of the washroom and saying, these people are dodging our questions. True story. And behind the walls and beyond the walls, you can hear more interesting realities. So I am appealing to all of us, panelists as well as you, the participants, the young people, that if you're going to ask a question or make a comment or even present an address, share them candidly, share them honestly, and let's have these discussions. Councillor Rusa in the morning, while responding to the address by the Secretary General of NUP, said that these are matters for the country. They are matters for the future, and you are the future, you are the current generation. So don't feel inhibited in any way and hide what you would really want to discuss with your colleagues. We agree on that as a ground rule so that then we move on well. Now, allow me now take this opportunity to invite you, the Honorable Gerald Karuhanga. Gerald Karuhanga has been the Makerere University Guild President, and he has been youth member of parliament for Western Uganda. Then he graduated and became the MP for Ntungambu municipality, and until 2021, May 2021. And he is currently an active member of the National Alliance for National Transformation, or ANT, where he is still practicing his politics. So let's put our hands together to welcome Gerald. He's going to present to us on the topic Youth and Legislation in Uganda. Gerald, feel free to share with us your own rigors of parliament, of politics, and what you have gone through. The young people are all ears. You're most welcome.
Stand up, stand up.
All I Thank you. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here this afternoon. I had thought I would get more ladies coming around to dance in front. Sorry, the choice of song. Okay, we shall conclude with another one. If the organizers allow, we hope we are not eating into too much of their time. So, the honorable members of parliament, our dear organizers, the executive director of NIMD and executive director of Mama Akina, the other partners from parliament, and leaders of Uganda. Good afternoon. You know, when they called me to share this afternoon, and then I checked the message when I was coming, and I said, these formal things cannot address. I said, so maybe I should begin with this story. So there was this very brilliant young lady in about primary 4. And there was a teacher, very brilliant teacher as well. So she walks into class and says, class, I need an example of an amphibian. And surely, primary 4 for our, especially the humbler schools, then up country. So everyone knew there was a brilliant girl called Jen in class. And they started saying, Jen, 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 Jen. Because they knew no answer, the whole class would get caned. And then Jane put up her hand and said, teacher, an example of an amphibian, said a frog. And the teacher said, class, put your hands together for Jane, and they clapped. And then the teacher said, another example of an amphibian. And the kids were like, now this teacher also. And then, so they started again saying, Jane, 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 Jane. And then Jane put up her hand up and said, another frog. Now, according to Jane, the 2 frogs were 2 amphibians. Now, I'm not going to make another speech. No. It's going to be an engagement. I hope we can have a sharing afternoon. I talk about basically legislative agenda that is transformative for the young people in this country. I was honored by an opportunity to lead young people as early as, I think, primary used to be a Boy Scout, I think. So now I joined university first year. I chose to run to be a class representative to the Makello Society. And there had been a lady who had just lost being a class president a few seconds or a few minutes before. And then a colleague, so before a colleague nominated me, I looked around, I said, they said, names. I looked around, and no one was nominating anybody. I told my neighbor, remember we are in first year, we are all new. I told my neighbor, I said, are you sure you don't know my name? Of course he didn't know, because we are all new. Then I said, okay, my name is Gerald Karang, what are you waiting for? And he indeed put up the name. Now, I didn't know that shortly thereafter they would nominate the lady who had just lost the previous election a few minutes before. And I was not only trounced, I think I got less than 20 votes out of about a class of 300. Can you imagine? 300 in class and you get 20, I got 20 votes. And then I said, this is quite embarrassing. I said, it's okay. So second year, I ran to be the guild speaker first. Then one of those chaps came to me and said, Gerald, you are amazing. We are only 300 in class. We could not trust you to represent us, the Makerere said. And you think you can speak for the 40,000 students of Makerere? I said, just wait. Watch the space. Of course, I also knew surely the worst was likely to happen. And then, luckily, I won. Yes, I won, and then subsequently, I became a guild president the subsequent year. So I have enjoyed a bit of youth leadership with its very amazing challenges. I will share some experiences. So, what is it about transformative legislative agenda for the youth? Firstly, I think if I was to categorize this into two, I think one would look at what I can call the extrinsic engagement and the intrinsic engagement. So let me start with the intrinsic engagement. What happens in Parliament? Or what agenda the young people can push to transform their lives, transform their livelihoods? Firstly, let me share a little bit of what we attempted at achieving or achieved. So, we knew that one of the number one challenges for the young people in this country has always been unemployment, which emanates from inadequate training or education, or if at all any. And of course, lack of opportunity. So we agreed as the 5 youth MPs then that we should make a little bit of a difference. So we said, firstly, let me make it clear, we are 5. So 4 of my colleagues were from the ruling party. I was the only independent. But we agreed that we are going to put aside our partisan sentiments and we work and focus on the youth issues. So the first thing we really pushed the government hard on was the Youth Capital Venture Fund. We attempted. We had a whole idea of how this should work. We even took time, visited some African programs in other African countries, and made reports, engaged, pushed them hard. Luckily, and this is very important, the difference that happens in real life seems to stem from those who are ready to act. So, as we are pushing, we learned about an organization called KFW. It's a German foundation. Apparently, it had lent money to government, about 12.5 billion. I think when relating with the DFCU bank. And then this money was ready to be taken back. The period for the loan had passed, so they were taking back this money. Now they said, no, we don't want to take this money, we want to support a program. And so as we were ready with this, government was saying, no, there is no money. Said, we know where money is. And I said, where is it? And we had these documents. And they were shocked, the fellows in finance were shocked. And then they said, okay, let's talk to the Germans. If they are willing, we shall start this Youth Capital Venture Fund. And that's how the Youth Capital Venture Fund actually started, with that 12 billion. And then we said, but this is small. Of course, again, there were so many restrictions put. It became very complicated, much more complicated than we had anticipated. We tried to engage. Unfortunately, we couldn't make so many inroads at the time. And we thought, okay, it's a good start. Then we engaged and said, but this is small. Let's push for another program. And then the Youth Livelihood Program came with also its many shortcomings, but we also said, okay, at least there is something to improve. Those who should come after us will find something to improve. They shouldn't begin from zero. And then I said, but wait a minute. It appears that the legislative agenda, before you even get policies, you need good laws. And on the whole, on the greater scheme of things, we seem to have very good laws. So, when a colleague came up, apparently passing, and the colleagues in Parliament will share with you, passing a law in Parliament is such a protracted process. It takes a bit of time. It actually calls for patience. So when a colleague came up with a law, which we call the Local Content Act, he said, I think we don't have to come with other laws, let's get together. Because almost, incidentally, about 3 of us had come up with different bills. So he said, let's join our ideas and support this particular bill. It took a bit of time. I think it even crossed to another parliament. And then actually, a colleague, another person actually came and again took over the engagement that had been carried out at that time. And eventually, so the local content law is basically to ensure that foreign companies that come around, and this largely stemmed from the oil debates, that if these companies come around, why should they carry their entire population? So why should the Chinese carry the entire China, the entire Beijing or Guangzhou to come and work in the oil sector, or in the road sector, or in the construction of dams? So our argument was that there must be a law insisting that these organizations, these companies, these different entities must, as a matter of law, deliberately employ a greater percentage of Ugandans. And that we passed as law, and it's called the Local Content Act. Now, there are other issues I would love to share relatedly, but are in a way kind of extrinsic. Extrinsic in the sense that they may not seemingly come off as youth issues, but they are issues that once enhanced and once given attention, the greater majority of the citizens of this country would benefit. Unfortunately, they are young people. So, on a personal note, when I joined in 2011, one thing I noticed in the first 6 months, I realized that no one almost took seriously the youth representatives. It's like there was a favor being done to the young people for them to be in parliament. And then I was like, these fellows have no idea how much one campaigns. I saw our colleagues, the youth MPs. They will tell you how difficult it is to convince young people in an entire region to vote you as their representative. So I get in parliament and I see colleagues, it's like you are somehow an appendage. They're like some annex, you know, when they give you a document and then you annex, they can annex. I said, this is not acceptable. I said, now, we shared and said, now look, these fellows must realize that we are not just here as youth MPs, but we are also representatives of the majority of this country. And what did we do? I can assure you we did everything on every issue to make sure that the voice of the young people was heard in this country. And we really, really raised our voices. Those who recall the oil debate, I remember young people saying, but did we send Karanga to Parliament talk about oil and oil and oil? And then I had to keep reminding them and say, look, if our voice is not heard on this oil sector, if no one hears us now, no one will ever hear the young people. And so we found very creative ways Some were really quite tragic in a sense that it would upset, and indeed it upset the powers that be. I remember Charles then covering these issues. Now one day, I don't know those who remember the oil debate. I remember that day when we presented the bribery documents. And then one of the ministers stood across and got the microphone and said, I want Honorable Karahanga to repeat these things outside this parliament. I will sue him, I will take him on, I will. And I said, I also, as soon as he finished, I also picked it again. And I told him, just follow closely. I am not going to wait for a day or a week or anything. As soon as I step out, I will be engaging the media on radio, on TV, in every space I can find about the corrupt tendencies in this oil sector. And it became hot and hot. But from that debate, those who are really following and the journalists who are covering Parliament can confess, I believe, at least I've heard some of them say, that from there on, not only just Parliament, but the country started paying attention to the views and the voices of the young people. Because they realized that we were not just talking about, you know, like how in school people think the strikes and demonstrations, they should be about food and beans and then posho and no. Because, I mean, if young people don't benefit from this oil sector, then who should? Yeah. So, and then there was another interesting experience. So we get in Parliament again, and then they inform Parliament that now look, with this very disheartening levels, with the levels of very, very skyrocketing levels of unemployment, they tell us that the Chief Justice, who had clocked the age of 70, the retirement age in the Constitution, the President had reappointed him and had sent the name to Parliament for approval. I told colleagues, I remember we were in the canteen, I told colleagues, I said, this shall not happen. And they all looked at me. Remember, you are just one young youth MP. They all looked at me and said, now, what do you think you can do? Seated on a round table like that one. I mean, the President has already appointed him. I said, no. What message does it send to the young people that have been, I mean, think about it. They are people who finish campus. They look for a job. The first year, they don't find it. The second year, they don't get it. The third year, they look for this job. The fourth year, they are still looking for the job. Now, here is a man, apparently, who led the constitutional making process, who has clocked retirement, and he refuses to retire. I said, what are we telling the young people? That they should lose all the hope? Like even those who are ready, who are supposed to retire? Of course, one of them urged and said, but Gerald, be very serious. Sure, among the youth who qualifies to be a Chief Justice. And I said, no, this is not about the position of the Chief Justice, but it's the message we send to the young people. And when all that was done and said, the listening was hardly there. And what we did, I told colleagues, I am going to sue government. And people thought I was joking. I said, you are in trouble. How do you sue the president? That means you are really suing the president. I said, he's the president of Uganda, so he will be sued if he takes so. So anyway, the case was filed in the Constitutional Court, and 4 justices out of 5 agreed with me that the Chief Justice should retire, and indeed he retired. Now, so that's why I was saying some of these issues are extrinsic. Now, sometimes you don't see a direct connection between this and and the youth agenda or youth issues. But you see, the message, what you communicate to the young people matters. What you share with the young people really, really matters. And communication takes very many forms. So I thought maybe I should start by sharing a few experiences that we had in Parliament. Now, I see my brothers here. It seems the sister is not here. The youth MPs. Firstly, designing or putting together the youth legislative agenda is not an entire preserve of the members of Parliament. It is actually an effort of the youth, especially if you are being given a position of leadership in whether it's an organization, an institution, a political party. So you engage them. So I remember some of the evenings I would go out. These days there are many jokes about happening. They say Kampala is the destination. So then it was Acacia. It's still a bit of Acacia. Now there's a bit of Bandari Rise. Now, so one evening, some young man came and we were out and said, "Gerald, what are you doing here?" I think we were at Casablanca. And I said, I have come precisely to pick your views. I thought I would certainly meet some young people here. And then, but when I reflected on it, I realized that actually the things that we engage in, that for instance, your representatives, that the issues they address, are not necessarily the issues that are really created by themselves or their own ideas. It's largely what they pick from you. It's largely what you remind them to do. So those are the things that we must engage on. So the process is we listen to you, they listen to you, and then you take on these issues. Now, there are interesting things that have happened to us as a people. Fellow Ugandans, when we are mounting the stage of existence, the Almighty decided in His own wisdom that we become citizens of this great nation that nomenclature dubbed Uganda. So we are neither tourists nor refugees. We are neither spectators or observers. We are neither exiles or evacuees. We are Ugandans. Now, the challenges that we face as a country, and they are really immense, those challenges must be addressed by us. We are going to see them. I actually keep telling people, some time back I thought we had hit the bottom. It seems we are still even proceeding. You know, naturally, when you hit the bottom, you get up. Yeah? It appears it's probably not yet. And now this is not spell doom. This is not to not take away hope. No, this is to speak to reality. We are going to have difficult times ahead of us. And they may be really difficult. In many ways, our perseverance has been abused. Our patience has been molested. And in many ways, our dreams have been shattered. But you know what? Our hope is not lost. We still have hope. If we put our heads together, if we choose and say, this is the agenda we want to pursue, men, for heaven's sake, in one way or the other, whether anyone wants it, whether there are impediments or there are blockades, whether there are those who don't believe in us, in one way or the other, we shall make a difference in our own country. Now, let me tell you a short story. When the missionaries came around, I remember sharing this some time back, they had a way of communicating to us. And they were struggling with our languages. And on one occasion, there was this particular missionary. So he goes into a prayer room, enters a room, and he begins, as they would struggle, sometimes try to mix our languages with English and or the other languages. And then it's like, may the Lord be with you. And then the people responded, and also with you. And then he started reading. This book is from the book of John. And, and unfortunately, somebody had poured water on that particular page. So the words were not readable. And then he looked at the book, he turned, he now struggled. He has already said John and read the chapter and the verse. And he said, this book seems to have a problem. And then they also replied, and you also have a problem. Now, this country has real problems. You know, I think about it when I see so many young women and some young men, but largely young women, at Entebbe Airport, boarding those planes, and literally being taken to practically put their lives at stake when they know they have seen videos of their previous colleagues whose body parts have been stolen from them, who have been tortured, literally offering themselves to be enslaved for purposes of earning a living. And then we have a government, and indeed there is a government, and all seems normal. All seems very complex to address. Come on. How? So the challenges that we face as a people are really immense, that the people are so desperate to even offer themselves to be enslaved, that the despondency is to that degree that you can say, it doesn't matter. At least let me die trying to find a living. That must be a high level of desperation, an extremely high level. But the most painful thing, you legitimize it, you don't protect them. My brothers, we tried. I remember I led a team with colleagues who went to Saudi Arabia, went to Abu Dhabi, visited some in Qatar. We engaged government. We didn't achieve so much, I can openly say. We didn't achieve much. Maybe, colleagues, if you carry on with this, maybe you can address some of these issues. But this speaks volumes about the unemployment levels in this country. It does. Lastly, I had promised that this would be an engagement. You know, colleagues, legitimacy for leadership. And I beg that if no one had anything from me this afternoon, at least hear this one. If as a people we are going to turn around our country, push it to another level, we must be able to re-own the legitimate way a country is run. We must re-own this. We must re-own it. You know why? You know why that is very important? Because you think about it. For so many years, we've gotten so many donations. For decades, if not a century now. From the time the colonizers and the other missionaries, from the time they came here, it was around 18, in 1890. 94 is the most probably, yes. So it's over a century now. If you add up together the money that has come in this country in the last 100 years, you would be shocked. But the question is, why have we largely remained the same? Everything starts and ends with leadership. Everything starts and ends with leadership. For all this period, especially from 1962, we change leaders, we bomb each other, we kill each other, we shed blood and change leaders, and remain exactly almost the same place we've been. The reason that has remained the same is because the citizens have never had this unique potential, unique opportunity to say, finally, there has been a deliberate engagement by the citizens themselves with fellow citizens. And they are now armed with enough information. They are now armed with adequate processes. They are now armed with transparent processes to elect and choose who decides their fate. The moment we own that process, and you know that you got parliament, you do nothing, you spend 5 years, you leave. That you're president, you have 5 years, you go there and do nothing. People vote you out. The moment we own that, then we shall have recaptured our country. We shall decide what happens to us as citizens. For me, I think that is the ultimate link from where we are to the progress that we'd love to see as a people. How does it happen? We have to engage each other in lots of deliberations, and that's why I appreciate the organizers of this wonderful symposium. We have got to talk about these things. And we must not shy away. My brother were together in parliament. We must not shy away from these things. Please, for heaven's sake, unemployment does not know the color of yellow, blue, green, purple. It doesn't. Poverty does not know green, yellow, blue. Lack of opportunity or the inadequacies in our education system don't know these colors. Our challenges are exactly the same. So let's not allow leaders in whichever way or in whichever organization to always cocoon us so much that we forget that our challenges are exactly the same. If nothing unites us, let our challenges unite us. I want to repeat that. If nothing unites us, let our challenges unite us. Because the answer is in the togetherness. The answer is in us. So, as I conclude, the world is asking. Sometimes you would go to places and ask, but what happened to you people in Uganda? And I'm like, hey, what happened to us? What happened to you people? Our neighbors in Kenya, they just think we are we are in our own world. And The fact is, yes, there is what to explain. Something happened to us. But the world is asking, where are the aspirations of the young people in Uganda? Where are the dreams of the young people? Where are the values of the young people? Where is the focus of the young people in Uganda? And they are not asking for the time of life, youth, the time of life, no. They're asking for the temper of the mind, the uniqueness of imagination. The predominance of courage over timidity. They're asking, where are these young people? Where is this appetite for adventure over the life of ease? Where is it? And that's what they are looking for. And it's right in there. It's just deep in us. We only need to get to these conversations and we talk about these things. When I was coming in here, I chatted with the Honorable Court briefly there. And one thing that, that quickly came to our conversation. Thank you, NIMD, thank you, Mama Akina, thank you for organizing. But think about it. If, for instance, the donors withdrew all their funding for organizations, just like we saw DGF close. So, does that mean that we will completely not discuss the future of our country? Seriously, think about it. If the donors, or if we don't have these resources, other than the platform that we have in Parliament, which is largely limited in many ways, so what would happen to us? So, must it be a consistent culture that we must rely on the support from the donor community, that we cannot really imaginatively, very creatively come up with ideas on how we can get to discuss among ourselves these issues with or without resources? Isn't that possible? So I think we need to challenge ourselves, because I can imagine sometimes it's said, and thank God we have competent leaders in these organizations, but you know it, it's a quiet, you know, there are those, what we call loud secrets. It's largely a loud secret that he who pays the piper, calls the tune. So we must begin, because honestly, what will happen to us at some point? So I thought I would also mention that. Now, I wanted to leave you with a quotation. On the 6th of June, 1966, Kennedy visited the Students' Union in South Africa. And this is what he told them. That every time a person sets out to help a lot of others or strike against an injustice, he sets forth a tiny ripple of hope. And when 1 million of them crisscross from different centers of energy, they can build a current that can bring down the mightiest walls of oppression and suffering. Every time a person sets out, he wasn't talking about millions, no? But you set out to improve the plight of others. So, the import is that each one of us has a potential, has some significant potential to make a difference. And what will ultimately make a difference is going to be the aggregate effort of all of us. So there must be a deliberate and intentional personal decision as a young person to say, I need to make a difference in my country. It doesn't matter the party I belong to. It doesn't matter whom I associate with, but I must make a difference in my country. And then we get to meet. And then these ideas shape in a very smart, and now we have technology, in a very smart way, the future of our nation. Talking to young leaders is exciting. I could speak to you till tomorrow, but I know we have a discussion ahead of us. I thought that if you allow me, I end here, and for some time I was also paid, like my colleagues now, for talking, and that was that's the way we earned. And people who earn from talking, they can really mean to talk forever and ever, as they say, until the cows come home. But I thought that, in conclusion, shaping the transformative legislative agenda for the youth is a role that each one of us must participate in, is a role that we must engage with our colleagues in the civil society, engage with our people in the religious arena, engage with our people in the traditional cultural institutions, but also seriously engage with our leaders now, those who are in parliament. Now, at this point, Charles, if you may allow, I don't know whether I took beyond the time you had given me, but the Honorable said that the reason the ladies were not up was the tune of the song. Now you are going to put our DJ in a very difficult position for 1 minute. Yeah, for just 1 minute before I call Charles to conclude. But I pray to you, I appeal to you, ladies and gentlemen, that let's do whatever it takes. Let's engage in so many ways. Let's talk to each other. Let's chat among ourselves. Let's find ways of fixing our own country. We can make it, and we shall make it. I thank you very much. So DJ, maybe you can give us I know who I am.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a better clap for the Honorable Gerald Karuhanga, thank you very much for your sharing. Thank God you didn't pass your time. You actually took, I think, 37 minutes, and yet we allocated you 45. Thank you very much for keeping the time. I wish to recognize the presence of the SG of PPP, Alira. Thank you very much for joining the young people once more. Thank you very much to Honorable Gerald Siranda for joining the youth once again. And thank you to the Secretary. I'm forgetting that Siranda is still Secretary General of the DP. I was mistaken that the new position just achieved last week or the week before was making me forget. But I also want to thank very much and appreciate the Honorable Ebil Fred from the UPC, the Secretary General of UPC. Now I'm going to invite Dan Kidega, who is a member of the National Youth Council, to come and lead us through the panel discussion. And he gives as much as he takes, so he's going to do a very good job as well. I will only be managing the time because I've realized I need to manage the time myself. You belong to the same constituency and you are voters. Some of you are voters, some of you ask for votes. So if I hand over the power of time management to you alone, you may give yourselves up to midnight to be here. So I will manage time. But Dan, to give you some energy, to start, allow me invite Hawa Chimbugwe, the poet. Hawa, we need more of the poem. And yesterday she gave us a very good one. Like Oliver Twist said, we need more and more and more. The Waganda say nera, nera, nera. So come and give us some more, and then Dan takes over. You're most welcome. Let's put our hands together. Let's clap for Hawa, the poet.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to just jump right in because we are short of time. As I stand and walk down this red carpet, flamboyantly placed in this stunning velvet, placing at a rate that makes you doubt Newton's first law of motion, so content like I own pound-making machines in my basement, I have nothing to lose. When you look at me with those squinting eyes because biology composes my stature and I am scientified by nature as if God bestowed my existence to show off, I have nothing to lose. When with gentleness of supreme strength I indulge calmness deep in its depth, so humbled like I'm about to be crowned as the next Navagerika, and you wish you would shoot me dead because I behave like I'm the only female residing in the mighty planet of Mars, I have nothing to lose. When you question my fashion that I express my love for style and poetry, and you wish you would shoot me dead because I behave, because I can represent and become richer than Oprah Winfrey in just hours, I have nothing to lose. I really have nothing to lose. I don't pretend to be someone that I'm not. My life's gangster. I alter imagination into reality. I am too complete to compete. I am loved, adored, and cherished above all things by the creator of all things, who's greater than all things. And perhaps you are my reflection.
Wow.
I think she deserves a better round of applause. It was amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Charles, for introducing me. But just to correct you a little bit, I am Moses Kidega, not Dan Kidega. But nonetheless, thank you for the opportunity. And I'm glad and privileged to moderate this very important conversation. And the Honorable Gerard has already given us a very powerful and strong foundation that we shall build on. So without wasting any more time, let me just introduce and welcome the panelists for this afternoon's conversation. And I'll begin with the hustler. A former porter, garbage collector, and now a member of parliament, the Honorable Bernard Odoi Mutusa, member of parliament for the youth of Eastern Uganda. Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa, and hustler as well. The second on the panel is the Honorable Chair of the Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs, but also a progressive young person representing the youth of Northern Uganda, Honorable Boniface Okot. Please. Yeah, thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Boniface. Former Secretary for Labour of the National Youth Council of Uganda, and now Rwampara East Member of Parliament, Julius Tusime. Many thanks for joining us. Thank you. From the Forum for Democratic Change, and a lawyer as well, Mr. Thomas Kayanja, you're here with us and you're part of the panelists. Many thanks for joining us. Please take your seat at the platform. Before I introduce the last panelist, I'll request that the people in charge just find an extra seat here so that this Honorable Member of Parliament does not stand. Thank you very much. Yes, last but not least is the former Secretary for External Relations to the National Youth Council, and now Member of Parliament representing the youth of Western Uganda, Honorable Edson Rugumayo. Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa, for sparing the time to share with us your thoughts this afternoon. Well, gender,
Akina Mama. We don't have a whole male panel.
Okay.
No.
Can you stop me? Can you stop me?
What a young woman.
All right, so now I am being faced with a controversy to deal with. Colleagues, allow me to call you to order. Ladies and gentlemen, with your indulgence, colleagues, with your indulgence, our time, first of all, is fast spent, but also allow me to remind you that in the previous panel of 5, there was a single gentleman. So I think we shouldn't emphasize the issue of gender. I believe they speak for all of us. They speak for both the men and the women. All right, colleagues, you see,
hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's listen. Look. Democracy starts with a dialogue. Let's discuss. Let's find a solution. Shouting and heckling does not help. Now, imagine you're flying and you hit turbulence and you are in charge of the plane and you are up in the air. Do you just let the plane just dive upside down, or you solve the problem? There is a problem we have identified and we need to solve it. Now, here is the thing. Let's get a solution. I hear you. And you young people know that I've been your ally. First, if you check on your program, there was supposed to be the Honorable Nyamutoro. Now, the Honorable Nyamutoro, who was supposed to be on this panel, did a swap with the Honorable Boniface. That was yesterday. That's how we found ourselves in this situation. The Honorable Boniface had his Committee of Science traveling to another parliamentary duty. And then they swapped, and Honorable Nyamutoro participated in the discussion yesterday. It wasn't by design of the organizers or any one of us here. That's one. We agree on that. Two, this morning, and let's be honest with ourselves, ladies, my sisters, we agreed, I participated. Let me tell you what happened. We said there was a discussion on feminism. I personally said, what does the Honorable Edson have to discuss with feminism? I removed the Honorable Edson from the program on feminism, and we had an all-female participant on that panel. We did that deliberately. Now, wait. We did that. Now, we agree that you are not happy with that. We are... We are going to just a minute. Now, what we are going to do, what we are suggesting, I have seen the vice chairperson of the National Youth Council. Dr. Nancha just walked in, I think. She is around. With your permission, can we accept her on the panel and we remove Boniface?
The young person out there, to the Ugandan out there who has no understanding about the content of this document, the content of your agenda for the next 5 or so years, what do you have to tell to them? What does the youth agenda entail? Just to kick us off. The youth legislative agenda. What are the contents?
Youth oye! Youth oye! My name is Boniface Okot. I'm the Member of Parliament representing the youth of Northern Uganda, and also the chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs. I must admit that I'm very privileged to be on this podium this afternoon, and I'll go straight to the question that I have been asked. But I also acknowledge the presence of our development partners here, and of course, the youth leaders who are present in this room. I acknowledge you. On the 9th of August this year, I moved a motion on the floor of Parliament, and the motion was one urging government to prioritize the state of the youth in Uganda. The genesis of the motion was as a result of numerous convergences with the rest of my colleagues who are also here on the panel. We retreated severally. When we got to Parliament, just like Honorable Gerard Karohanga stated, usually you'll quickly realize that there are only 5 representatives of the young people in a parliament of about 529 members of parliament. And that in itself presents a big challenge. Because, you know, Parliament is a house of numbers. Without the numbers, you are absolutely doing nothing. You have to go home. So the essence or the philosophy of the forum on youth affairs in Parliament is for us to mobilize the numbers. So I'm very grateful that in this particular Parliament, the youth members of Parliament were able to mobilize 200 MPs to join the youth forum. So we noticed that that was the beginning of our push in our effort to empower the young people and ensure the youth agenda finds itself in Parliament. In our motion, we raised 4 thematic areas. And these thematic areas were as a result of engagements with many sections of the young people. I acknowledge, for example, in this room, the structures of the National Youth Council, who are ably represented by you, the delegates, the structures of the youth in political parties, the structures of the youth councillors. So, and also in our campaigns, we were able to interact with many young people, and that formed the 4 thematic areas in our legislative agenda 2021-2026. So we actually already have a legislative agenda. And the essence of the legislative agenda is that we are only in Parliament for 5 years. So without a direction, you absolutely have nothing to achieve at the end of the day. So we needed a document that would guide our work going forward. So fast forward, these were the resolutions of Parliament as regards to the core thematic areas that we raised. The first one was, I will simply give an overview, like you've asked. Our first issue was on youth unemployment and also the well-being of the young people, the socio-economic state of the young people. And this is what Parliament resolved. You can find this document, it is available on the Hansard, that government scales up interventions for youth in skilling, employment, and livelihoods by ensuring that all forms of financing are significant, accessible, and affordable with a dedicated and ring-fenced quota for the youth. That was resolution number 1 on employment. The details are numerous, probably we'll discuss in the course. The second resolution of Parliament was on our question of the social services of education and health and how they were responsive to the needs of the youth. In health, you know, there are issues SRHR, which I don't want to delve into now, HIV and AIDS and mental health and so on. Education, scholarships for young people, student loan scheme and the rest. So this is what Parliament resolved, that government ensures that all social services are responsive to the needs of the youth. And we delved deep into those concerns. Third resolution, which was on the participation of the young people in decision making with the question of gender equality in mind. And this is what we saw happening. So we also resolved unanimously that government deliberately, meaningfully, and adequately involves the youth in decision-making at various hierarchies of government. The key word there is meaningfully, because we already have some semblance of representation at all levels, but we want it to be as meaningful. The details of how we want it to be meaningful are also involved, but because of time, then finally was on this cross-cutting issue of climate change, because we saw multiple disasters happening everywhere. And who are the real people affected by this climate change? Everyone else, but the youth even more, greater. So the resolution was that government ramps up climate change governance initiatives while involving the youth. So these essentially were the resolutions of Parliament. Now, what I want to inform...
Mheshimiwa, I have to cut you right there because our time is limited, but we appreciate that very elaborate background, and I believe he has given us the 4 thematics and we have heard them. So I want to bring in Julius. Julius, hearing what Honorable Okot has just told us, your former Secretary for Labor to the National Youth Council, I didn't hear anything to do with labor externalization that Honorable Karanga actually mentioned in his sorry? Okay, just allow Julius to expand on that. Julius, is it because you are not cognizant of the prevailing challenge that we are facing as a country, that on so many days young people leave this country to go to the Gulf area to find employment? What is this agenda attempting to do to address that challenge?
Thank you so much. My junior brother who came to take on the seat and ably serving. I used to be a member of the National Youth Council Executive as the Secretary for Labor Affairs before I joined Parliament. And indeed, challenges and issues relating to labor externalization were happening even then. Like the predecessor, our keynote speaker, Gerard, emphasized, there were efforts that we made because at that time, the regulations guiding how our young brothers and sisters travel abroad to work were not so well streamlined. At that time, we didn't even have a policy in relation to labor externalization. If you had allowed a colleague, but I know it's just because of time, he would have delved in ably, but in this parliament, in the legislative agenda, we have a component that tackles the livelihoods of the young people, and therein we ably pushed and discussed the issue of labor externalization to an extent that it resulted into the amendment of the Employment Act, where we are looking at how we can verify and have a system that checks how our young people, ladies and gentlemen, can work abroad, how we can ensure that their contracts are clear on what they will be doing abroad, how they will be paid. But now our focus has been, or is going to be going forward, on vouching for an establishing what we have called a rescue fund. Because oftentimes you see when you have one of your colleagues or sisters or brothers and they happen to die abroad, the challenge comes back to you, the families. How do you bring back, for example, the dead body of a fellow country person? So now we are looking at establishing a fund so that that can be a role, can be a function of government to ensure that any citizen who dies abroad has a clear of returning. Some of us, we have reservations indeed on labor externalization, but it takes us back to the root causes, unemployment. So what we could say about that is that we have been vouching that as government establishes the numerous interventions aimed at engaging young people into productive ventures, we have been able, for example, in the recent parish development model, to vouch for ensuring that 30% of those funds go to those young people. We will be discussing together with our colleagues to ensure that a fund is created to support the incubation of businesses, to support the certification of products through the innovative and creative ways done by the young people. We would wish and pray that as we legislate in this term, we have incubation centers supported by government. We have a fund created by government to nurture a business idea, certify that business idea, put the product on the market, even support the young people to have patents in their ideas, and then even support in the market entrenchment. So I believe once all those are done, the young people would able to have decent employment here, and maybe some of us pray that we don't have labor externalization, especially for the young people who got to provide unprofessional workforce, especially that, because there are challenges, so many challenges which I wouldn't want to talk about now. So we are committed, together with you, we shall push and vote for decent labor externalization, if it is there, decent labor externalization. I would envisage an opportunity as we vote for the East African Federation and Pan-African Federation, and as we have, and we are trying to have the non-tariff barriers, we also have an open way of extending our workforce in East Africa and externally, so that we see doctors being able to travel and work in Nairobi, in South Africa, without even requiring permits. If we can have that, and this takes what is the key thing we are having today, dialogue. It takes engagement between the different government departments and the foreign nations.
Right.
So, me, as an individual, I have reservations on labor externalization, especially for the unprofessional, unskilled workforce.
All right, Asante Sana, thank you very much. Honorable Bernard Odoe, I was reading your CV just here, and I got to realize that you employ over 50 young people in your company. Let's discuss unemployment, and I'm glad that top of your agenda is youth empowerment and youth unemployment. And this comes at the wake of government not refinancing the youth livelihood program, but also programs like the Youth Capital Venture Fund seem to be taking a backseat. So do you think that the issue of unemployment has been well diagnosed in Uganda? Do you think that our government should take the approach of empowering the private sector players like you so that you can expand your businesses and create more jobs? Or we should take the approach of the parish development model where we send money to the community and we can barely trace the accountability process? So how is unemployment being tackled in Uganda, but also how does this youth agenda attempt to address unemployment from the broad scale?
Thank you, my brother. Once again, my name is Bernard Odoe Onen Mutusa, the garbage collector. Thank you. Aware that a country or a community or a society is not an inevitable eventuality of physics, but choices that we make individually and collectively. As a generation, I can't agree with the model at hand of PDM for reasons that are obvious. In theory, there is 30% supposedly meant for the youth. But if you go down to the parish levels, that is not a reality. Our conversation as individuals, as a team, collectively, should be to change the policy, should be to look at partnering or partnership. I want to give you an example of our neighborhood, Kenya, where the youth has a segment of 30% of all government procurement opportunities, clearly written in black and white. How do we come up with a good idea of PDM? And the core of our population, the youth, are not catered for. The young people, I think, occupy the media space to the extent of 70%. I believe collectively the task is within us to push, to demand, to lobby, to ensure that we get to our rightful place of offering leadership to ourselves and those who have given us mandate by starting with the available projects that government has earmarked for this country. Anything short of that, I think we are losing the direction, individually as a leader and collectively as a generation. The people who gave us the mandate, the people who would get hope from us, are not getting that hope. And so for me, you look at our country where all the subsidies, tax waivers are given to anyone who falls under the quotient of investor, even when they come here with just 20 million shillings. A young person, wherever they are, citizens of this country, are not considered at the table of decision, and this frustrates businesses. I want to again make reference to good programs like YLP, a good program meant to support the young people and jumpstart the economic development. But the stringent requirements put in place for an ordinary young person who has just graduated the other day, the demand for land title, the demand for bank statement, has left all of us out of the decision-making table of this country.
All right, thank you very much, Hasla. Dr. Nancha, if I don't bring you at this point, I'm sure my friends might crucify me once again. So let me just bring in a female voice. Esther, if Mwalimu was alive, Nyerere, I mean, he would be making 100 years. Nyerere one time said that for development to be sustainable, it must be people-driven. As a member of the National Youth Council, looking at this document, is it representative of the views of the young people? You're at the helm of a structure of over 6,000 leaders. The views you gather from these structures, are they being represented in this document? Would you speak with confidence that this is our document and we own it, our agenda is right there?
Thank you, Comrade Chidega. Once again, I am Nancha Esther. I am a veterinary doctor by profession. I am also a consultant for poultry and piggery management. So if you want to start up any of that, you can consult me. Yes, Comrade Onen is laughing at it, but that is it. And I'm the vice chairperson of the National Youth Council. And I'm a farmer, like some of you here. I also interest people into farming because it's my profession. Thank you for the question. But yes, the legislative agenda tries to solve some of the issues that you have as the young people of the country. Being a leader of the National Youth Council, my mandate is mainly to mobilize the young people, unite them, and try to engage them in activities that benefit them, not only the leaders, but also all the young people in the country, regardless of whether they are in the leadership position or not. So the question of the legislative agenda, it is really, it tries to solve some of the problem, but the only issue that I see is that most of the young people were not consulted at it. I don't know how it was brought up. A few people were consulted. There are most of the issues of the young people of the country that are not captured. And then the young people also do not know about what is really happening, what is being legislated for them. I find it important to inform the public. I think there are very many ways through which the young people, they have very many platforms through which they can be informed of what is being done for them. To tell you the truth, it all starts with the young people owning what we are doing for them. To the Parliamentary Youth Forum, even if we try to bring up policies for the young people, however good they are, but if we do not inform them and we do not involve them in the process of formulating them, they can never own them up, and at some point, the outcome of whatever we have drafted might not be 100% fruitful, or we might not actually benefit from it 100%. But the document is good. However, implementation and sensitization is key. It should include not only the young people, but the women being majority, the young females, especially during the COVID period that we had lots of the young women affected. We had lots of school dropouts, mainly young girls. We had lots of teenage pregnancies, mostly young girls. All those issues, SRHR issues, are key, and they must, the word is must, be solved. They must be included. They must be included, and for sure, if we are to solve any of the issues of the young people, we should not leave the women behind, but we should not leave the men behind too. We must give men a role to play in all these other issues, SRHR being one of them. You get? So that is my view.
Wow.
Thank you, Comrade Chidega.
Wow, wow. Thank you very much, Dr. Esther. That was rather very amazing. Mheshimiwa, Honorable Edson Rugumayo, let me come to you. Comrade Okot mentioned clearly that agenda number 3 is about political participation and decision making, that you must include people in decision making at governance level. And in your document, you mentioned the National Youth Council as one of your key structures that you use to gather the views of young people. The National Youth Council, its existence is in question, and by that I mean the merger, yeah? It has been along the corridors of Parliament, so perhaps you need to respond. Should this institution that you rely on to gather views be merged, then what then is there for you as an alternative? But also the issue of the capacity of these institutions. Do they have the capacity to actually offer you a backbone to mobilize data and feed you with this information so you can guide your agenda? So just those two issues, as you as well give us your comments regarding this particular document.
Thank you. Thank you so much, moderator. Once again, my vote of thanks to NIMD and the Akina Mama and all partners for making this possible for us to have this space to discuss. Also, my sincere gratitude to Honorable Gerard Karuhanga for the wonderful keynote that you gave. I met Honorable Gerard in 2012 when he addressed us at the Kawatere in a primary school in Mbarara. I remember then you brought for us General Mchamuntu, and when we finished the discussion, I walked to you. I don't think you remember, but I told you I would become a youth member of Parliament. I am glad to let you know that I'm now a youth member of Parliament. What is most important for you is the young people in this room. I hope you drew inspiration from what the Honorable said. Mine took longer. I took a very long route to get here, but I'm here and continuing the work that you started. Secondly, Honorable, I want to report to you that you did a wonderful job with the Capital Venture Fund. You put it in place, but unfortunately, the fund has dwindled to now 7 billion. Only last week, I had a discussion with the members of Centenary. In as much as the 7 billion, they say if government contributed 50 billion, they were also willing to contribute 50 billion to make it 100. So I am hopeful that the team that is here, we can join hands and fight to consolidate the gains that the Honorable Karuhanga and the team put in place. Secondly, I also noted in the comments from my colleagues here and the Honorable Gerard, the issue, for example, of unemployment and vis-a-vis the contracts of government. Now, I want to also inform this House that the Honorable 11 members of Parliament of the 10th Parliament made a wonderful stride for us. They passed an amendment to the PPDA Act. Now, in that amendment, they put a provision, particularly Clause 59B, which provides for reservation schemes for youth, women, and persons with disabilities. Now, that says that there should be a percentage of all government contracts, there should be a percentage of those schemes that are reserved for young people. Now, the work that is left, because it is provided for in the amendment, is that the minister is supposed to make regulations to make that effective. In the past 2 weeks, I tasked the National Youth Council. I think they have written. We want to have an engagement with the Minister of Finance to make sure we have an input and we dictate the strategy of implementing this. So I think these are very wonderful gains for the young people of our country. This should show that there is work that is going on. Now, you posed a very wonderful question, especially on the area of participation. This morning, I was seated there. I looked at, because our legislative agenda, as my honorable colleague, Okot mentioned, in as much as we consulted, but it is not different from all the other documents that we put in place before. The Youth Manifesto, the National Youth Policy, all those documents reflect what the views of the young people should be and the aspirations should be. And when I looked at the page, because the young people have, I looked at the Youth Manifesto specifically, and I looked at the different priorities that the youth put in place. And I was ticking off and evaluating. I found on the aspect of employment and opportunities, there were some scores that we had made when I evaluated. I think it was 7 out of 11. But when I turned to the page of political participation, I was sad that the page, the way it is written, I marked 0 out of 10. All the priorities on this aspect of participation, all the aspirations that are put in that youth manifesto, nothing has been tackled. This is why I want to invite our partners. NIMD, I've been discussing with NDI. Please let us invest now majorly in fronting ideas to do with participation. Because in as much as we have these structures, their capacity is still lacking. We need to have more engagements. If this symposium is taking place at the national level, I would love to be in a symposium that brings me closer to the young people at the regional level. I would love to be in a symposium where these young people meet also the other elderly leaders at the regional level. And we have a cross-cutting intergenerational discussion. Because government cannot be moved by Edson and the colleagues who are 5 members of parliament. There are many stakeholders in this, but they are at the lower regional level. But when these young people approach them, they just dismiss them because of the different narratives that are put there. So if we put together these platforms for them to interface with these leaders and these aspirations meet them, I think we will go a long way in solving problems to do with their participation, especially here in the country. Now, also on the aspect of externalization, I also want to say we have been gaining momentum with the colleagues. There is a member who moved a bill, an amendment to the employment bill of 2006. And as a forum, we've been gathering momentum to support because we feel some of the things we push in that could be able to structure and formalize and clean up the business of labor externalization. So I think we are making strides on some of those things. And I think if the bill is finally passed, some of the problems that are there will be cured. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. That has been very wonderful. Julia Muumuza, Vice President of UNSA. Let's address thematic number 4, climate change, that this agenda is trying to achieve or to address. Climate change, whereas we agree is a pertinent issue, it also comes in as a tool. Well, some have accused and said that it's also a tool that is being used by the West to cajole African development. Why do I say this? Because when you look at the Stop EACOP campaign, for example, happened at a time when Germany as a country issued around 53 licensing companies to drill more oil and petroleum in Alaska and in the Arctic Sea. There are over 9,000 licensed companies in the USA that are continuously, exploiting oil and other natural resources. But here they're saying, you know what, guys, don't exploit your resources because there is climate change. We saw UNSA leading students on the streets and saying that, our oil and European Union should not stop this oil exploitation. So let's just hear from you. Is this agenda worth pursuing? Is climate change a conversation that is timely for Africa and for Uganda? Or we are not ready for it?
Thank you. Once again, my name is Julia Muumuza. And first of all, allow me to appreciate our youth members of parliament for this legislative agenda. Personally, I've been part of several conversations through the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs. And I would add my voice and agree that the key areas talked about are mainly the key things that affect us, the young people. But to be specific with the issue of climate change, but before I go into it, you realize even this legislative agenda has guided other forums like the National Youth Parliament, and we also had a chance to have talks about issues like the climate change. And this is where I come in. Yes, I am for climate change. We all are for climate change, because if we are not for climate change, that we are not for our future, yes. But again, when it gets to oil, Uganda as a country, I believe, just like very many other countries have done it, this is a project that is intended to improve the livelihoods of very many people in form of creating jobs and in form of improving the economy and very many benefits. But however, I believe that in the structure of carrying on this project, there are standard measures the different governments can meet, the different governments within East Africa can meet to ensure that they preserve or they keep in mind climate change, because we believe it is something that they cannot completely do away with. But obviously, for me, I'm a Pan-African, and there is no way you can convince me that the Europeans would stop a project that is meant to accelerate economic growth, in quotes, because it affects climate change. Climate change is the placard, but behind it they have their reasons as to why they are fighting this project. So this is a project we young people should support, as long as the government has a clear roadmap on how the young people are going to benefit from it. We have had very many job opportunities that are going to be created. So yes, we believe the governments in East Africa can carry on with this project and being mindful of the climate change. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. So meaning we are all for ECOP must continue. Council, before I bring you in to critique whatever has been said, because I believe that the Forum for Democratic Change, as a party as a party waiting to offer governance to this country, you're basically there to look out for the loopholes. But before I do that, I want to allow you to criticize the whole lump sum. And Mheshimiwa Okot, just to wrap it up, are there any issues that have been left out that should have been said regarding this this document before I invite Council to wrap it up? On climate change? Because
yeah, thank you so much. Just 1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute, please. Yeah.
Uganda and the world at large, in the face of disaster, we've been having challenges. And oftentimes, the magnitude and the impact of those disasters is immense. At times, lives are lost, livelihoods are lost, and we see agencies, government coming in to do response. So, as we talk now, we have voted for the establishment of the Disaster Risk Management Policy 2022, and therein we have a component that is aimed at strengthening disaster preparedness. In this component, we have what we call the forecast-based mechanism, a system that is being built by a consortium of agencies, including Uganda Red Cross Society, OPM, UNMA is Uganda Meteorological something, and NECOC. NECOC is a regional corporation that gives alerts in relation to climate and disaster. So once we get back into parliamentary business as the youth legislators, we shall continue to vote, one, for the establishment and ensuring that the contingency fund is actualized, the releases are made, because in our planning, in our appropriation, we put a contingency fund. However, the releases have not yet been made, so we shall ensure that those releases are actually made. Two is to ensure that anticipatory actions and funds to enable strengthening a system that is able to determine, predict the kind of magnitude and impact of disaster and where it will actually happen. The funds are created in relation to the disaster risk management policy that we have recently enacted. Thank you.
Wow, amazing work right there. So, Honorable Court, just sum it up, then I invite Council just to critique whatever you guys are doing.
Thank you. I would have loved to speak after the criticisms from my brother here.
Which is okay. With your
But I'd love to make a few comments. First of all, by appreciating all the submissions that have been made, and maybe reinforce that one, our legislative agenda going forward is not cast in stone. It is a document that is still open to discussions, and that's why a forum like this is important. So we are still open to input, and as a matter of fact, we will ensure that the document is available to the organizers and also to the participants. Secondly, on the question of consultations, as a matter of fact, the constitution of the document was as a result of the different resolutions of the structures of the youth. I'll give an example of the National Youth Council of my good friend Dr. Nancha. As you're aware, the National Youth Council had council meetings in the different regions, and those resolutions were submitted to the forum. And so it is also one of the bases that we used to aggregate those demands. But also, this forum has close to 200 members of parliament who had actively participated in engagements with young people in their constituencies. So we had more than one retreat, severally, to listen to what the members, the young people at the grassroots had shared with their members of parliament to constitute. So perhaps if the audience is given an opportunity to read, you'll notice that there are more issues than what we can resolve now. It is a carefully crafted, listening to the issues, the voices, the youth parliaments, all resolutions of different youth meetings are attached to this particular document, and you'll have the benefit to look at it. The other issue is on labor externalization. I also want to allay any fears that the issue of labor externalization was not touched. It was actually comprehensively handled with retreats specifically to attend to this issue. My brother, Honorable Edson, has mentioned the employment amendment bill, but also importantly, there were two core resolutions that we continue to export labor to countries that we don't have bilateral labor agreements with. So what are we doing? So we are saying, can we get back on the drawing board and then have trade? If we are to continue, then we must have bilateral agreements with countries that we can hold to account. But secondly, is that also government considers exploring bilateral relations for professional labor, because we cannot only continue taking labor that housemaids and so on. But if our young people can explore professional labor, we have examples of countries that have achieved exceedingly from particularly this export, and at the same time protected their people. So if it's a direction that we want to go, can we ensure that our people are protected and also they earn the most from it? The other issue that came up was
as you conclude?
As I conclude, yes. Is YLP. We also attend to the issue of YLP because it came in this discussion, the Youth Livelihood Program. As you're aware, government had said they would collapse all these funds and put it in one basket called the Parish Development Model, and then send to the different parishes. But the resolution, our resolution was clear on the floor of Parliament that government should never ever again decide to resolve any program without a phase-out strategy. Because if you have to remove the youth livelihood program and turn it into a fund and a parish development model. And you have not given the young people who had initially benefited from this scheme alternatives. Then what are you doing? You're simply killing initiatives. So Parliament agreed unanimously that this should never happen. As a matter of fact, when the minister was challenged, just 1 second, I know it's already done, to respond, the minister said that 18 billion shillings is available under the Youth Livelihood Fund for it to resume. So these are ongoing discourses that we need to have with the National Youth Council and other structures on how best, because we are saying it has to be recapitalized. I could also speak about the Youth Venture Capital Fund in the 1 second that I had asked for, by saying that there has to be a link between the Youth Venture Capital Fund and the youth themselves. Because you'll notice that the fund only exists in Centenary Bank. And actually, when many of these young people go to access it, the bank instead sells to them the other loan packages that they have. And they keep claiming that there is no money. So we are saying, can these youth leaders have information about how much fund is available under the Youth Venture Capital Fund in their respective districts? And they have control over it and a role to supervise this fund. We could go on and on, but because of time, I'll offer my 1 second to my critic, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council Thomas, this particular forum is chaired by the NRM. If it were chaired by the Forum for Democratic Change, how would the youth legislative agenda look like?
Thank you so much, the moderator. Protocol observed. Good evening. Yes, I'm Kayanja Thomas, and I'm the Secretary for Education, Sports and Students Affairs of the FDC National Youth Reach. I'm happy that you have this conversation, such that we can be able to look into ourselves and see where we intend to go. I have heard when my brothers are curating what entails the youth legislative agenda. But my challenge has always been, when it comes to issues affecting youth, at times we tend to address peripheral issues and leave out substantive issues in one way or the other. Because when it comes to paperwork, I can tell you we have very good papers. When you look at the National Youth Policy of 2016, the Youth Action Plan of 2016, they have some good ideas. But when it comes to implementation, that's where the problem stems from. As the FDC, we believe we should go to the root cause of the problem. Why are we here? I was looking at the ministerial policy statement for education and sports for the previous financial year. And I realized that the government of Uganda spends 20,000 Ugandan shillings for each and every child who is under UPE. 20,000, that's the annual grant that spends on every child in Uganda. What kind of education is that child going to consume when the government annually spends only 20,000 Ugandan shillings? That's why we have ended up here having a big number of youth who are not only unemployed, but also do not have employable skills. So I would have expected my brothers here to look into the glaring issues. If we are the one in charge of this, our first steps would have been looking at such issues and say, yes, the government is providing this amount of money per child under UPE, but we believe based on the current economic situation or conditions, this money is not enough We have dreams. And the pre-kind speakers here have been clear saying that being a youth, it's transitional. These are people who are going to become youth the next day. But how much are we investing in them? When you look at what is invested in the young people in this country, basing on the education sector, it's like as if the future of young people in this country has been mortgaged. That's why you end up having youth that even go ahead and complete O-level, A-level, but when it comes to literacy and numerical skills are very poor. So we look into such issues. I was looking at the National Youth Manifesto. And the first point under the National Youth Manifesto is about addressing youth unemployment. And under that point, the categorically said that they will make sure that the responsible ministry of gender, puts up training centers for youth in each and every region. So what you should have been doing is to make even keen follow up and see, has the government taken any step to see that there are youth centers, training centers established? If I were them, I would be coming here to give an overview, to make an audit and say, yes, we set out this, and this is what we have achieved. We have made strides in this area. We are trying to also make strides in this area. There are these and these challenges. I believe that's how we can move forward. By looking at such issues, it's very, very important. Because when you come here and, yes, I appreciate, I also had the opportunity of looking at the Employment Amendment Bill of 2019, and they talk about the issue of labor externalization. But need to clearly look at, to address the problem, the root cause of the problem. Why are we here? In 1972, Idi Amin gave food handouts to Dubai. In 2022, a huge chunk of Ugandans, young people, are going to Dubai to work as casual workers. What could be the problem? The problems are emanating from a defective education system, insensitivity from the side of government. That's why I believe we need to have I believe we need to have a sober and robust conversation about the future of this country.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Come up with a common voice on issues of education and sports. Last, as I conclude, when you look at a sector like sports, Uganda as a country right now, we do not have any national functioning stadium. Yet the government has the capacity to build stadiums in each and every region in this country as a way of promoting talents. Those are the credible and glaring issues that I believe my brother should address their minds to.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you. A round of applause to this amazing panel. Thank you very much. So we shall take 5 questions from the audience, but bear in mind that the Honorable Gerard Karuhanga equally gave us a keynote. So if you have any questions to Honorable, you can as well direct some to him. So we shall take only 5 questions. And I request someone to help us move the microphone. So shall try to really scatter the questions around the entire room. So I'll pick one person from this table. Yes, Comrade Wanyera from this table. Chairman Sevier from that table. Asimba Fashimana, you've been speaking ever since yesterday. Here, let's begin from here. From Comrade Wanyera, yes.
Thank you so much.
But be straight to the point. Just
the question is here. I have it. Thank you so much.
No, face them.
Hey. My question goes to Honorable Karuhanga. That's why I want to face him. Honorable Karuhanga, Gerard, I will not talk about how you inspired me, but I'll go direct to the question because of time. My question is, First of all, let me tell you what my name is. My name is Wanyera Simon. I'm also known as the Revolutionary Son. Those who studied with me in Makerere know why I'm called the Revolutionary Son. Now, my question is, you talked about challenges. That challenges should be a factor that unite us, the young people. But in my view, we the young people, even if we had a chunk of challenges, we would never be united. So, this is my question. I would wish you to comment on some of the action areas you would wish us, the young people, to pursue.
Thank you.
So that we can get united.
Thank you very much. There is a lady on this table. On that table, yes, this, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Businge Benedict is my name. My question goes to the youth legislators, ministers, because we are on the youth and legislation. What efforts have you put forward to curb the issues of teenage pregnancies, because it is affecting the youth very much? Yesterday in Bwera Hospital, a 14-year-old girl died after giving birth. Under your docket as youth legislators, do you have anywhere to any slot under your docket to help curb this challenge?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Question noted. Xavier.
Thank you. Rotomio Xavier is my name. I represent the young people of Nebi under the umbrella of National Youth Council, and I subscribe to NRM as a party. I'm a very proud young NRM member. I want to start by appreciating Honorable Gerald for the efforts and struggle you made while you were in Parliament to make the young people of this country participate in business by bringing up the Youth Capital Venture Fund. However, sir, I want to put to you how some few Ugandans who feel that they are very bright in this country disappointed the young people today you are seeing with the very project you people pushed for. The Capital Venture Fund we are talking about went through centenary, and I think it is still them implementing it. But trust me, most districts, centenary are doing contrary with this money. The young people who are applying for this money are being given a lot of lending policies, which very many of us who never went to class or who do not have access to property are not succeeding in getting the money. Now, if my Honorable Edison is still pushing in for this money, how sure are you that we are going to benefit from this money, honestly? I am asking this because I am a young businessman who loves being practical with what he does. I want to ask you, Honorable, again, what will be the criteria of involving the youth leaders on what you are pushing for right now? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Crispa? Yes.
Thank you. My name is Crispa Sapunyo, the chairperson, Kola District Youth Council. I would love to first begin by commending and appreciating the legislators who are in front for coming with the key agenda for the young people. However, as a young person, I want to ask majorly the legislators, the young legislators who are in front there. The young people in this room are so much sure and are saying the representation you are making in Parliament is not appetizing. And as of now, what do you have in place to make sure that you bring that appetite that we are in need of seeing?
Okay, thank you. Appetite is needed. So 2 more questions. We shall pick one from this lady. Unfortunately, we don't have much time. One from this lady, then from Okane Anywa, then I think, colleagues, you will allow us end there for the interest of time.
Thank you. I knew you didn't give me a chance. I just grabbed, but this question is very important.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Kakai Nimrod. I'm a disciple of the NRM philosophy. My question goes to all the members of Parliament. I've just listened very good deliberations from the chairman. The region, let me narrate to East Africa. What is the agenda? Because you realize that issues that affect young people within our region are literally not so different. For example, the climate. I'll give you an example of where I come from in Namisindwa. You realize that the young people from Kenya cross to Uganda, pick firewood, pick trees, take to Kenya, and the repercussions of the environment don't spare any of us between the countries. What is the agenda of the MPs who are inside here on issues when it comes to region to help the young people in terms of climate and also trade, to enable trade within the countries, probably in East Africa?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The East African question, I think it has been noted. Let's have one from, okay, let's balance the age as well. There's this mama here.
Thank you so much. Nachibuka Maxensia once again. I have a question to the younger legislators. I've been a beneficiary of the CDD grant at the division or district level for the women empowerment. Why is it that funds for youth are not free? They have to borrow and return. And basically it is for youth who have no jobs, who have to organize themselves into groups, and then they get that money, which they have to return back. How can that be done when there is not even education and sensitization before they get it? Can you do something to change that? One more thing towards what Honorable Karuhanga said. I want to speak to the youth about this advocacy. I think you have had a lot of experience. How he just got up and had these laws being passed in Parliament. Now, what is it that you are going to do through this training? Because you have this space, you have the opportunities, you have the support. What is your message? Crafting your message that you are taking back to the people is very important. And lastly, my sister Lynette said she's a full-time politician. I had forgotten talking about that. You can't be a full-time politician. You need to do other things to supplement as a fallback position. Politics is so stressful, especially when you are contesting and then maybe not making it. What is your fallback position? Volunteer, offer yourself for positions of leadership in other spheres outside politics.
Thank you, Mama.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, lastly, from Okane Anywa, then colleagues, please, that will be the end of it. My sincere apologies, but I'm being told that time, yes, Okane Anywa is there. I'm being told that our time is fast spent and we need to leave this place. So that's the last question.
Yes, thank you. Yeah? My name is Okane Emmanuel Anywa.
Even the lady leader.
I represent the young people of Gulu City. I want to send a question to the chairperson of Youth Parliamentary Forum, Mr. Okot Boniface, basing on the context that the regional MPs are in contact with, at the grassroots, the chairpersons of the sub-counties, youth. As well, they are supposed to be in contact with the National Youth Council Executive. And basing on the information flow coming from the vice chairperson, prospectively shows there's a communication gap. How is the Parliamentary Youth Forum? What plans have you set in place to organize a communication flow to gather issues affecting the youth from the grassroots.
Okay.
Yeah.
Communication
Thank you.
flow, it has been noted. Then, okay, because we began this conversation on some note, I'll end with this lady, just to wrap it up, so you don't face the same issue again. All right, just briefly.
Thank you so much. I'd like to ask a question from Honorable Kaluhanga. To Honorable Kalhanga. He said, if nothing unites us, at least we should be united by our issues as youth. And I kept wondering, how do we draw a line between, because most of the people here are from the ruling government, and sometimes they feel like if they are to unite with people who are suffering, for example, the issue of violence that is going on, like people getting locked up in jail, and some of them have actually committed no crime and they are not given bail. Most of the youth here will not have the capacity to stand and be like, yes, I support my party, but what is actually going on is wrong. So I would like to know, how do we draw a line between fighting for our fellow youth, or together with our fellow youths and comrades, and not going against maybe the party, something like that.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bipartisan lines. All right, I think that is it. So, Honorable Gerard, we shall just begin with you. Then we shall end with the panel. Yes, Honorable Gerard can.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the wonderful ideas. It's amazing. Sometimes we used to be on radios, and then you talk, and then callers keep calling. Yeah, keep going, our leaders, we are behind you, we are behind you. And then you tell them, but wait a minute. Sometimes we look back and we don't see you. This is behind, we are behind you. Now it's interesting, when you've left Parliament, as now a former youth member of Parliament, seeing the colleagues seriously articulating the issues that concern the young people in this country. It's very, very exciting. Thank you, and thank you very much. Now, quick questions. The revolutionary son, Wanyana Simon. Actions. I think it's related to what also the last speaker said. So I think what I really meant, and I still strongly mean, that the issues we face as a people, as a country, must in one way or the other, if anything fails to bring us together, if anything, and I'm happy now that I'm told so far all the political parties have been represented in this symposium. Am I right? At least the main ones. Apparently, we have 28 political parties. But I think the real, let me leave that at that. I don't want to get myself in trouble. So if nothing think about it. If all things fail to bring us together as a country, honestly, I am certain that whether Honorable Doi, whether he's an NRM or not, he's concerned, and I'm sure, just like Honorable Court or Honorable Rugumayo, I am sure in their heads of heads, irrespective of the party they belong to, that they are concerned that their two colleagues have remained in prison for such a long time. I want to believe they are. Now, so that challenge, that element of humanity that still brings us together, must remain the reason that irrespective of the organizations, the political organizations we belong to, that at least we must come together and say, but wait a minute, what happened to our colleagues in Parliament? What happened to the young people that have been picked up for such a long time? Are they brought courts of law? Have they been charged? Have they had their cases? Must they remain incarcerated? You know, I have been a political prisoner before, and it's not necessarily exciting to be in prison. So, I think talking about the legislative agenda, I was in a group prison for not considering what others may have suffered. We didn't spend too long. But even one day alone in prison is too bad. So, my simple understanding I saw in these prisons was that almost 80% of the political prisoners are youth, if not 90%. So, couldn't we at least shed off our political belongings for that moment and say, isn't this calling for urgent intervention? And then when we speak in unison, then the voices or the ears that need to listen, in one or the other, will begin. They may not act immediately, but the moment you insist and insist and insist, they will begin paying some reasonable attention. So I think those issues must remain. Now, Simon said, what are the ways that we can present as action points probably to bring us together? Again, I am very appreciative of NIMD and Mama Akina, NDI, Parliamentary Youth Forum, and the other players. Why? Because ultimately, at least we are here these 2 days, yeah? I think if we can have more of these engagements, that's one of the action areas, Simon, that if we can have more of these engagements, these discussions, and we don't have to wait for the bigger ones. I'm glad you asked for the regional engagements. If there is a way, even at a level of even a sub-county, or even a parish, if there is a way we can have these conversations, man. I remember one of the people that inspired us when we were really young. I think when I was in primary, I would go and listen to our member of parliament then was Kategaya. And would just go and listen to him. Just listen. And ask him very, very cantankerous questions. And before you know it, the issues even in our own constituency or even in that particular locality, naturally, some leaders would pay attention to them. So I think the conversations must go on in one or the other. The other way, Simon, I'm still with you, a revolutionary son. The other way, I think we could also get support from our organizations is the ability by the institutional leaders, and here I mean larger academic institutions, engaging the youth or leaders who live in the countryside. So each university or college has almost some largely semblance of a regional representation. So at least every university has some students from every sub-region. So meaning if there is a deliberate way of engaging those students, so that during their holiday time, they could also go and engage the people in their very own regions over some of these issues. Because it's a cheaper way, but also an effective way of passing on information and engaging on issues that can be very transformative. And then the last one, of course, is the Parliamentary Forum. The beauty with youth MPs is that you are not very far away from what the youth have been going through, because you've just departed, you actually still with them. You've just been, you see, if let's say you've been in Parliament for 4 terms, by the 3rd term, There is a bit of socio-economic detachment from the, but the youth MPs, you've just still in your first term. So meaning you still appreciate very closely what the young leaders are going through or the youth are going through. So if we utilize that platform as Parliament and engage on these issues through dialogues, through calling press conferences, through insisting on certain issues, and you meet the speaker and say, this must be done, we want this as young people, I can assure you, I'm glad. And I think we should give it to them, that they have been able to attract 200 members of Parliament to join the Youth Parliamentary Forum. I think that's a very, 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 because that means that our issues now are no longer peripheral, they are no longer at the periphery of things, but now they can be brought to the center. So I wish they could be done. Now, lastly, as I end, you mentioned there was a question about the Capital Venture Fund. I think most of it was for continuation. The concept, how we conceived the Capital Venture Fund at the beginning, the idea was this young lady who wants to start a bakery, or this young man who wants to purchase a block making machine and has never accessed through any money, how can they start a business? Not any land title needed, not any, I remember at some point we even joked about it, at some point there are some youths, they went to a certain institution. Initially it was more than Centenary Bank. Stanbic was part of it, and was it DFCU? But eventually, I think, yes, eventually they settled with Centenary Bank. Now, one of the bankers asked some young man said, now, do you have a marriage certificate? And the young man said, now, marriage certificate, I need a loan. And do I really look? And the young man made it such a national issue. And remember, we really had to talk about it and engage until government had to lighten up a few things. Now, it's still a huge challenge, yes. And I'm glad the current youth members of Parliament are taking this very seriously. There must be a very deliberate, a very intentional engagement on lightening these prerequisites or requirements for obtaining or accessing that money. There must be a deliberate, because for some reason we pushed government, they lightened just a little, but that was so little. So, and I know banks have this fear that, this is savers' money, now what shall we do when the youth don't return it? But one, there is a contribution from government. That's one. In most cases, 50% of what they give any person. Secondly, there are always ways of engaging people. I mean, think about it. I don't know whether if you've really been keen, I've seen there's a young bank called Black. Black had a very smart way of engaging ordinary people, and their projects are very successful. Actually, it started as, I think, as a non-government organization, and then it kind of grew. Now I think it's a bank. But they would find ways in even lending as little as 50,000 shillings. And the people would pay back. So there must be ways. There must be. So let them not act lazy or make it as if it is impossible. There must be some ways. So maybe, since I'm saying I will not probably share with you again today, there is one ray of hope I thought I should leave with our colleagues. From us now, the citizens. By the way, it's interesting also to cross over and join back. It's a price sometimes you have to pay when you oppose government, that you may have to cross. But it's a wonderful price, honestly. I think if you believe in what you believe in, pursue it, irrespective of the price. Now, when we were in Parliament, there was a very unbelievable issue. You people need to know about this. So, quietly, a scheme was done almost no one noticed, the citizens' power to make laws was systematically, deliberately, in a very, I think it was probably one of the smartest ways. That power was taken away. And how was it done? So they introduced a law called the Public Finance Management Act. And in it, there was one sentence which stated that for any private member of parliament, so if I needed to call one of the members of parliament to present a law that I think is a good law, from here, this is what it stated. For any individual member of parliament to present or propose a bill or a law, they needed a certificate of financial implication from the Ministry of Finance. And that was a mandatory requirement. And so time went on, we would try to make laws and wouldn't succeed because they wouldn't refuse. They would just keep showing you they're going to give you the certificate. So a year passes, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, until you give up. So one afternoon, and I really need to share this story, especially for the colleagues who are here in Parliament, but also for the benefit of all of us. One afternoon in Parliament, the Speaker calls for the amendment of that very act, as it's almost done almost annual, I think. So I remember that there is a provision in the Constitution which says that if the President does not assent any law, that law, if he doesn't assent to it twice, it becomes law without his signature on the third presentation. So he doesn't sign the second time, Parliament, by 2/3, yes, if it's passed by 2/3 of Parliament. It becomes law without the President's signature. So I appealed to the Speaker. I said, in the wisdom of the constitutional framers, they saw a situation like this, why should we insist on this Public Financial Management Act, which takes away the powers? So we agreed as Parliament that afternoon that we remove that clause and say, if this certificate is not granted in 2 months, 60 days, then it is assumed to have been granted, and the individual member should present a law in Parliament. And I remember there was even it was a quick agreement, and we changed that position. Why am I sharing this? That even amidst very complicated situations, there are some baby steps we can push government to do. If we decide to make a difference for the young people in Parliament, on the legislative agenda, it is very possible to make some serious inroads. Thank you very much. It was wonderful talking to you.
Wow, thank you very much, our keynote speaker. I think for what he has done, for the knowledge he has shared with us. Another round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Colleagues, our time is fast spent, clearly, so I'll give you each 1 minute. I know you're wonderful speakers. Just respond to any of the questions, just one question, not more than one, as you give us your parting shots, just in 1 minute. So I'll move like this, I'll move towards the end.
Honorable, I also want to thank you for that. It's because of that provision that the local content bill was passed, even when the mover was denied a certificate of financial implication. Let's clap for him. Now, the moderator here had asked a question about the merger of NYC. I want to let you know, youth leaders, that all of us here and all the members of the forum completely do not support the merger of the National Youth Council. Yesterday, when I had an opportunity, I spoke to the government chief whip. The government will soon call a caucus and we discuss it as an errand, and we agreed that we shall have a forum to discuss and also present our case as youth that the National Youth Council is not merged. So I have hope that it will not happen and the National Youth Council will not be merged. Now, on the question of the Capital Venture Fund, which Honorable also answered briefly, I also want to let you know that whereas I want to agitate that we capitalize, but there is need to study more for government, for Parliament to pay attention to this program, to study it and make necessary changes. because the program was started several years ago, but there's no evaluation that is comprehensive that has been done. So I think in the next session of Parliament, as we move forward, our forum will be handling it, and we shall be moving as a team to interest Parliament to study the forum and bring in the ideas of how there can be a linkage between the Capital Venture Fund and the youth directly. I think I will end there, but one thing I want to thank you for being very attentive people, but also end with a quote. Sometimes we want to view leaders in what they have done in terms of tangible achievements. But we forget that the real core of leadership should not be just about results. It should be about the ideals, the ideas that those leaders stand for. Now, there may not be a lot. There is not a list of achievements, a long list of things that Honorable Karuhanga put before you. But at least he told you the ideals he stood for, and that is what is most important. Let us stand for those ideas, and the future of our country is guaranteed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Asante sana. Yes, Julia.
Thank you. I want to start off by thanking NIMD and all the partners that made sure we have the Multiparty Youth Forum, because all things that affect youth affect all of us across different parties as youth. Yeah, so I believe the youth members of Parliament, for the key issues they're pushing for in the legislative agenda, as they push on to have different consultations, different amendments on how it should be done and put into action. I think it's important to have several engagements with the different other youth from other parties, because listening in from the submissions of one of our comrades, he seems to agree that some of the issues actually what affect all of us. So if all of us can come together and deliberate on these issues through the different consultations, I believe this is something that we shall lay a stone to enable the youth members of Parliament to table whatever we agree on, and then get to see it a success in the different environments and communities we come from. Thank you so much for this.
Yes, Bernardo Doi.
Thank you. Allow me to take this honor to appreciate all the development partners who managed to support this very noble cause. In a special way, I also want to salute Senior Counsel, Honorable Gerard. Thank you so much for serving this country. I wish to address the issue of teenage pregnancy, which actually skyrocketed during the COVID-19 lockdown. I think we have two approaches. One, we have to plan for those who are already victims, and also the other millions of girls and also boys, because we also have teenage fathers or parents. So for me, the issue should be sensitization, and also we need to find ways of supporting them. I want to give an example of my area, Eastern Uganda. We had a discussion with Bustema University and Stanbic Bank, and we managed to secure 100% scholarship for skill training for them. And as we speak, they enrolled and they are being skilled. I think going forward, we need to find a way of empowering them. As I conclude, the road to success has never had an elevator. We must be prepared to take the other option of stair and move to achieve our dreams. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Comrade Chidega. I have two issues to comment on. The first one is the climate issue. I am a believer, and I believe that the Lord puts whatever we have before us such that we put it to use to our benefit. So I am really supporting the fact that the East African community can put to use what the Lord has given them to the benefit of the people of the community. So I'm in agreement with the oil extraction as long as it's going to benefit the people of my community, the youth and the women, and even the men being at the forefront. So as long as the young people are going to benefit, we can always find ways of ensuring that we secure our climate. There are very many other ways of doing that. But let us put to use whatever the Lord has put before us to the benefit and development of our country without fail. The other issue is about the unemployment and the different programs that the government is bringing on board. It starts with each one of us. The corruption that is being raised, the issue of corruption that is being raised, that is a very big hindrance in these different programs, is because the money is being stolen by either us or the people that are running the program. So it is still starting with all of us. If we decide that we want to make this happen, and we want to develop our people, and we want the programs to actually succeed, they can succeed. But it is upon us to make a decision to either make things work out, or we keep quiet, or we look on, and they fail.
Thank you, Doctor.
So you either say yes or no. Finally. The main issue that I want us to finally sensitize, we need to sensitize the people of what is taking place, for sure. Because we cannot work for people without them. My issue is whatever we are pushing for, let the people that are to benefit know about it. There is nothing for the young people without the young people. There is nothing for women without women. Otherwise, whatever policies you're pushing for, whatever benefits you're pushing for the people will not be fruitful unless you involve them and sensitize them of their benefits. That is when they will fight for it with the whole spirit in them.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Chidega.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank the organizers of this event, especially to NIMD and Akina Mama Afrika and the Parliamentary Forum. Dialogue is powerful, and dialogue builds bridges. My request and the call to action is that we need to cascade this and have regional engagements to further discuss more and shape a direction for our country and the nation. I want to comment on sexual reproductive health rights and say that as government, as legislators, we have left this space to development partners. We have left this space to NGOs and local NGOs, INGOs and local NGOs. And as a legislator, I feel ashamed. I will continue to engage my colleagues that as we start the process of budgeting, we vote for increasing the budget support to strengthen and support some of the interventions that are aimed at addressing the sexual reproductive health rights, especially for our teenagers. Between me and you, you know that with the COVID that befell us and the post-COVID era, we had almost 30% of our young girls who are in schools and could not go back because of some of these challenges. Because a young girl in Rampara, somewhere in Chigaga, cannot afford to buy just a pad in their menstrual cycle. We need to look at interventions that will enable them remain in school at whatever level and be able to study and be in positions that we are currently occupying. That will be my focus, and I will request the support of our colleagues. We'll interest the Committee on Health so that we integrate all this in our planning. I thank you, and I look forward to engaging with you more, but I must say that for any progressive dialogue, for any progressive engagement as young people, you must do it with utmost decorum. you must have virtues that you cherish as young people. I will share a simple example. The former National Youth Council Executive, we managed to have 3 members of us coming to Parliament. 3 members, unprecedented, coming to Parliament. But we cherished dialogue, we cherished unity, we cherished converging on a cause. From the onset, the discussions that we had, which started with breaking barriers and the subsequent topics, whether it is patronage or, what was the other word? Patronage or mentorship. You can only be mentored if you are proactive, if you converge on a cause. I want to applaud my brother Gerard. Most of us identified you as our leader, and we supported you to become guild, and ultimately supported you to become an MP as a youth leader. And you stood, we all converged on certain values regardless of the parties we belong to. As a generation, you must identify a cause and unite and fight for it. I thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you.
1 minute, comrade.
No, please.
Regarding the SRHR.
Yes, Doctor, please. Our time is fast spent.
Okay.
You had your time. Please, let us move on.
Thank you. For me, I want to urge the Parliamentary Youth Forum to use the legislative space to make sure that youth get access to real power, but non-tokenism, by making sure that we can be in position to address the structural obstacles that are hindering youth from getting access to resources, such that they can be able to improve their welfare, so on and so forth. On the issue of dialogue, I want to agree with Honorable Karuhanga. I believe as a country, as youth of this country, we need to have a new conversation. But that conversation cannot happen if we commit ourselves to place national interests above party and regional interests. If we commit ourselves to engage on a principle, but not opportunistically. That's why for me, actually, I was very happy to a certain extent when Mama talked about saving the colleagues that have been arrested for almost 2 years. If you had taken such steps, maybe we would have said that can be a good starting point. So dialogue is important, but should be structured and principled dialogue, anchored on principles, but not opportunism. Dear members, Uganda belongs to all of us. If there are issues of national interest, and those issues can help to push this country forward, we can accept to make a few concessions and compromises and look into the future or posterity of this country. Let us keep united on issues that can unite us. Members, the only challenge that I have with some of our colleagues that when some of them, when they're taken to Chankwans, they change the tone. But we can sit here and chat a new conversation as youth and say the youth of FDC, the youth of NRM have agreed, have come up with a resolution requesting all those who are holding the members of parliament and so many other youth rotting in dungeons and prisons. And you come up with a very strong statement. I believe it can make sense.
All right,
Let
thank
us
you.
look at the future of this country.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mushemimo, you have the last words.
Thank you. Allow me make an admission that listening to the submissions, both by the panelists and the audience, I am more than confident that the future of this country is extremely bright. the young people here, I've been able to make input to this discourse. And we take your input as information to continue performing. There are just a few comments that I'll respond to. One is from Businje, who spoke about teenage pregnancies, and we have to admit that SRHR is of fundamental interest to the forum. And we've been looking at it in a three-phase. We're looking at it in terms of deterrence, in terms of empowering these teenage mothers, because you're aware at some point, even the schools did not want them to return. And then in terms of policies. And I'll have to admit that the unfortunate bit sometimes is that we have very many good policies, but implementation is lacking. And implementation does not only involve the leaders, it involves all of us. The burden of implementation is definitely going to be on all of us. And I urge the young people that let's keep vigilant, let's support each other, keep us informed, especially where you need our efforts. On the issue of appetite, we can assure you that if you follow the proceedings of Parliament, you'll certainly be aware that we have very good spices. And I only urge you that the Forum for Youth is absolutely not just about the youth members of Parliament. We have an extensive forum of 200 members that sometimes we sit behind the cameras. You know, our belief is that you have to work very hard in silence and let the success speak for itself. So we constantly have retreats, and sometimes you'll find a member who is not a youth member of Parliament, like my brother Julius here, moving on very fundamental issues of national importance. And so we take that as a collective benefit to the whole group. Then Nimrod, on the issue of regional politics, climate and trade, I also have to inform you that through the leadership that we have currently in Parliament, we are also looking at harmonizing the leadership of the young people across East Africa. Because going into the integration provides a market of about 400 million people, which is good for for socio-economic transformation and of course strategic security. But as a matter of fact, we believe that even as members of Parliament of East Africa, we should keep constantly in touch. We've spoken to young members of Parliament from South Sudan. Kenya was in an electoral process. We are in touch with some members of Parliament from the other neighboring countries. So I believe that some of the concerns that have been raised are going to be fundamentally worked on. On the issue of the communication, which Okane asked, I need to inform you that our friendship and relations with all the youth structures is solid. And we will keep it as solid as it is, because none of the issues that are raised in any of the documents are simply issues that emanate from ourselves. They are issues that emanate, we have exchanges that are meant to benefit our young people, and we'll continue progressing in that path. Finally, and this is my usual parting shot, and I won't get tired of it, that we, as a young people, we can dodge our responsibilities. But the one thing we shall never dodge are consequences of dodging those responsibilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Esther, I've been told that if I don't give you that 1 minute, I might not leave this room successfully. So please, just use 1 minute to make your point.
Thank you, Comrade Chidega. I wanted to say something about SRHR. With the COVID-19, for sure, the numbers of teenage pregnancies are really so high. But it is not only the ladies or the young women that are contributing to this. Even the male are playing a part in having these teenage pregnancies. That is why I'm calling upon all these funders, I should call them CSOs, that are really doing a very good job with the women. Why are we leaving the male behind? Let us have a role for the male to play. If they are playing a role in having these numbers high, why don't we have a role for them to play in having the numbers down? We should work together, regardless of political party, gender, culture, or ethnic group, where you're coming from, which part of the country or which part of the region you're coming from. We are all one, and we need each other to ensure that we end whatever is ruining the young people of the country.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. This, by all means, brings us to the end of this very important conversation. I must say, you've been an amazing panel, and thank you very much. They deserve a big round of applause, don't they? All right, as you take your seats, thank you very much, Honorable Roy Rugumayo, Comrade Julia Muhumuza, Honorable Hasla, Bernardo Doi, Madam Vice Chairperson, Comrade Julius, Council Thomas, and of course, the Chairperson, Honorable Boniface Okot. Thank you very much for being amazing. And you as well have been very amazing. Thank you. I now invite back Mr. Charles Odongto to come and take it up from here. Mr. Charles Odongto, you are required to come and pick it up from here. I request that anyone who is close to Charles Odongto, ask him to come and pick it up from here. I know people are already excited to go for the cocktail. So, Mr. Odongto, you'll try to keep it precise as much as possible. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request that we clap for Moses Kidega for managing the most heated session. Moses is a guy who attracts fire, but he cools the situation. He's almost like water. So Moses, thank you very much, and we appreciate whatever contribution you have made to your colleagues and the discussion that went on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come towards the beginning of the end, and we have heard a lot from yourselves and your colleagues, your leaders. We are expecting the government chief whip to join you for the closure ceremonies, or part of that, that part of the stage. Now, I'm going to request the executive director of Akina Mama Afrika, Madam Eunice Musime, to come and make some comments, and then we will hear from Frank Rusa, who is the ED of the Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy, and then after that from your chairperson of the Parliamentary Forum, and then we will close. If by that time the Chief Whip has arrived, he will close, but he's certainly going to join us, if not here, to make an address at the cocktail. So allow me now invite and kindly give her some energy. Eunice Musime, as she tells us that this is not the end, this is just a beginning of such partnership to create dialogue for the young people. You're most welcome.
Thank you, Charles. Honorable members of Parliament, especially our esteemed youth parliamentarians, political leaders, civic leaders, fellow partners, the Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy, partners from the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs, the Multiparty Youth Forum, leaders of Uganda, ladies and gentlemen. I was wondering whether I should start on the same note as Honorable Gerard Karuhanga and ask us to play a song that should also center us. DJ, I'm going to request for a Ugandan song, Azawi, Party Mood. You can just play it for a minute so that we can get some energy in the room. I'm going to invite us to dance. For those who got up and danced. I like that the Honorable Youth MPs talked about the issue of well-being. As you know, recently there was a newspaper article that said that Afrika is overflowing. There's no space. And another that said 14 million Ugandans are facing mental health challenges. So the antidote to that is to find moments of fun, and dance is one of those healing moments. But I digress. So fellow leaders, Honorable Gerard Karuhanga reminded us this afternoon that we should not make too many speeches. So my humble task this afternoon is to express our collective gratitude for the positive energies, the hearty conversations, the food that we have eaten, the dance that we have danced and shared generally in this space, and the hugs that we've shared generally in this space. These spaces are critical, they are important, especially in days such as this, when certain spaces remain closed, especially for youth and young women. I know from experience that dialogue goes hand in hand with dissent. It's not enough to dialogue. There are times when you have to put your foot down and say no. So I'm glad that that kept coming through in the conversations that we had today. I would also like to say that youth, like women, share certain attributes. We are all victims of ageism and sexism. For the lawyers in this room, you will recall that for a long time, women were considered children. So we have that, we've faced ageism and sexism. They are twin evils. They're like Siamese twins. And they manifest in exclusion. So while many of us have faced exclusion at home, at school, at work, we sometimes get lost in the us and them. So today, as I listened to Honorable Anne Adeke speak, I could not help but recall the famous quote by Martin Niemöller, that first they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. I sometimes feel that that's where we are in Uganda. With all due respect to our honorable members of parliament, we know that you are doing your best to speak out on behalf of everyone, but you can only do so much with speaking if the government that you are speaking to does not listen. So a lot of times, we are not even heard. That's something that we've experienced as women too. Many times we speak and we are not heard. So maybe we resort to other methods. Fellow leaders, our primary task is to ensure that we speak for ourselves and for others too. But I believe also most importantly that we have to think harder. I was just Googling and I found out at the last count, the United States has over 2,000 think tanks. It is no wonder that it continues to dominate the world. Many a times when I interact with youth, I ask them the question, are you reading? And many times, sometimes they say, you know, this thing reading is not for me. Maybe I should test it out here. How many have so far read 50 books this year? If you have read 50 books this year so far, could you put up your hand? 50? No. And it doesn't include the 55 books. Are there 55 or 66 of the Bible? Yeah, that's fine. Have you read 50? How many have read 50 books this year in this room? There's only one hand. Thank you. What does that say about us? Only one person. We are not truly renewing our mind, and we are not thinking as hard as we need to think. As feminists, we often quote the words of Audre Lorde, that the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. What does that mean? it means that we cannot expect to solve the problems of today with the same thinking that created them yesterday. It means that we have to invest in the deep work if we are to achieve transformative strategies. This afternoon, in his very powerful keynote speech, Honorable Gerard Karuhanga asked and reminded us that oftentimes we are derided as Ugandans, that we are not creating the change that we need to see. And I think maybe, in addition to working collectively, we are not thinking enough. But I will end by inviting us to think on an African proverb that says, I will listen and obey, will be cooked with the corn cob. Many times as Ugandans, we are called to be polite, we are called to be submissive, we are called to ask for that which belongs to us without too much struggle. Freedom is not got without struggle. It has to be fought for. But let me also encourage us that even one who climbs a tree must climb down that same tree. To our leaders who are failing to transition, they have climbed that tree, but at one point they will climb down that same tree. With these few words, ladies and gentlemen, fellow leaders, I'd like to welcome my colleague Frank Rusa to close this August meeting, and I do hope that this is truly the beginning of more and more spaces like this, where we can come together to dialogue, but also allow space for us to dissent when we feel that our rights are being trampled on. Thank you.
I'm informed our guest of honor is not here, but I recognize him in absentia, the government chief whip, the Honorable Hamson Obua, honorable MPs here present, youth leaders, our distinguished secretary generals of the political parties of Uganda who have been here, youth leaders all in your respective capacities, our colleagues from civil society organizations, our wonderful partners that thought it wise and worthwhile to invest in this event. Thank you very much. I think that first of all, I want to really appreciate you. I want to thank in a special way the organizing team, the teams from NIMD and AMWA and all the others they worked with, the technical people who have made these things happen. Please give them a clap. There's a group of people seated at the back, they're on their computers, they're making sure the coupons are on time, that all your welfare is taken care of. They do a great job to get things moving. And many times we don't say thank you to them, so we really appreciate you. I was away out of the country. I was in Europe in a couple of places last week, and I was reminded about that this had to happen, and I was going to speak. So I thought when I arrived, the event was the next day, and I was so tired. So I thought I would just come and have a few words in the opening and maybe come back later. But I chose to stay because of the interesting conversations that were happening in this room. I chose to stay, and I don't regret any minute for sticking around, because I feel hope that I think we are going to get there one day. We may not yet be there, but we shall get there. At the Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy, we believe that democracy starts with dialogue. We believe that it is possible to compete for political office but at the same time to cooperate, especially outside elections time. Because we think that you people have different ideologies about the Uganda you want to see, but you all mean well. Those in power and those outside power all mean well. That's the reason why you all have supporters. Maybe in different numbers, but you have supporters. There are people out there who believe in your vision. Therefore, you need to be respected. And your voice matters. And your opinions are valid. This thing of zero-sum politics will destroy our nation. 2 years ago, we had a trip to South Africa with iPod leaders from the various political parties. And our mission was to interrogate how the idea of proportional representation works. Proportional representation simply means that no shade of political opinion will be ignored. Because if you go to an election and 61%, maybe let's say 51 out of 100 say we want A, and 49 say we want B, is it fair to ignore the voices of the 49? That's almost half of your country. We saw this in Kenya recently. Proportional representation seems to suggest that you will go to parliament and everybody shall be represented to the extent of their percentage, meaning that every shade of opinion shall be accommodated. Unfortunately, that's not yet here, but we try to make this argument to the president. But while that is not yet here, we need to find other ways of accommodating every voice. And this is one of the ways. Dialogue spaces are different from the Parliament of Uganda. Because in the Parliament of Uganda, it's about numbers. If you don't have numbers, your goose is cooked. But in dialogue spaces, every voice matters. The person who's representing JEMA with one member of parliament or PPP with one member of parliament has an equal voice on the table with the NRM with over 300 and plus members of parliament. That's the beauty of dialogue. And when you're in dialogue spaces, you are not acting for the gallery because there are no political points to be won. But I have seen that sometimes in dialogue spaces, even the smaller people with smaller numbers convince the people with bigger numbers about certain ideas. And we have seen some of these ideas see the light of day in parliament. This confrontational politics and radicalization is not going to get there. I believe personally that the future of Uganda belongs to the moderates. I believe that extreme positions are not going to take us there. We are going, for those who have the power now, I think it will be important for them to exercise some humility and know that time shall come and things may change. And therefore it is okay to exercise some humility and listen to those with fewer numbers now. The Multiparty Youth Platform is attempting to do that. To bring all of us under one room, to say let us have a competition of ideas and let the big ideas win and let us support those big ideas to go forward. While I was listening to the various people speaking, I think Honorable Rosemary Namayanja's testimony was very powerful. Because when she was speaking, I could just remember I was with her at university. And I remembered her. And I could attest to the things that she was saying. But she said something very powerful, and I hope all of us can pick it. She said mentorship or patronage can be there, people do that. Patronage is there, mentorship can work. But all begins with you, how you present yourself, how you choose to use your time, how you choose to make use of the opportunities that come to you. It is really about you. Nobody is going to come and mentor you by force. You're going to present yourself. You're going to do some work. I was amazed when she told the story of how she asked her friend to tell her what the National Youth Council says about elections of members of parliament for young people. And when they told her she had to go to the village to start from the grassroots, this graduate from Makerere went back to Luwero and sat down and peeled the bananas and spoke to the elders and convinced them that a girl can also do some work. That is hard work. That is burning the midnight candle. There are no easy things. There are no easy things anywhere. You're going to put in the research, you're going to put in the time if you want to get anywhere with this. There's 100 people in this room. But I can dare tell you that 10 years from now, out of these 100 people, there will be certain people who will be in a different place. And there will be other people in a different place. And the difference will be what you decided to do within those last 10 years. Namaya just said something yesterday, that she put her hand up and somebody pulled it down. Then she put her hand again, and this time the chairman of the meeting saw her. Do you know how important that was? I hope you did not miss out the point that when she put her hand up, it was that time when they gave her the microphone to speak. I don't know if she spoke for 3 minutes, or for 5 minutes, or for 2 minutes. I don't know how long she spoke. But while she spoke, she caught the eye of the Honorable Kawanga Semogere, who asked, "Who's that girl?" And because of that, that is how she got to meet the Kawanga Semogere, and the story goes on, and she gets into ID, and all doors start opening at different intervals. But she put her hand up. You might want to ask yourself, when are you going to put up your hand? When are you going to raise your voice and be counted? There is these things that we are doing, and I like what Gerard said earlier here, especially about the donors. I have worked on the donor side of things for the last maybe 10 years or so. But I remember when I was resigning from DGF, and I was going to do my fellowship at Yale in 2016, some members of my family thought I was crazy. They said, "Why are you resigning? A job, a well-paying job in Uganda, why do you resign?" And I said, honestly, I don't feel like I'm adding value. I don't think that I'm adding value. We had spent $100 million in 6 years, but the democracy report year upon year was saying Uganda is going backwards on the democracy index. And it was very discouraging. But when I reflect about it, I realize that when things are tough, it is not time to give up. It is time to review, rethink, and develop new strategies. Be innovative, be creative, work within the spaces that you have. We all have to make politics work for our people and work for our country. We need to keep hope alive, with or without donors. With or without donors. Gerard was right. Honorable Karanga was right. It is dangerous these days that you cannot hold a meeting unless you have resources. Why? Why is it that way? I was reading President Museveni's book as I come to an end. And he said, I read a thing which amazed me. I have not had an opportunity to ask him about this, but if I would ask him, if I ever got the chance. He was saying that in 1971, when the military coup of Idi Amin was announced on 25th January 1971, he walked to the home of the late Yona Kanyomozi in Bugolobi. And he met Kategaya there, the late Kategaya. And they had a conversation. I want to remind you that these guys were in their 20s on that day. And their conversation was, what do we do? And the answer was, we are going to fight. I could not believe it. And he says the next day he was on a bus to go to Tanzania to begin his struggle. And I'm amazed about that kind of thing. But that shows you somebody who was very clear-headed about what he wanted to do. Maybe the times we're in are not times for those kind of actions, but what the point we can pick from that is the clarity of what you want to do. Rosemary reminded us that you just have to have the belief in yourself and know what exactly you want to do. Not what your bosses want to do, what do you want to do? Why do you want to join politics? What is your incentive into the struggle? What is it that you want to do? What do you want to contribute to? And please stick to it. You'll get there. So we are just facilitating you. We are just clapping for you. We are just cheering you on, but the struggle is yours. I want to thank all the people who have come, all the leaders who selected you to be part of this. I want to thank you for the faith, for the encouragement, for the strength, for the energy that you have all demonstrated. I hope that this is not the last meeting of this kind. I was just telling my colleagues here that there's nothing as wonderful as seeing political party leaders across the divide talking as friends. As I conclude, when Honorable Mao was elected, and was appointed minister, there was a small dinner organized by his friends at the Serena, and I was invited to come. And Honorable Rukari stood to speak. I was amazed about Honorable Rukari's testimony about Honorable Mao. He told us about a story of the friendship of Mao, Olanya, Rukari, and other people at university. And they said something interesting about the campaign of Nobo Mayombo versus Norbert Mao. Rukari was a very good friend of Nobo Mayombo, belonged to the NRM. Mao was in the opposition, but also a friend of Rukari. Up to today, Mao says he doesn't know who Rukari voted for, whether it was Mayombo or Mao. But they have been great friends. Great friends that when Mao was sick, Rukari did everything possible to evacuate him and take him for treatment. These guys maintained a friendship across the political divide because they knew that politics should not divide them. It is just a difference of opinion. What united them was their common desire and hope for the country that they have lived to all contribute to. I want you to be infected by that to this evening. I want you to look across and see that guy from PPP, that guy from UPC, that guy from NRM, and just realize that, yes, we have different colors, but we are all children of this country, and our country is calling upon us to be serious. I want to wish you good luck. And I want to wish you God's blessing. But I want to wish you hard work. It takes hard work. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frank Rusa, the ED of the Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy. May I now invite the chairperson of the Parliamentary Forum for Youth Affairs, the Honorable Court. Thank you. Sorry, I was not consulting. My bosses were giving me further instructions. The lawyers call it specific and better instructions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end, but we were expecting the government chief whip. He has arrived, and the reason why your colleague and MP, the Honorable Court, is out, I think, to receive him, the government chief whip, to come and officially close. Now, allow me make just a few announcements. One is that once the reason I was shaking my head in disagreement with our organizer, Primus, is he suggested that we sing the anthem, but the law doesn't require an anthem to be sung after 6, or 5. So can we only stand up to welcome the government chief whip? We can't sing the anthem at this time. And Right Honorable Chief Whip, we welcome you, and we want to thank you more, and on behalf of this youth, we know that what you have done yesterday and today speaks louder than any expressions that we can give, because it means you still mind a lot about your former constituency, the youth constituency. Allow me now, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Multiparty Forum for Youth to come and quickly read for us the communique that is the joint position of all the young people arising out of the 2 days discussion during this symposium since yesterday. And it's important that the government chief whip listens to the summary of what was discussed and what resolutions have been made that this youth gathered here today and yesterday have resolved upon. And then after that, I will invite the Honorable Okot, who will make his remarks, and invite the government chief whip, who will close the symposium. Muzei, you're most welcome. Let's put our hands, ladies and gentlemen, together for Muzei.
Okay. Thank you so much. I am very humbled to stand before you. The Right Honorable Government Chief Whip, Honorable Hamson Abua, the Executive Director or the Country Director of the National Institute for Multiparty Democracy, Mr. Frank Rusa, the ED of Akina Mama Afrika, Madam Eunice, our party Secretaries General, President. I can see the Secretary General of my great party, the Uganda People's Congress, Honorable Fred Bill, the Secretary General of the Democratic Party, Dr. Gerald Sands Blacks, the Secretary General of PPP, Honorable David Alila Nopi, the youth leaders of different political parties. I can see the youth leader of Jema, Haruna Musanje. Haruna, you can stand up for recognition. Oh, we have the youth leader of the Democratic Party, PPP, FDC, NUP, among others. Right Honorable Government Chief Whip, I am here to present to you the communique of the National Symposium on Youth in Politics. From 17th to 18th October 2022, over 100 younger people drawn from political parties, thus the National Youth Council, the Uganda National Students Association, WUNSA, civil society organizations, the formal sector, gathered at Mestil Hotel. The symposium was organized to facilitate an intersectional and interparty youth dialogue to cultivate inclusive governance. The symposium was organized by the Power of Dialogue Consortium, which includes Akina Mama Afrika and the National Institute for Multiparty Democracy, based in Uganda in a partnership with the Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs, the Multiparty Youth Forum, the National Youth Council, and the Open Space Center. The country director of the National Institute for Multiparty Democracy, Frank Rusa, reiterated that the National Youth Symposium had organized to create space in which younger leaders from various political parties can collectively reflect with government officials, political party leaders, and youth bearers on safeguarding democratic governance and seed space for younger men and women's meaningful engagement. It came out clearly from the various speakers, such as Honorable Hamson Obua Dennis, the government chief whip, that was yesterday, Sotuman MP, Honorable Anna Dek Ebaju, Kampala Deputy Lady Mayor, Dolin Nyanjula, the Secretary General of UPC, DP, PPP, NUP, and the Honorable Rosemary Namayanja, the Deputy Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, that the marginalization of youth and younger women in politics remains a major challenge in Uganda's political landscape. All the participants and delegates agreed on the need for continuing collaborations and advocacy to create transformative change. It was also noted that various factors were vital to bridging the gap of the participation of youth and young women. These factors include mindset change via educating ourselves, family, friends, registering and voting for leaders that support women and youth agendas. Starting a fund program to bring more youth and women along, identifying mentor and becoming a mentee, and gender equality education, and among others. Right Honorable Chief Whip, the symposium participants acknowledge that commendable progress has been made in increasing youth representation in political leadership in Uganda. They recalled the existence of important enabling frameworks for youth participation in decision making, such as the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, the Protocol to African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, the National Youth Policy, the National Youth Act, Affirmative Action Policy, among others. They also affirmed that democracy without equal participation of youth and younger women is not only flawed but regressive. Observe that complex challenges continue to limit the equal participation of youth, such as inadequate political party internal structures and policies, limited civic awareness, a lack of confidence in younger people's leadership perpetuated by the media, and a lack of sufficient resources to run successful political campaigns given the highly commercialized politics in Uganda, which is a very big challenge. They also recognize that politics in Uganda continues to be highly monetized, requiring a financial investment to break through political leadership barriers. This ultimately creates a primer of corruption and unethical practices to recover the financial investment, and further serves as a barrier to the participation of younger people and younger women. Concerned that the media perpetuates negative depictions of youth, especially younger women leaders, and often provides gender-blind and gender-insensitive coverage of electoral processes. They commended His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for being a steadfast believer in the emancipation of women, upholding the affirmative action policy that reserves a third of all elective positions of women, and appointing a cabinet that is over, or that's 30% of women. Right Honorable Government Chief Whip, the youth also welcomed the government of Uganda's policy commitments to uplift the lives of younger people through programs like a parish development model, a yoga, youth livelihood program, among other initiatives that are aimed at promoting or empowering the youth. The symposium participants, therefore, call upon the government of Uganda to lead the way by ensuring that electoral processes are reformed with the view of leveling the playing field for youth and younger women to effectively participate in all stages of the electoral cycle, including through affirmative action initiatives within the law and targeting both elective and appointive positions. Political parties create space for youth and younger women in senior party positions through transformative action and policies embedded within party constitutions. Youth MPs and councillors receive sufficient orientation and consistent support in between elections to increase chances of retaining parliamentary seats and going beyond the affirmative seats to the elected seats. National budgets are responsive to the needs of youth and younger women to enable their participation in economic and political development at all levels of government. Put an end to the violence that has become a culture on the political landscape, especially towards aspirants of political leadership positions as a means of hindering their advancement in leadership. They also encourage civil society organizations and the donors to remain committed to 1. Step up the fight to reform policies and those to hinder equal participation of younger people and women, and advocate for comprehensive institutional transformation of electoral processes. Advocate for the meaningful involvement of youth in electoral processes, moving away from stereotypical use of youth in campaigns as conduits of electoral violence and propaganda. Hold government accountable to the commitments made the political participation of women and youth. Design capacity building and training programs for youth and youth leaders to enhance civic awareness. They also requested the civic education or civic societies, civil societies, to stand in active solidarity with the younger people and younger women in the struggle for equality, equity, human rights, and inclusive governance. The participants of this National Youth Symposium, they urge development partners also to invest in institutions and processes that strengthen the political participation of youth, including through appropriate, timely, and regular capacity building of politicians and youth leaders of political parties. Continue to invest in projects and programs aimed at promoting good governance and democracy in Uganda. The participants hereby call upon media outlets to portray a balanced and objective image of youth leaders and women leaders through substantive rather than sensational and scandalized reporting, and accord youth leaders a fair share of media coverage. The participants at the National Symposium on Youth in Politics hereby commit to support the quest for transformative action and meaningful and devise representation in government and political parties. Sustain dialogue and engagement between media houses, youth politicians, and youth-focused organizations to build mutual trust and ensure appropriate information flow the public about the youth. Support to take off the operationalization of a fund for youth in political leadership using the recently set up Multiparty Youth Forum, that's MIF, and its structures. Engage and mentor more younger people to take up multi-level leadership positions in the country, beginning from the grassroots. Progressively use the digital spaces, most especially social media, to amplify the voices of younger people and promote youth and young women's inclusion and participation in decision-making processes. I say all this on behalf of the chairperson of the Multiparty Youth Forum, Mr. Jacob Eyel. I also serve as the secretary of the Multiparty Youth Forum, as well as I am the head of media and communications of the Uganda People's Congress. And to my friend Charles, my name is Mzee Faizo. Though you mentioned one, but I feel my audience should know my full names. And this document is endorsed by members of Multiparty Forum and sponsorship organizers. We have the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs, led by Honorable Boniface Henry Okot. The Youth Reach chairperson of People's Progressive Party, Comrade Linet Nanyondo. The Youth Reach chairperson of the Uganda People's Congress, Comrade Okwi Godfrey. The National Youth Council, Vice Chairperson, Comrade Nancha Esther. The Youth Reach chairperson of JEMA, Comrade Haruna Musanje. The Youth Reach chairperson of the DP, Comrade Kilia Ismail. NRM Youth Reach chairperson, representative, Comrade Maxson Mhuez. Uganda National Students Association, Vice President Julia Muhumuza. Open Space Center team leader Wakib Bunya. We have the executive director of Akina Mama wa Afrika, Madame Eunice Musime. The country director of the Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy, Mr. Franka Lusa. Our members, I want to say that thank you so much for listening to me.
Let's clap for Mzee Faizo. And let's appreciate the group that put up that document that collapsed the entire 2 days into just 2 pages. Let's clap for them as well. Right Honorable Government Chief Whip, Honorable Dennis Obua, allow me, before I invite Honorable Okot to come and welcome you to close, allow me finally recognize the following persons. Some of them you were with yesterday and some with today. We have had the Honorable Odoi of Eastern Uganda, who has participated in this symposium. We have the Honorable Edson from Western Uganda. We have Honorable Okot Boniface from Northern Uganda. We have the Honorable Fiona Nyamutoro, who is the National Female Youth. We also have the Honorable Tusime Julius, who is sitting this side. We have had Honorable Augon Silas. I don't know whether he's still with us. Honorable Augon Silas of Kumi Municipality. We've had today Honorable Adeke Ann from Soroti. We've had Honorable Gerald Karuhanga, former youth MP, former MP for Ntungamo Municipality. We had also Honorable Achan Peace Judith, Honorable Flavia Kalule of Kasanda, and Honorable Auma Linda. Those are some of your colleagues who have participated in this symposium since yesterday. Allow me also recognize, Honorable, some of the Secretary Generals of the different parties that have participated, in no particular protocol, starting with Mr. Alira David of the PPP, Honorable Siranda Gerald of DP, the Honorable Ebil Fred of the UPC. We've also had Mr. Sipaje Kifampa of JEMA. We also had Honorable Rosemary Namayanja, the Deputy Secretary General of the NRM, and we also this morning hosted here the Secretary General of NUP, David Lewis Rubongoya. The executive directors that have participated include of NIMD, Frank Rusa, of Akina Mama wa Afrika, Eunice Musime, of Restless Development, Gabriel Iguma, who is seated right next to you, of Uyonet Burobuto, and of UN Women. We had their representatives as well as representatives from the European Union participating in this symposium. We are now coming to a close. Ladies and gentlemen, on your behalf, allow me now invite Honorable Court Boniface, the chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Youth Affairs, to come and make your final remarks, and then invite the Chief Whip to close. You're most welcome.
I'll be extremely brief because I'm informed that there is a cocktail, and you know, in the village where I come from, when you're ready to chase the cock and grab it by its tail, you need to do it when it's still early. The Right Honorable Government Chief Whip, I consider him very revolutionary and a man of Ubuntu. Honorable Hamson Obua, Netherlands Institute for Multiparty Democracy, Akina Mama wa Afrika, the CSOs present, the youth leaders under the National Youth Council, UNSA, and of course, very importantly, the legislators who are here present, starting with my comrade, Honorable Odoi Bernard of Eastern Uganda, Comrade Honorable Edson Rugumayo of Western Uganda, and also Comrade Honorable Fiona Nyamutoro, who represents the National Female. When I was in school, a story was shared of a teacher who asked the class for what their aspirations are. I also acknowledge the Honorable Gerard Karuhanga and Honorable Tusime Julius, who are present. So this teacher set out to find out what the aspirations of every student in the class was. And people made mention of the conventional professional jobs doctors and engineers, and lawyers, and even MPs. One of the boys who was asked said that he wanted to become a man who was extremely wealthy. He wakes up in the morning to breakfast in bed, and he's picking up the next flight to go to another city to have a good time. And that is basically what he wanted, with no specific title to the job. Then the lady who was seated next to him was also asked what her aspiration is, and she said that she wants to be that boy's wife. I would like to encourage, because I've listened to very many aspirations this evening, I want to encourage all of us to aspire to inspire before we eventually expire. Secondly, and finally, is I want to give this room confidence that we are all youth. I was looking at the former youth members of parliament, starting with the Right Honorable Commander Hamson Obua. I saw his beard and I saw a lot of gray hair. I also looked at Honorable Gerard Karohanga here. I'm also seeing a lot of gray hair. I'm afraid, I'm scared. I'm very, very scared, because these are people we are right in the footsteps. So I've been demanding to know whether these are the fruits of the struggle for the youth. Even Honorable Bill Fred, who was a former member of parliament, you see a bit of gray hair. But I want to encourage you that as young legislators, we are committed to the struggle for the young people and will ultimately deliver. And the other confidence I want to give everyone in this room is that you see in the definition of the youth, even the ones who are not constitutionally youth are still considered a part of us. And we certainly want inspiration from you, just like most of you have done today. I constantly share that in my small church in the village, I have the representative of the youth in the church who is 60 years old. But when I demanded from my father why a 60-year-old man was still the head of the youth in the church, my father gave me confidence that in the house of God we are all children. And now I'm not speaking necessarily about the youth in that sense, but there are two categories basically as I end. They are the acting youth, who are people who are still constitutionally within that age. But there are also senior youth, like the Odongthos here, the Frank Rusas of this world. So the rest of us are acting youth, because the youth is a stage that is we are in transition. There is no permanent youth. So what it means, because in Luo we have a religious hymn, and the hymn says that Iwiloboni Wanowele. Honorable Hamson will explain to you, but Wiloboni Wanowele means that we are all visitors in this world. So it's the same thing for the youth. We are all visitors in being youth. But you know, the Bible is extremely clear that even when you're a visitor in the world, you must leave a difference. There must be a difference in your stay on earth. I also want to urge all of us that we must make a difference, even when we are visitors as young people. The person I'm going to invite is one who has made very positive strides when he was once a visitor. So it's at this juncture that I will request all of us to rise up and welcome our commander, who will ensure that these issues that we've discussed finally see the light of day. The Honorable Hampson, you're most welcome. The Secretary Generals, I acknowledge your presence. Thank you.
Friends, in your respective capacities, in the interest of time, in less than 12 hours, I am back. I was here yesterday. I had a lengthy chat with you. I am alive to the fact that you have been here for the last 2 days. You have been here since morning. Permit me to state one, that I have received a copy of the communique, which are the resolutions of the 2 days retreat, and I wish to guide that let the communique be shared with all the key stakeholders, especially political parties, because under the law, they also have a forum where they meet. And we believe that they can be able to mainstream the agenda of the youth, especially those coming from this very important symposium. I want to thank our partners, those who supported us. I want to thank Uganda Parliamentary Forum on Youth Affairs. I want to thank the honorable members of parliament. I want to thank the secretary generals of the different political parties in Uganda. I want to thank, more importantly, you, the young people from all over the country, drawn from political parties, the Youth Council, drawn from Uganda National Students Association, for putting aside your time and for articulating matters and issues that affect the young people. By virtue of the authority entrusted upon me, I am aware that there is a cock that disappeared from a lepton and specifically a jury, and we are supposed to look for the tail this evening. So without further ado, permit me, in my humble capacity, to declare the 2 days National Youth Symposium officially closed. God bless you for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Government Chief Whip. Mine after the closure is only to give informal announcements. One is that we are going to all move to the other side where there is some drink prepared for all of you. And the actual proper function that will follow will be in this room. So I'm going to request Honorable Court that to lead the Right Honorable Chief Whip out of this place, and they will be followed by this table and of the Secretary Generals, and then those of us others. And we all go out with the exception of nobody but the cleaners or the managers of this place. And they will clear this place of any bottles or especially the transparent bottles. The rest of the bottles that you will find after coming back may not be, I cannot guarantee their transparency. That's what I've been informed. So let's all go out to that place and take something and allow this place to be rearranged for other functions that will follow after. Now let's go and have it there now. Yes, sorry. Okay.